I'm calling to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for May 28th. Let the record reflect that all members are present, with Supervisor Askew joining us shortly. At this point, I'm going to ask Diego Celis to give us the announcement of the interpreter.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. With that, I'm going to see if Supervisor Alejo doesn't mind leading us in the pledge this morning. We'll turn to the clerk to see if there's any additions or corrections.
There are none.
Thank you. Next up is public comments. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda. So letting folks know this is not about the budget. If you're here for the budget, that time will be later on today. But just want the public to know this is your opportunity to make comment on items not on today's agenda. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker. Invite folks to use the raise hand function or *9 to be recognized, this time via Zoom, or come forward in room. Mike.
Good morning, Supervisors, and thank you for your time and service. My name is Peter Barrage. I'm the Vice President for MORCA, the Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association. We are the mountain bike advocacy group for Monterey County, and we've been delivering positive impacts to our community since 2002. Members of our board joined the Monterey County delegation that traveled to Washington, D.C. in 2012 to secure national monument status for Fort Ord, and we play an integral role in the Sea Otter Classic, which generates 85,000 visitors and $70 million in economic impact. I submitted a longer public comment via email, which I hope you will read. It lists more accomplishments and includes a fact sheet with links to data. I'm here because our community needs your support. In the past decade, cities, counties, and community leaders across the country have invested in mountain biking for 2 reasons. There is more research than ever demonstrating these investments pay back, and right now there is historic funding available for mountain bike projects. People for Bikes unlocked $755 million in bike project funding since 2009. California Bike Coalition provided $1.1 billion for bike projects in 2020 alone, and Shimano's new Trailborne project makes $10 million available. Right now, Friends of Laguna Seca is finalizing a facilities management plan for Laguna Seca that will balance racetrack needs with recreation area needs. If mountain biking isn't included, it will unlock significant funding, planning, development, and maintenance resources. Those funds could offset costs for planned infrastructure improvements to parking, restrooms, and campgrounds. Mountain biking could save the money during development, return money through tourism, and celebrate the recreation side of Laguna Seca to the benefit of locals and visitors. Despite clear community input in favor of bike access in new park spaces like Palo Corona and City of Monterey's old Capitol site, decision makers keep voting against bikes. Including bike amenities in the Laguna Seca Master Plan would provide significant savings, generate proven return, address equitable access to trails. This is a win-win-win opportunity for Monterey County that we can't afford to miss. Our community needs your help championing this vision to the Parks Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Barrage.
Thank you for your time.
Anybody else in the room? Hands up via Zoom? Seeing none, we'll close general public comment at this time, bring it back to the dais. As we jump into this morning's scheduled matters, I just want to take a moment of personal privilege to congratulate all graduates out there. My son's graduating this morning from TK to kinder, and so I'm just a little emotional that I can't be there, but I know he knows that I'm doing important work, but I just want to congratulate all graduates this morning. With that, we'll jump into item 1 to receive a presentation from Xiomara Barajas. Were there additions and corrections, Val? I didn't think we had it. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Lopez and Board of Supervisors. I am Xiomara Barajas, Chief Deputy Auditor Controller, and on behalf of the Auditor Controller's Office, I'm here today to ask your board to adopt the resolution for fiscal year 2025-26 GAN appropriation limit. This resolution is brought forward pursuant to Article 13B of the California Constitution, which requires appropriation limits to be adopted at the regularly scheduled governance meetings. The appropriation limits have been calculated by the Auditor Controller's Office for those board-governed jurisdictions determined to be subject to the provisions of Article 13B and are shown in the attached schedule provided to you. The documentation and calculations are available for public inspection at the Auditor Controller's Office. The documentation and calculation or the general and library funds computed appropriation limit for fiscal year is $968,065,139. This concludes my presentations, and we are available for any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Xiomara. Questions from the dais? Seeing none, we'll go to the public, see if there's any public input on item 1 this morning. Seeing nobody coming forward in room, no hands up via Zoom. I'll bring it back. Is there a motion to approve? Motion from Alejo. Second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Thank you. With that, we're going to jump into item 2, receiving a presentation from the HR Department on Assembly Bill 2561, required local public employee vacant position announcements. And we'll send that out to our staff here, Andreas, with a couple presentations to follow.
Okay, good morning, Chair Lopez, members of the board. I will be presenting the status of vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts for the period 5/1/2024 to 4/30/2025 as required by Assembly Bill 2561. To my left, I have Kim Wer, my Assistant HR Director, who will be assisting with the presentation. Next slide. I'm going to be talking a bit about the requirements of AB 2561, workforce information, recruitment challenges, vacancy information, and then ending off with bargaining unit specific information. Next slide. AB 2561, which was adopted in January, has got two distinct requirements. The first is a disclosure of the status of vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. It requires MMBA local agencies to present the status of vacancies, recruitment and retention efforts during a public hearing before the governing body at least once per fiscal year. Presentation must be made before the adoption of the final budget, and it also must entitle a recognized employee organization to make a presentation at the same meeting. The second requirement is if there is a bargaining unit, if the number of job vacancies in a single bargaining unit is 20% or greater of the authorized full-time positions, the agency shall include the following information in the public hearing at the request of that recognized employee organization: total number of job vacancies, total number of applicants for the positions, average number of days to complete the hiring process, and opportunities to improve. As you can see later on, we did not receive a request from the specific bargaining unit that meets the threshold of 20% and above. The workforce information is currently, for the fiscal year 2024-2025, we have 5,954 budgeted authorized positions. I'm going to briefly walk the board through the recruitment process. It is basically a 5-step process. First step would be a request for referral from the hiring department. We'll then develop a job announcement, an examination will happen, final selection, and then the employment offer. A little bit more detail about how vacancies are created and a few other in the steps. So vacancies are created in many ways, through a voluntary separation, retirement, involuntary separation, internal movement, newly budgeted positions. A request for referral really means that the department is indicating to us that they would like to hire, and then we will work with them to determine ways to fill the vacancies. There are various ways to fill them. They can be through recruitments, transfers, promotions, flexible promotions, which I'll get into a little bit later. Job posting is part of that. We'll either advertise on social media sites or various areas that we will target for recruitment. The exam phase can be several steps, supplemental questions, written exam, oral exam, performance exam. It can even be something like an application review. Once that has been completed, an eligibility list is basically put together with those people that are eligible for hire, and that is then given to the departments. HR and the hiring department collaborate to issue a referral, which consists of candidates from that eligible list. Employment offer is done by the hiring authority, and then, of course, you have the final job placement. There are many ways to fill a vacancy. You just don't fill a vacancy through an existing eligibility list. You can do it through an open recruitment, promotions, flexible staffing, limited term appointments, trainees, reappointments, rehire, and yes, even through a voluntary demotion, you can also fill a vacancy. So there are many ways other than just a recruitment to fill a vacancy. The numbers I'm showing you right here is for the county in total, for all departments. As you need to note that they are both centralized HR department, which is us, and we provide services to about 17 or 18 departments, and there are decentralized HR departments that basically do their own recruitment. So in these numbers, this includes both. So there were 237 recruitments conducted. Some recruitments can have more than one vacancy attached for it. An example is sheriff's deputies. You do one recruitment, but you might have 20 vacancies for trainee sheriff's deputies. So there were 662 hires that happened, 231 flexible promotions. A flex promotion is if, for example, you're in a flex series, you're a management analyst 1, and that's a flex series, you can be promoted to a 2 without actually a recruitment having to happen. And then, of course, there are promotions if we have a supervisory position and we are advertising it for a promotion. So briefly, our recruiting challenges. One challenge you would not see there is one of our challenges that we as a county are trying to do something about, but it's very difficult, is of course the cost of living and housing within Monterey County and the lack of housing as well. However, one of the key things that we did identify was that the base wages of various classifications were having an impact on recruitment and retention. Thanks to the board's approval, we have actually completed a base wage study project, and that was about 107 different classifications that we did, and we are in the process of implementing that over a 4-year period. Hopefully, we will be able to move the needle a bit on this. The other issue is, or just one thing I need to mention, is not just those base wage studies. Currently, there are base wage study requests that have come in right now, so we are working on those as well. Then the county identified that there are some recruitments that are required to remain open for a minimum of 30 or 60 days due to the CARSA consent decree. The challenge with that is if you have a recruitment open for 60 days, by the time you get to interviewing people, and it's a position that people can find work in the private sector, what they will do is just say, well, you've taken so long, I've already found another job, so I'm no longer interested in this position. Our current vacancy information, just to give an idea, in this year we had 333 voluntary separations, 138 retirements, and 69 involuntary, which gives us the 540. However, vacancies can be created in another way as well, not just by separations. You can have internal transfers. You move somebody from Department A to Department B. Now what you've done is you filled the vacancy in Department B, but now you've created a vacancy in Department A. So that's also a way a vacancy is. Vacancies also created through competitive promotions. If I promote a senior analyst to a supervisor, now the senior analyst position is a vacancy. So that's how vacancies get created. Newly budgeted positions, those are vacancies. And then, of course, voluntary demotions. I was a supervisor. I voluntarily demote back down to an analyst. Now that is a vacancy. Now I'd like to get to the vacancy information. I do need to stress, this is a snapshot in time. This is as of 4/30/2025. Like anything, we are a living, breathing, dynamic organization. So therefore, every pay period, these numbers change. But the Act requires us to just do a snapshot in time, and this is a snapshot in time. And as you can see, of all the bargaining units. It ranges from 0%. I'm not going to get into each one of the details. What you will actually see from this on the second page, if you go down to Q, you'll see there's one bargaining unit where the vacancy rate was 33.33%. Now, that looks like a very big percentage. However, they only have 6 authorized FTEs. So if you have 2 vacancies there, you will have a 33% vacancy rate. Now, based on AB 2561, that bargaining unit could have requested us to do a little bit more detailed presentation. They did not. However, if those bargaining units reach out to us, we are more than willing to work with them and with labor to provide them whatever necessary information they do need. As you can see, there are really none of our vacancy rates at that date of 4:30 that was above the 20% threshold. We looking at some of our competitor agencies. This is our vacancy rate is well within benchmark that we have. Doesn't mean that we can't do more efforts. And Human Resources is working closely with its decentralized human resources departments to try and address these efforts. Chair Lopez and members of the board, that concludes my presentation, and it is open for questions. Thank you.
All right, at this point, we'll take questions, but then know that we've got 2 presentations requested as part of this, and so we're going to take those, and then there'll be another round of questions. At this point, is there any questions from the dais? All right, seeing none, we're going to go out to the first presenter I have here is SEIU 521 Regional Director Olivia Martinez. We'll give you the floor.
Good morning. My name is Olivia Martinez. I'm the Region 2 Director for SEIU. So although we don't meet the threshold, we are concerned that I think we're one of your largest bargaining unit with the number of vacancies. During negotiations in the summer, I think we had approximately 700 vacancies. Today, we have 575. Our concern today is that the county wants to cut the vacancies, right, instead of unfunding them. When you cut a position, it's harder for a department to come to you to add positions. When you're cutting positions, you're also not looking at the workload of workers. So the work does not go, right? For social services right now, that group of workers are under immense stress. So I've been diving into the different departments to really understand what is going on, right? Just as a reference, I'm a formal CPS social worker, so I understand the work very well. So for CPS, Family and Children Services, when you have vacancies, that has a direct impact on the children in this community. So for example, you have emergency response unit. When you have a social worker that has 90 children in their caseload as a backlog because they're not able to close the case because of workload issues, staffing, people on LLA, it means that they've done the investigation, but the children are still in that log waiting for the caseload to be closed, meaning they're still at risk, meaning that the county is still liable for these children's safety. We've been talking to the department about what Santa Clara has done around creating caseload standards that work in order for the workers to be able to provide services to the family. Children are able to return to their homes. And some of the research says that it has to do with the social worker, right? The social worker being able to manage the case, being able to provide the support to the parents that are trying to get the children back. If you look at Santa Clara versus Monterey County, right, or Santa Cruz, right, An ER social worker in comparison has perhaps 7 cases, meaning they have 7 children in ER. Your workers here, there's numbers. They've gone down through the work, but not sufficient. So there's still no rotation, but have 90 kids in the backlog. 90 children. That's a lot. That's a lot of responsibility for you all, right? You've had a couple of deaths already. And so I really want you to reconsider cutting positions in social services. Now, going to community benefits. That's a disaster right now. You are the worst in the state in terms of, your rating. You are the worst. Monterey County is the worst. I don't know if you know that, but you are the worst. Per the state, not per me, per the state. So right now, your workers are working under such a punitive environment. And I've gone to every single work site because I like to provide you facts. Their caseload in some cases are 221%. That's a lot of cases, right? So this means that food stamps, Medi-Cal, general services, right, are being impacted to your most vulnerable in the community. If you're cutting those positions, then you cannot have this punitive approach to your workers, right? But in my analysis and kind of figuring out what's going on is that the state is coming down on you guys because you guys have errors, right? Errors and errors and errors. So then what management does is that then they're coming down to the workers. You mentioned your kid, Chair Lopez. My background is also child development. And so when you think of kids, right, and making errors in school, right, they don't learn by you hovering or being punitive to them. They learn by a different kind of environment of support, kindness, right, and looking at the areas of growth for them. Well, you're not doing this to your workers. You're not providing the training that they need. You're hovering, you're punishing, and you're being punitive. And so what we're seeing is that their errors are more and more and more. Many of them are on LOA, because they cannot withstand the anxiety and the stress, because it's a cycle now, right? And so it needs to stop because you're not going to get out of this hole of where you're at. So the vacancies have a real issue, right, for the social services, but all of other departments as well. We're asking you that you reconsidering not cutting vacancies, right? Because for whatever reason, you cannot, your budget does not meet, or you don't have the money, unfund them for a while because the work is not leaving, is there. I also think that you should really talk to your county officer, De La Rosa, to look at her own leadership and to see whether they need training in their own leadership. Because in these departments and where social services and human kindness is necessary to make a difference in the community, some of her leadership does not have the leadership to guide workers or their departments in a way that they should. And sometimes that's about training, but sometimes it's just not the right fit.
So just a time check. I know we allotted 5 minutes per. We're sitting at 7 minutes right now. So
all right. So that's all I wanted to say. So we appreciate your consideration and thank you.
All right. Thank you. We're going to go to the DA Association's representative, Steve Summers, next. Steve, floor is yours.
Thank you, members of the board. We wanted to address you. One of the things I wanted to share with you is the legislative findings of AB 2561. They state that job vacancies in local government are a widespread and significant problem for the public sector, affecting occupations across wage levels. They say that high job vacancies impact public service delivery, and the workers who are forced to handle heavier case workloads with understaffing lead to burnout and increased turnover that further exacerbate staffing challenges. And they finally finished with, there is a statewide interest in ensuring that public agency operations are appropriately staffed, that high vacancy rates do not undermine public employee labor relations. I don't always agree with the legislature, but I do agree with all of that because we've lived that. Back in 2023, in early 2023, the county council's group, public defenders and the district attorney's group saw what we knew to be understaffing. We were losing our best and brightest to the higher paid counties in the Bay Area, and we were short-staffed, and we ran the numbers. We used our comparison counties. It took us about an hour, all public record. We saw that we were over 20% underpaid per the county's own policy, listing the comparable counties. So we put in a request in March of 2023 for a wage study. That request was completed in April of 2024. The calculations that took us an hour took the Human Resources Department 13 months, and they had to go outside their agency to get those numbers. Now, did we get those numbers in April of 2024? We did not. They refused to share them with us. When we entered our bargaining sessions, we said, we need to know those numbers. We want that survey. They refused to give it to us. We ultimately said we will stop negotiating until we get that survey. That's the important part of what we're dealing with. And in September of 2024, almost a year and a half after we requested it, we got the survey. Now, they didn't include Alameda County because they said they couldn't possibly figure out how to compare a public defender in Alameda County to a public defender or a district attorney in Monterey County, but it showed that we were 17% by their calculations below the Bay Area, something we'd known for a year and a half. And their solution to that is, and I understand budget constraints, over the next 2 years, many of our other agencies, over the next 4 years, they'll try to catch up to the numbers in 2024. So in 2 years later, we'll have a pay that will compete with salaries in 2024. That's a problem for us. We were on that list. We were one of the highest groups. Our attorneys are leaving. And our attorneys who leave are our best and brightest, our most experienced, our most qualified. We had one of our best attorneys leave for San Mateo County just a couple months ago. He got a $70,000 raise. We had another attorney a year and a half ago go to San Francisco County. He got a $60,000 raise. We're backfilling as best we can, although we are failing, with new attorneys who, they can't handle the heavy caseloads. They can't handle murders. We can't throw someone just out of law school into a child sex case or a murder case. And so those of us, I've been here over 20 years, are handling more and more cases. And the reality of that, this is what I want you all to understand. We are making choices not based upon what should be done, not based upon what we want to do, but what we have to do. There are cases we just don't file because the amount of resources that would go into making that case work would mean that 3 or 4 other cases would go short. There are cases that we don't go to trial on because we can settle them for less than they're worth, but at least that's one less case we have to deal with and we can deal with the other ones. It is delusional thinking that we can be down 17% of our staff and not have it affect public safety. It is affecting public safety. There's just as many defense attorneys. The public defender is fully staffed. Private counsel still, we're coming up against, this is an adversarial system, we're coming up against a fully staffed defense bar, and we are understaffed. And the consequence is we take shortcuts. My boss probably can't say that publicly. That's why I'm here to say it. What is happening is affecting the safety of the community in Monterey County. The police officers send us cases, and we ended up not filing them, and they get frustrated. I don't blame them. They worked hard on it, and we just don't have the time to deal with some of their cases, or we sell them out cheap. And that is happening every day, and it will continue to happen until we get back up to staff. And now we're told that, one of the ways we can fix the vacancy problems is just eliminate the positions. I guess the numbers work that way, but we'll still be understaffed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. I know we had some folks from the park rangers as well that were wishing to make comment. So I'm going to go ahead and give them the floor at this time. I believe we have 2 representatives via Zoom. If we could give them the floor, I want to say it's John Anthony and Tyler.
Hello, can you hear me? This is John Anthony.
We can hear you, John.
All right. I'd just like to add, I'm John Anthony, County Park Ranger Supervisor and President of the Monterey County Park Rangers Association. I've been with the Parks Department for 18 years and a total of 22 years with Monterey County. And to kind of follow up on what my predecessor spoke about, we waited 4 years to get the results of our compensation study with 3 attempts and refiling it to finally get it. And it came back to us a couple weeks ago. With the rate that we had been getting paid, our recruitments were dismal. When I first started as a supervisor, we were getting 200 applicants. And with what we were at, we ended up being at getting 24 applicants for the job of County Park Ranger. And without these filled positions, it adds up to a lot of extra overtime and a lot of services that aren't provided like we used to. We don't have night patrol in our park 7 days a week. We don't have a dedicated boat patrol at Lake San Antonio. As this weekend, I was the solo ranger at Lake San Antonio from 8 in the morning till 2 o'clock in the morning when the night shift came on. So with not having these positions filled, it really cuts into the amount of workload. It adds to the workload that we as park rangers are conducting, but it also severely cuts the amount of public safety that is provided to our customers here in the park. So working to fill these positions, and I'll speak later in our budget as to the augmented positions that are coming up later, we really need to keep our staff as full as we can. And we actually have 7 full-time positions now until the end of the month when, if not approved in today's meeting, we'll be down to 5. That's really all I've got at this point. I believe my partner, Tyler Decker, was going to speak.
Tyler, I'll give you the floor. Got it.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today?
We're good. Thank you, Tyler.
My name's Tyler Decker. I'm a Park Ranger 3. I've been with the county for 17 and a half years now. And I'm just advocating for the county ranger positions. These are very important positions. Currently, as it stands, we only have 5 full-time positions, which makes patrolling our parks very difficult. 3 days of the week out of 7, we do not have any coverage in North County. So that means there's no customer service. There's no one to respond to calls for service. Search and rescue, yes, we rely a lot on the sheriff's department, but they are not park rangers. So we don't have anyone in our parks for 3 days a week up north. South County, just as importantly, we don't have anyone. We are only designated nights and boat shifts Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Midweek, we have 1 ranger patrolling, 2 if we're lucky. So it makes it very difficult to do our job. Midweek is important because with waters fluctuating, we work on both lakes, marking hazardous areas, placing buoys, and working on the water is inherently dangerous on any body of water, but you need the staff to make sure it's safe. We're working with heavy buoys, hundreds of feet of line, and even though it's a lake, you're dealing with waves and wakes, and we need the staff to make sure that the patrols get done, but also the maintenance gets done as well. This weekend, it wasn't as busy as years past, but we did have a decent weekend, and I'd just like to go over a few of the stats that we had. From Friday to Monday, we had 133 quiet hours violation contacts. We had 94 ground fire contacts, 9 traffic stops, 72 vessel stops, 11 vessel terminations for safety issues or incompetent operators. We had 21 contacts for quagga mussel violations. We responded to 2 crash detections, 3 medical aids. We had 80 customer service contacts, 4 public assist, 4 vessel tows or vessels in distress. We responded to 3 physical altercations. We had 4 evictions out of the park. We contacted multiple minor possessions and a subject for furnishing alcohol to minors. During our patrols, Rangers also responded to a physical altercation where a male subject was involved in a fight and he brandished a knife in a threatening manner. Rangers responded immediately and handled the situation after investigating the call for service. The subject was later arrested. Later that night, Rangers were flagged down by a female subject stating that a gentleman put his child in the car, a young child under the age of 5 years old, in the back seat and drove away from North Shore. She also reported that that driver was extremely intoxicated. Rangers were able to locate that vehicle driving on New Plato Road, leaving North Shore Lake San Antonio, and observed multiple moving violations. They conducted a traffic stop, and the driver was later arrested for child endangerment and DUI. His blood alcohol content was over 3 times the legal limit. So these are the things that Rangers are dealing with on a daily basis. And even though these numbers seem like we did quite a bit on a Memorial Day weekend, this is more of the stats that we get on an everyday weekend for 4 months of the year. So these Rangers positions are very important, and I'm hoping you guys make the decision to fund these. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you, Tyler. All right, with that, we'll go back to staff. Any final words or anybody I missed?
No, no final words from our side.
All right, back to the dais. Comments, questions on this report? Okay, then by receiving the presentation, we have completed the requirements of 2561. As you heard, most of these are requests for the budget, which we're about to undertake. So we'll proceed forward with our agenda this morning. So we're going to officially open the public hearing to consider our fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. Actually need to go back on the last item 2 and see if there's any general public or any public comment on item 2. Ara, did you have public comment on item 2?
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment, thank you, to convey the Water Resources Agency support for the request from the Rangers for augmentation. In addition to the vital and significant public safety work that they do, reservoir owners up and down the state are now also having to contend with the spread of golden mussels. And so we are needing expanded enforcement of the mussel inspection program on the reservoirs, and the Rangers' work in that area is vital to helping avoid the spread of golden mussels into Nacimiento or San Antonio reservoirs. So a slightly different aspect to their work, but an important aspect nonetheless. And so I just wanted to convey that for you all. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ara. Any other hands? All right, see nobody coming forward in the room, no other hands up via Zoom. We will proceed to open the public hearing to consider our 25-26 recommended budget. I'm going to send it to our CAO to give us some introductory comments.
Thank you so much. And joining me today is Debbie Pallinelli. She'll be providing a presentation, and Raquel, who is in the office, will be also listening in. She is our budget director in an interim capacity, and Debbie has taken on the role of the budget preparation along with Raquel and our budget team. I do want to begin by thanking our entire budget team, which includes the CAO staff and also fiscal teams across the county. We have a total of 26 combined office and department budgets that were put together for this budget. This is my third budget as part of this county of Monterey. We started in 23-24, and now we are discussing today 25 and 26. We have been very hands-on when it comes to the budget. Both of us, Debbie and I, were not here 3 years ago and are in the process of learning the structure of this county, but also understanding the needs of the community and also our department's ability to do their work. The folks that are behind the scenes as well, our administrative analysts, Tricia, Veronica, Trent, Isabella, and also Rocio, our executive staff person, are also listening in and have made this preparation possible today. We also want to recognize the 5,000 plus employees, almost 6,000 employees of the county who have are executing the work that is included in this budget, but also all the work from many, many years of service with the county. Many of our team, I want to say over 500, have been with the county for over 20 years. And in addition to the dead people that are behind the scenes, also include some of our new department heads, and of course Supervisors Church and Daniels also have joined us as members of the board. Supervisor Church joining when I first came into the office. Since 23, we have 12 new department heads. Those include elected folks and also appointed folks by myself or the Board of Supervisors or the court, such as our probation chief, Jose Ramirez, and also the UC Cooperative has recently appointed a new department head as well. I want to start by stating what the recommended budget is. It is balanced. It is $2.3 billion spending plan, and it is being presented today to the Board of Supervisors for the purpose of review, modification, and also adoption. In a nutshell, this is a very iterative process. We presented a budget that safeguards every filled position at the request of the Board of Supervisors, but we will continue working through this budget until adoption and even thereafter. The budget itself is a 696-page document, and it does include the general financial policies that were adopted by the Board of Supervisors, and 455 of those pages are the departmental budgets. What it is not is set in stone, so I just want to be clear that expectation is that we will update the budget, but we put it together solely focused on the filled positions being saved, and then there'll be additional support that's needed and understandably by the departments, and those will be the requests that come forward today. So in terms of purpose and our motivation, we are governing by leadership and not by crisis. We understand that there are quite a few things going on at the state level and the federal level, but we are preparing for the strategic reduction of our workforce, but also at the same time looking at opportunities to address our current needs. We have been tasked with reviewing, improving, and demystifying the budget process to ensure that it is accurate and timely, and that we share information frequently. We have heard from our elected department heads and also from our appointed department heads, and we understand that they have been tasked with a difficult challenge. We have updated our strategic plan. It's not included in this budget, but it will be in future budgets, and that was also put together through our electeds and also our appointed department heads. We have begun the use of AI. This has been, artificial intelligence. We're using chatbots in some instances, but also looking to streamline processes. And in every instance, the employee is still going to be needed. It's not going to be a replacement of employees. It's going to be an addition to the work that we do to serve our community. We have prioritized capital projects to ensure that we're able to address the needs of our community and also the departments. And we're also looking to prioritize our housing and community development processes to try to streamline the permitting process, but also other services that are provided by that department. At the county level, we collaborate not just when there's a crisis, but throughout the year. So I do want to commend the work of all our department heads and our electeds to try to work together to bring together a budget that safeguards as many positions as possible, but also reinvents ourselves. I do want to just add additional information that was provided by Leon Panetta, our Secretary of Defense from 2011 to 2013. He gave us key goals on March 6, 2025. And those goals were to focus on what needs to be done, to work as a team and ensure we're all going in the same direction, to be honest about ourselves and who we are, because all of you know who we are, and you know what's going on. And also to ensure that we're honest with others, especially those working for us. Debbie Palinelli has worked on numerous budgets. This is her first budget for this county. We have worked collaboratively. I have crashed course into a deep dive of all of your budgets, and trying to understand the services that we need and understanding that we need so much more. Every decision that was made was decided collaboratively and informing all of the department heads and our elected officials. There were some decisions that we knew were difficult to make, but we understand that that's what's expected when you're in leadership. So today I just want to make sure there will be a lot of questions that you follow up with us as much as you can and continue to provide direction so that we can make our budget better and really our structure better. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Debbie, and she will guide us through our budget process. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Debbie. Get closer. Okay. Hi, good morning, Debbie Paulinelli, Assistant CAO. On the screen, I'm going to start with my presentation for the budget. In the middle of it, there'll be Public Works will come in and do a presentation with the capital projects, and then we'll hear from the departments after that. So just a little bit in brief, just an overview of how the budget process works. We start with the department forecasts, and we develop an additional baseline budget. From that baseline budget, departments will include whatever they can in the baseline, and then anything extra they'll add as an augmentation request. Those augmentation requests are then considered and by both during the budget workshop and by our office, and we bring forward a recommended requested budget that you're going to see today. So just starting with the fiscal environment, there's all sorts of stuff happening out there, obviously, and as Sonia mentioned just a little bit ago, a lot of those things are not in our budget. They are also not in the state budget at this point. So there can be things that trickle down from federal to state, and then we see them fall to us, and there may be revisions that are needed later. Of course, there's the outstanding tariffs. Interest rates are still expected to remain high. We still seem to have some growth recession. And like I said, the state economy is $12 billion deficit, and that's not including anything that may come down from the federal level down to the state and then on to us. Some of the state budget impacts right now for health, there was a reduction of Medi-Cal-related expenditure growth, including freezing the CPI adjustments for county administration, eliminating family planning supplement payments, eliminating prospective payments to clients for state-only services, eliminating long-term care, implementing a drug rebate agriculture and pharmacy utilization management, in addition to pulling revenue from Prop 35. And then on the state budget as well for social services, there's been some reductions in-home support services, which is referred to as IHSS a lot of times, 9% reduction there, and some caps on overtime and travel for that program. Housing and homelessness, bringing families home and home safe continues to remain without ongoing funding, and there is no mention of the HAP 7 for round 7. And then Medi-Cal, there's a reduction of a little bit there to administration, a small little local reduction and freeze on the CPI adjustments. And then a couple other things going on there with some enrollment freezes for young adults 29 to 49 and 50 and over, and then an elimination of the long-term care benefits for individuals with unsatisfactory immigration status. Local risks, this isn't something you haven't seen before. The general fund discretionary revenue growth is not sufficient to keep up with rising costs. That's been kind of a consistent theme in the last couple of budgets from what I've seen. And all the available discretionary revenue growth is recommended in this budget, as Sonia had mentioned, to maintain the current staffing and service levels at the amount that we can fund them at. We did use one-time monies to fund this budget, which is never ideal, but all filled positions are funded and some additional services that were part of the augmentation process, and we'll go through all those in a little bit. Keep in mind the strategic reserve levels are at $58.6 million, which is 5.8% of the budget, and the target balance is 94.3, or 10% of the estimated actual revenue in this budget. We are not recommending anything to go to that reserve at this point, but that'll be a different conversation come December, January when we get the, November, December when we get the fund balance numbers. So As Sonia mentioned, the budget is balanced. Negotiations with all the bargaining groups, almost all the bargaining groups, have been completed. There is a new measure, Measure AA, as everybody knows, that was approved by the voters, which implements a new 1% transaction and use tax in the unincorporated county areas. And as I had mentioned before, state and federal impacts are being analyzed, and it could be adversely impacted 25, 26, and beyond, but we'll see that as it comes down. And then as a reminder, the one-time funding sources of ARPA and unassigned fund balance have all been used, and they're not available this year as they were in the prior years. So the total budget is $2.27 billion in appropriations, and there's an increase of $255.2 million. And what I really want to explain here is a lot of this change is what you'll see on this slide, which talks about change in budgeting for cost plan. As we were implementing our new system, it was decided that instead of doing the cost plan as a contra account, that we would put in a revenue and expense line, which instead of netting it, made both those numbers very large. Since that changed, and this is what I kind of want to talk about, since that change, it has been decided that we're going to go back to the contra account. So even though this budget shows these big numbers and these big swings here of the $78 million, when it comes back in the adopted, we are going to adjust it so that it's back to the original contra account numbers. It's just an accounting change. So outside of that, the big change here is the change in salaries and benefits, which is the $79.3 million, and then some intergovernmental transfers for Natividad, and some higher operating transfers out. So the big picture here is the salaries and benefits, and it's increased by the same. Down there, the 2.2 financed by the 2.2 billion in revenue, and there's about 130 million in general fund. That's not just discretionary, but all general fund growth in Natividad, some realignment growth, and behavioral health. Here's a big picture of all the funds. So you can see the big picture there. A general fund is your big blue slice of the pie right there, followed by Natividad. And what we're going to concentrate going forward mostly right now is going to be that big blue slice, which is the general fund. Same slide as kind of before, just taking out the general fund piece. So $1 billion in appropriations this year. And like I said, $131 million over the prior year. $65 million of that is that cost plan change. And there's the increase in salaries and benefits right there of 48.9. Some increases in homelessness grants, entitlement programs, clinic services, and public health. Same funding and revenues on the bottom, the $59 million for the program revenue, $60.6 million in that cost plan change, and then 11.1 is the increase in discretionary revenue, which is what we really have the most say over. This budget also uses $19.2 million of one-time funds that are going to the following departments. There's a $10.5 million true-up for the health department after some reconciliations that they'll be using their restricted general fund money for. $2.2 million in social services for community programs. $605,000 safety restricted public safety programs. Then, if you remember during the budget workshop, I talked about the $8.4 million in the contingency assignment reserve. Of that, we're using $5.4 million of that to balance this budget. There's about $202,000 in the cannabis for the climate action plan that was actually budgeted last year and wasn't used and is just being rolled forward. $125,000 for some compensated absences for the community request, and then a little bit of the $22,000 right there that was pulled from the capital assignment for some voting equipment needed in the elections department. Other inclusions in this budget is $6.5 million from the TOT or to the road fund. That is a decrease in $3.1 million from the current year adopted budget, but that does cover their MOE payment. $2.2 million contribution from the TOT is going to the DSAs. That's a reduction of $843,000 from the current year. And $4.1 million and $2.2 million from Prop 172 to the fire agencies and 911 dispatcher user agencies. This is a pie chart of the general fund and how it's split out by department. Social services and health there, the most of their funding is restricted, followed by sheriff, probation, and then the rest of the departments you can see listed around the pie chart. So cost drivers, our biggest cost driver, as I mentioned before, is salaries and benefits. They grew $45.9 million in the current year, about an 8.2% increase. This is due to negotiations as well as some base wage studies that were included. Just on the wages, it's about $352 million, an increase of $28 million. That is not the benefits that are included with it, just wages. And these numbers do include some salary savings by departments of $33.7 million. This is a slide that we've seen before. This is our pension contribution trend. So these are based on CalPERS actuarial reports, and you can see the blue is the normal cost of the plan right there, and then the unfunded liability is the yellow part, which increases up and down right with the market. Costs are projected to grow throughout to 2030-31. Here's that unfunded liability, a little bit different picture. The estimated liability for the 2023, which is the most current actuarial report, is $1 billion. It's $63 million more than the prior year. It's due to investment losses. CalPERS uses a 6.8 investment return assumption, and so if they don't make 6.8 that year, then those numbers go down. If they do make over 6.8, it goes up. You could just look at this chart right here, and you can see that 2021 was a good year for our fund, and other years are not, but that number can go back and forth depending on the market. We are planning on using this year $6.3 million from the 115 plan to pay for the increase in unfunded accrued liability. The idea here is to keep that level and to keep it steady for everybody. And then if there's a year that's really good, so let's say it's a 21 year and it goes the other way in our favor, 6.3 million, we put 6.3 million back into the 115 plan. The general fund health insurance premiums, those have been a big part of the increase in the budget. Historically, we've covered a large portion of the annual increases. As you can tell in 24-25, there was a larger chunk in covered, as well as increases in health insurance from CalPERS. Had a lot to do with that raise, and so there's a big spike there from 24 to 24-25. And that was all part of the negotiation process. So the general fund reserve, this is the total revenues right here, the general fund revenue trend. Total general fund revenues are your purple line, and your little blue dotted line right there are your non-program revenues. The general fund, it was projected to grow 130.7 million in 25-26. Remember, the cost plan charges are a big chunk of that once again. So 60 million of that is cost plan charges, leaving an increase of 70.1 million. 59 million, we saw that number earlier on a slide, is program revenue from federal and state aids, is K-12 growth, and 15 million more in realignment funds. So the discretionary revenue right there was it was a different slide earlier, had the 11.1 on it. The largest increase in that discretionary revenue is property taxes at 10.8 million. So here are your general fund discretionary revenue drivers. Your 10.8 million up there at property tax being our biggest change from last year to this year. Everything else semi-stable. That transaction and use tax there for 1.8 million is Measure AA funds that we brought into this budget to balance the budget. And then the one that would stand out as well as the federal aid on the bottom is ARPA funds that are no longer available. So those have been all used at this point. So as I mentioned in the beginning, we started with baseline and the departments put in augmentations. In this budget, the departments put in $121 million in requests, an augmentation request. And on this sheet, you can see the categories that they put in. One of the things on here are capital improvements. Just as a note, capital improvements, that number is not included in our requested budget and will be considered today separately. And I will have Public Works help with those slides later. Here's the same 121 million summarized by fund, general fund up there at the top, and then also the capital projects are still in this one, but general fund being the biggest with some small numbers in the other health and the animal services. Here's the requested augmentation summaries by departments. Largest request coming in from the sheriff at 30.8 million, followed by public works, facilities and parks at 7.2 million, the district attorney at 4.6, and public defender at 2.9, social services and department of emergency management. On this slide, you can see the 64 million is down there at the bottom, and that's for the capital projects that I had mentioned earlier. So we took all those and we came up with some recommendations. And these are our recommendations that we did. And this is starting with how we funded them. So you can go to the left. We used 1.873 of the AA funds. We used that little bit of the cannabis assignment that I had mentioned for the climate action plan earlier. The compensated absences assignment is the one for the community projects. The 5.4 is the contingency reserve from the original 8.4 that I had said during the budget workshop. There is 1 million there in discretionary revenue. I had mentioned during the budget workshop that was some revenues that came in higher than expected. That capital projects is the 22 for the equipment in elections. And then we reallocated some GFC. There was just extra GFC that was in people's budgets that they had left that we could still use. And then that redirected TOT is from the DSAs and the road fund that I mentioned earlier, and then some restricted funds that came in for some projects. These are recommended augmentations by departments. You can see the totals right here. So 3.2 million in the sheriff's office, 2.9 for the public defender, 2.8 for the district attorney, 1.5 for social services. It's funding 75.1 FTEs. The positions were all funded with general fund money. If there was positions out there that needed no general fund money, they were considered funded, and we included those as well. So those are the 13 positions on the bottom in other funds that we funded. General fund augmentations, total of 62.1 FTEs are recommended, 50.1 positions in the sheriff's office, district attorney, and public defender, and DM. 3 are left unfunded in the assessor's office, and then 9 new positions funded by program revenue down there with health and public works planning and the district attorney, bringing us to a total of 13.1 in general fund augmentations. This list is long. It's kind of up there for reference, but these are all the positions that were funded. I don't plan on everybody memorizing those, but they're there for your reference. The other recommended augmentations were these that were mentioned during the budget workshop. And what we did is we did a 25% reduction in all of them with the exception of the general plan. And we funded them at 75%. These are funding sources. These slides, you're going to see the slide 2 different ways right now. So this is funding sources by department. So if you look, you can go down this list and you can see each department and what type of those original revenues that I said were used, and you can see which department got what of what revenue. These are the positions by department. We're recommending 116 for deletions with 79 in social services. These are all vacant positions. Let me start with that. All of the filled positions, like I said earlier, have been funded. 28 in the sheriff, 10 in the district attorney, 9 in child support, and the list is right there on the right. So these are the unfunded augmentations. These are the ones that did not get funded there from the original request and did not receive funding. These are 42 million of them, as you can see, were not funded. You can see by what department on this chart we did not, who requested and did not receive funding in the recommended. These are the unfunded by category. As you can see, all the filled positions on this list are gone, as they have all been filled with requested during the requested or recommended budget. This is a long list. This is another one of those that I said is probably just kind of for your reference at this minute because you're not going to memorize this whole list, but it is 4 pages of everything that was not funded that was requested by the departments. So now we're on unfunded capital projects, and I'm going to share these slides. They're actually John's slides. I don't think John's in here, but he's online. Okay, so I'm going to turn these slides over to John and let him explain these to you.
Thank you, Debbie. John Snively, Administrative Operations Manager of Public Works Facilities and Parks. I can speak to these slides, and I will just note that these projects, as with everything else in the county, is part of a living work plan and living document. So I have a spreadsheet version of this, which, thank you, Debbie. I'll pull this up quickly. Just some minor updates since those versions were shared, and staff continues to update this worksheet based on the most current available information to provide the board with information needed to make informed decisions. The CIP, this is some excerpts from our capital improvement plan, which we will be presenting in further detail in June at the adoption. What I have here is a snapshot of the facilities work plan, just to give the board a sense of some of the other projects that have funding and are going into the fiscal year. Really, the focus today is those unfunded projects that have been raised through budget workshop highlights and other requests. And the purpose of this table is to provide the board with a worksheet so they can make determinations of which capital projects they would like to allocate Fund 478 to. So there's a lot of other pieces to the CIP, but that's really the focus. So what you see here in this first section is simply the funded facilities work plan for next fiscal year. I will note that some of those projects do have rather large estimated unfunded needs in the future. Some of those are still preliminary estimates we are working through. Others are pending further discussion about scope, but that just gives an idea of what staff is planning to work on in the coming fiscal year. The discussion today focuses more on these sections here below. I'll start with the projects here, budget workshop highlights. These are capital projects that are unfunded for fiscal year 25-26, and that at least 3 supervisors recommended be returned to the budget hearing for the board's consideration. We've had them sorted by the dollar amount of their funding request, and I have a column here showing the Fund 478 when the board is prepared to make decisions and what they would like to allocate there. I also have a running balance of what we believe the estimate, the placeholder estimate from CAO's office for Fund 478, so we can track how much money there is to spend down as we go through these projects. Briefly, these projects include the COVID Memorial, some scoping and estimating money to further assess the maintenance and repair needs down at the King City Courthouse. There was a project to do some repairs at the Juvenile Division building restrooms. Staff is recommending that the board consider a smaller amount for better scoping there. This dollar amount of $237 is based on a 2015 assessment. It's been escalated, but we'd like to get in there and make sure we have a true sense of the scope and need for funding there. And then we have the Pajaro Mansion and a certain smaller dollar amount to finish the emergency repair work due to the floods, an unscheduled maintenance line item, as well as the larger Pajaro rehabilitation project for the 2nd and 3rd floor access and remodel. And then finally, funding to complete construction of the new Bradley Library. So those budget workshop highlights are about $10.6 million. In addition, PWFP staff have a number of projects that they are providing as supplemental recommendations to that list. And so those are found below. Those include a project for jail ADA work in those facilities. This is a placeholder amount of $2.5 million to initiate some of the remediation work that is needed there. We also have HVAC repairs and replacement at the Schilling campus. It is a $4.4 million ask, but staff notes that there are 6 subtasks within that project. And if the top 3 priorities were to be funded, that would be about $2.5 million of that 4.46. In addition, some solar projects that are planned at the 168 West Alisau campus have increased the urgency of repair and replacement needs there. And those include a parking lot replacement and a roof replacement project. And staff is available to go into further detail on those projects if the board desires. I'll keep it high level at this point. Finally, there are two other projects that since the budget workshop have had significant changes to their needs. And so we wanted to highlight those here. One is some laboratory HVAC work that was originally part of funded this coming fiscal year through a federal grant. However, that funding is no longer available. And so the engineer's estimate and project cost is listed there. And speaking of solar projects at 168 West Alisal, there was some soil conditions identified, which would increase the cost of that project. The Sustainability Office is looking to cover that within the project budget with some scope revisions, but we do list it here as it's recently become aware that that may be an unfunded need. Finally, we have a line item as a 10% contingency based on that Fund 478 starting balance. And so at the time that the board desires and wishes to discuss these capital projects, I can pull this worksheet up and track the projects that the board approves. So I'll stop there and turn it back over to Debbie. Thank you.
Okay, so back to me. Okay, so these are some known administrative and technical corrections that are going to come between the recommended budget and the adopted budget. And the biggest one, number one there, is the cost plan change. That is going to be, like I said, a $78 million change when it comes back. So when people look at the recommended and then look at the adopted, I don't want it to look like a huge surprise. Also, there's about 6 positions there. As I mentioned earlier, this is the first year of a brand new system for us. And we were working through some of the bugs of the system. All of the money for these positions are in the recommended budget. It's just the words of their titles didn't make it over because of the way we were moving titles. And so those will be corrected. We found those, and those will be corrected in the adopted budget. So a couple of questions that always come up are the TOT allocations. And just to kind of give everybody a chart here to look at the beginning, there is a history here back to 2017-18. The top part are the DSA allocations, and the bottom are the road fund allocations. And what was recommended in this budget for the DSA allocations is to bring them back to the 22-23 actual year. And then also for the road fund, it's not bringing them back to any year, but that $6.4 million is covering their MOE. These slides, I just have them on here. They are basically just what is in the recommendation of the actual budget item, have the budget hearings, making some changes for some DSAs, the road fund, kind of everything I went through on the budget. Number 5 is in here. It is moved as recommended or as suggested by the board during the budget workshop to not be part of the TOT anymore and just moved into regular critical needs. And you can see the four items that are getting funded there. And then the rest of these are just, that's not right. The rest of these are just basically letting us make changes and all the things I went over in my slides. So the next steps. So this is what is actually available for the board to do today. Of course, there are redirections that the board can do at any time. If there's programs that are not mandated and the board chooses to discontinue them, they can do that and to redirect that money to other requests. The contingency appropriation is funded at the 1% per our general fund, or our financial policies. That total is $8.7 million for 25-26 this year. The cannabis tax assignment still has about $1.3 million available in it. And then the balance of the contingency reserve fund is that 8.4 that I said we used 5.4 of. There's $3 million left in there. And then finally, of course, there is the Measure AA funds, but I would recommend being very conservative with these because we don't have a track record of what this is going to look like yet, and we haven't even collected our first dollar. And I just don't. The estimates that we originally had already been decreased by the consultants by a little bit, so I just am not 100% sure on how that's going to come in. Looking ahead, just something I kind of want to put out there now just because of how tough this year was and how to just kind of struggling to find some money. At the end of the year, the budget year end, there's always a fund balance left over, and we tend to, say, oh, we have extra money, let's put it to all these things. Our office is going to really recommend saving a portion of that. Up to at least $10 million, so that when we're doing this next year, that we at least have that, because the $8.4 million that I had this year will be, I already used 5.4 of it, so that we'll have some more money next year and make this process a little easier, hopefully. This is a question that comes up a lot. This is an updated slide. We talk about FEMA reimbursement status. They have, DEM's been working really closely with Cal OES and Public Works, and they've come up with a revised schedule on what they think we may be getting back from FEMA. That number on the bottom right is the number 17.7 million, but it is not all general fund. So keep that in mind. There's some will return to other funds, such as the road fund. It'll go back to the funds in which the original cost came from. And that is the end of my presentation, and I will let the departments speak now.
So housekeeping, just want to talk about process here. I know we have folks from the public want to share. We're going to take public comment after the departmental presentations. Those will likely take us through lunch based on the time frame that we're looking at today. I'm going to let departments know as well. I know I sent out a strong recommendation request ahead of time that we stay to 10 minutes. I will give you a visual cue when we hit 10 minutes and ask you to wrap up. So I'm just asking folks to honor that 10-minute request this year. And then in terms of process, we're going to work through the Board of Supervisors, the county budget first, and then after we conclude that and take public comment and make decisions there, we'll come back and take up the other budgets that are before us as well. You'll note that there's quite a few of those. Those tend to go a little faster, so I'd like to get through the county's budget overall first. So that's how we're going to take this on. So at this time, I'm going to invite forward Social Services Director Rod Franks to make their presentation. I think Becky's going to be joining him, Becky Cromer. At the end of each presentation, I'll invite the board to ask any questions that they may have, and just ask that we refrain on any of the sausage making until all departments have completed their presentations.
Take notes.
Good morning. While we're pulling up our presentation, I'd like to thank you, Chair Lopez, the board, administrative officer, county staff, and the public for the invitation to speak to you today on the Department of Social Services budget. With me, I have Becky Cromer, Finance Manager 3, our Department Finance Director Extraordinaire, as well as Adam Erhabi, who is serving as the Acting Military and Veterans Affairs Officer. I see that our presentation is up, so we'll move through. This presentation we should be able to get through within the time limit. It's pretty similar to what was presented to the board at the budget workshop. We'll be going over what you see here, baseline budget, some of our impacts, the augmentation requests, and we'll wrap up with Adam presenting on the Military and Veterans Affairs. For fiscal year 25-26, we are looking at a recommended budget for the department of $369.2 million. That would also include a staff complement of 852 positions. You can see that budget is broken down into 3 general areas: our program administration, close to $200 million, our community programs, about $13 million, and then a large entitlement program of $160 million. Our budget is broken down into a few funding categories. You can see that about 92% of the revenue that we receive comes from federal and state funds and the sales tax realignment. Only about 7% of our budget is from county general fund dollars. And the next slide shows how that number is broken down. The largest portion, a little over $15 million, really goes to our entitlement programs. The next largest is to administration of our programs. And then you can see military veterans affairs in our community programs as well. So one of the largest cost drivers as we were building this year's budget, very similar to what was presented earlier, was the increase in employee costs. So if we were to take all of the employees that are currently on the books and add in all of the increase in salaries, benefits, overtime pay, temporary costs for temporary employees, you can see that we would have seen an increase of about $29 million from our current budget. The graph there shows the red line as our staff complement, which is maintaining pretty level, and then you could see the projected increase in all of our employee costs. Next slide. So how do we deal with that? To maintain the integrity of the current fiscal year 24-25 budget, we've had to sustain a vacancy rate of a little over 14%. That has equated generally to about 125 to 130 positions that we're maintaining vacant at any one point in time. I'm very proud of our staff. They show up to work every day. They work really hard serving the residents of this community through all the various programs and services that we provide. And we really wanted to find a way to bring as many staff online to assist in that process as we possibly could. We had opted for the 14% vacancy rate in the current budget in the hopes that the fiscal situation would improve over time, that there would be increased funding from our state and federal partners for the programs that we administer, as well as additional local funds to assist us in funding our programming. As we've seen from the earlier presentation, that's just not the case. That's not how things have played out, and it looks like we will be experiencing that for some years to come before we would see significant improvement. So to address those realities, we took a look at our current vacancies, and we are putting forward a budget where we are reducing 79 of those vacant positions and then leveraging that to keep 44 positions that are currently vacant and to fill those positions going into the next fiscal year. We've already started working very assertively to fill those positions and bring them online as quickly as possible. So two of the augmentations that we requested during the budget workshop were for out-of-home care and general assistance, and we're very grateful that the recommended budget includes funding in these two areas. So thank you very much. Funded at 75%, but we believe that we can handle the unfunded balance moving forward. We do have 3 augmentations that were not included in the county's recommended budget. It's for a few positions, 2 positions in social services aides to really assist us in our outreach efforts for our community benefits program. And then 1 employment and training worker to assist us with the increase in caseloads. At any time in economic downturn, we do see a significant increase in those that would be requesting assistance and looking for employment. And so we would be looking for some assistance there. I'd like to point out that, we want to slip back. I'd like to point out that we are able to leverage dollars from our state and federal partners. And so the total cost of these 3 positions is about $375,000, but to actually fund them would only require about $185,000. So we're going to flip through just a few of our program areas and highlight. Our community benefits program serves about 262,000 individuals in our county, administering about $200 million in just CalFresh and CalWorks benefits each year. You can see a picture of our new outreach van. We have delivery of it. We've been bringing that around to various events throughout the community and plan to assertively use this new tool to outreach to all corners of the county. Our CalWorks employment services, which I've indicated before, is probably one of our most beneficial in assisting people out of poverty and into self-sufficiency. And then we've also mentioned our in-home supportive services program. You can see that almost 7,000 individuals receive in-home supportive services in Monterey County. And of the 80%, 87% of the providers are family members who are caring for their loved ones. So at this point, do we have one more slide, Becky? No, we're good. Okay, thanks. At this point, I'd like to call Adam Erhabi up to the podium to talk to us about the Military and Veterans Affairs.
Good morning, Chair Lopez, CAO De La Rosa, members of the board. Excuse me. So what does your Veteran Service Office do? We support, assist, and advocate, provide services for veterans, their families, and the military community. Our core services include benefits counseling, claims development, and submission. We are the only accredited agency, both nationally and state, in the Monterey County, and we serve about 23,500 veterans, active duty service members, National Guard and reservists, and their families in Monterey County. In fiscal year 23-24, we served just shy of 3,000 unique veterans, filed 5,700 claims, and were awarded about 1,900 disability compensation claims totaling in $19.8 million. So today I'm standing before you on behalf of Jack Murphy and to offer our thanks for your support, CAO De La Rosa's support, and the community's support. Your continued support allows us to accomplish our mission for serving the veterans and their families of the county. Thank you very much.
So now we're getting to the questions. Actually, the slide I was looking for is after the questions. So you'll be able to see it in your presentation if you have any need for information regarding our homeless programs. Before we move into questions, I'd just like to talk a little bit about some of the work that we've been doing in the Department of Social Services in the last year or so. It has been brought up that there's some concern about vacancies, very true. The workload tends to increase for us in times of economic downturn, and we need to be braced and ready for that. In our Family and Children's Services department, about, I'd say less than 2 years ago, we had vacancies of over 25. We currently have just 6 vacancies. And that's due to the cooperative work that we have been doing in the department. We meet regularly with our union partners. Our creative leadership from the department leadership and hard work has really led to some very innovative solutions to bring that vacancy rate down. And in addition, in that same time, our case backlog has almost been cut in half. And so it really speaks to the diligence, skill, and hard work of our workforce and what can be done when we actually work together with all of our partners. At that, I would be willing to stand for any questions.
9 minutes and 55 seconds. Well done, Director Franks. I did, right?
Thank you.
Way to set a trend. I'm going to go down. I know Supervisor Daniels had a question, so we'll go there first.
Thank you. You talked about removing the 49 vacant positions. I'm sorry, the 79 vacant positions, but then you're filling 49. Does that mean there's going to be, in this year's budget, an increase of 49 new staff members filled?
So we are cutting 79 vacancies of the 123 that existed, and then we are filling 44 of the vacancies.
44.
And so, yes, the end result is not new positions, because these were positions that were part of this current year's budget but unfilled. We actually will be filling 44 more positions than what have been filled in the current fiscal year for next year.
That was my question. So 44 filled formerly vacant positions.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the dais? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Director Franks. Appreciate you and Becky and Adam. Great presentation. Great trendsetters. We're going to jump over to the district attorney next. Is the DA with us?
Yes, I'm here, and I have my Chief Assistant Berkeley Brannon in chambers, who I think is walking up right now to set up the presentation.
Don't see Burke in the room. Do you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, if you just, if you could, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I thought he was standing there.
We'll go to elections and then come right back to you. So at this point, we'll Bring forward Gina Martinez from the Elections Department.
Good morning, Chair Lopez, members of the Board of Supervisors, CAO De La Rosa, members of the community. I am Gina Martinez, Registrar of Voters. I'll be presenting the Elections Department augmentation request. I will begin by providing some context regarding changes in the election revenue cycle. The department generates revenue by charging billable jurisdictions for their prorated share of election costs. By law, these jurisdictions include cities, schools, and special districts. Now, in 2017, billable jurisdictions moved from the odd year city, school, and special district election cycle to consolidate with the even year general election cycle. At that time, the department reported to the Board of Supervisors on the fiscal impact of billable districts consolidating with the even year general election cycle. Now, this is a point in which the department moved from a relatively stable revenue stream each fiscal year to alternating years of deficit and surplus with overall budget neutrality. The 25-26 fiscal year is a deficit year in the cycle that includes the June primary election. This is a major countywide election, and costs now average $2.5 million for this election. Revenue now averages $175,000. The augmentation requests are necessary to conduct the election and meet our mandates, as they are the same regardless of the number of billable jurisdictions participating in the election. This graph represents the major cost categories related to the administration of any election. The largest cost categories are staffing, which includes both seasonal and permanent staff, and voter guides and ballots, which includes production, printing, and mailing. These two cost categories account for over 80% of total expenditures. Without additional funding, we will face challenges such as not being able to meet our core mandates, including the production and distribution of critical election supplies, and providing services to candidates, voters, and observers. This chart represents the department's augmentation requests prioritized in tiers, taking into consideration mandates, guidelines, and specific needs of the department. Tier 1 lays out our top priority requests. These needs represent costs associated with meeting our minimum legal requirements to conduct any countywide election. The county is obligated to absorb these expenditures. The county will recoup a minimal amount through reimbursements and claims. Those numbers have been taken into consideration and accounted for in this request. Tier 2 requests include an estimated increase in translation costs. Our election material must be translated by certified translators. This request accounts for the use of an additional translation agency due to the retirement of a lower cost independent contractor. This request also includes training towards state certification for 3 election program managers who will be onboarded in the new fiscal year. Tier 3 request represents expenses incurred throughout the election related to activities that are encouraged but not mandated, including additional outreach, mailings, and advertising. If there are changes to election administration via executive order or change in federal law, the department will return for an augmentation request to include voter outreach and education. Tier 4 requests reflect a request to release funds from the Capital Assignment Fund for election technology. That request has been approved for fiscal year 26. Now, given the budget year, we are focused on funding Tier 1 or top priority requests to meet minimum required services to the administration of the election, and will reluctantly defer Tier 2 and Tier 3 requests. This concludes the presentation for elections. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Wow, take note. 4 minutes.
4 minutes, there you go.
All right, questions from the dais. Supervisor Askew.
Maybe this is a question more for our budget team and council. This sounds like something that we're required to provide funding for. Am I clearly understanding that?
That is correct. We would either fund it today or we would have to fund it with contingency since we do need to have the 2026 elections. Keep in mind the recommended budget we only covered the filled positions and certain items. There's other items that the departments will bring up that we were not able to cover given the access to the dollars that we had. So your board can certainly identify resource or identify items you'd like covered.
So just to tangent from the elections department. So there's and I've got a list of items. So there's an entire list of items that we're sort of walking into this CAO recommended budget with an expectation that we have a number of items that are legally required for this county to fund to meet our mandated responsibilities that will require us to tap into additional contingency dollars in order to meet our obligations, or if we were to be, prudently, fiscally responsible in a different way, not tap into contingencies, it would otherwise require us to identify reductions elsewhere in the recommended budget in order to fulfill the legally required obligations that are in front of us today.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure we're all clear on those points. So this is one of those legally required obligations that we must find a way to fund before we walk out the door today.
Supervisor Church.
Let me provide a correction. We can revisit the budget later in the year. However, given the upcoming 26 election, we would likely have to fund it potentially with contingencies. So it's not a decision that absolutely needs to be made today, but we will have to address it.
Right. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand how this is an unfunded augmentation when this and a few other things are legally mandated. It just seems like this, elections are the leg upon which the entire government stands. And why this is even having to be considered as an augmentation, I'm not understanding. I mean, this should be just in their basic, one of these things, knowing it's coming up next year, that it's got to be done. Mm-hmm. And so I'm kind of confused how, a little confused, I guess, not the word, but surprised, I guess, is the better word of why it's even an unfunded augmentation into here. And I just now kind of raise some question on just what is the basis upon which we chose the priorities to fund, and then why we chose not to include this. And I think I saw some in the civil rights as well, and there might be somewhere else that seem to be legally mandated, and we don't have the funds for them.
Supervisor, to address that, to be clear, when we had the budget workshop, the county administrative office was tasked with keeping all filled positions. We have access to certain resources. One of the things that we cannot use is the contingencies. Or, for example, we tried to not use very much of AA and also try to keep a reserve. So the recommended budget does have certain items that will need to be covered. The reason we did not cover them as part of the recommended budget was because the CAO's focus was to preserve all filled positions. So at this point, yes, there will be certain items that you will want to cover, and that's why departments are presenting. In addition, the other item that you'll see that I know will affect you directly and myself is the animal services component of it. But again, our specific task was to preserve every filled position.
Other questions from the dais?
Yes, thank you. I just want to see if you could just reiterate why we don't have the budget neutrality that used to exist. And more importantly, now that the election cycle has changed, how you're perhaps unable to get the benefit of multiple jurisdictions or school districts or whomever to cost share, and why we now no longer have this alignment and our costs now exceed the revenues that come in.
I'd be happy to. And this is a relatively new condition for Monterey County and many other counties in the state. We go into every budget year projecting the cost of any election that would come up and the prorated cost that the county would pay versus the cost that any of our city schools or special districts would pay. In 2017, all of our jurisdictions that we would be able to bill left the odd year cycle. That meant that we completely had no districts to bill during that year to offset the costs of any other election that the county would be responsible for. And they did that according to law based on a reduction in turnout. So anytime you have a turnout that is lower than the general year election, these schools, cities, and special districts would have to analyze their voting area, determine a certain percentage that would then cause them to legally have to transition to an even year cycle in support of voter turnout. So we lost the funding during that year from all of these jurisdictions. Now, in the even year, we do see an increase in these jurisdictions, obviously, that are sharing the cost of the election, so it reduces the county costs overall. But in that odd year cycle, when we have a primary election, there really are no jurisdictions that we can bill out. So the county is left to pay the cost of that election. The election cost is going to be whatever the cost is, $2 million, $2.5 million at this point per countywide election, regardless of the number of jurisdictions that we're able to share that cost with.
So just to the CAO, my question would be, it seems like this is a new cost that we're having to figure out because we don't have the neutrality anymore because we can't 2 for 1 in some cases. And so it sounds like there's a larger conversation we need to have in the future of what revenues covering a state mandate, a mandated service that the elections department pays. Right. You have to have an election. We can't choose not to. So I think that's a future conversation, but I do understand how we got where we are today, and you definitely need to fulfill your duty, and we're all grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the theme of my time in office will be unfunded mandates. That's what I preach, so thank you for drumming on that without me having to. Any other questions from the dais? All right, thank you, Gina. With that, we'll go back to the DA. There's Burke, so we'll give you the floor.
Apologize, I think I was working off a draft agenda, I assume.
Good morning, everybody. Janine Paccioni, Monterey County District Attorney. I'm glad to see my team is in chambers. Thank you to Chair Lopez for allowing our office to present earlier in the schedule, and I appreciate that due to a personal scheduling conflict. You're going to be hearing directly from Chief Assistant Berkeley Brannon, and he's going to briefly be identifying the specific service cuts that are going to be necessitated by the cutting of 9 attorney positions. Although we are here asking for 5 attorney positions, please know that there is a real impact right now as a result of the unfilled positions we currently have. For example, we have 2 legal secretaries that are unfilled, and we have 2 victim advocates that are unfilled as well. We have a backlog, and it's a combination of things. First of all, it's because we don't have enough filing attorneys. We don't have enough staff to input the cases. And what that does is it creates a backlog of 1,700 cases right now, which is really an astounding number of cases in a backlog status. And we are addressing that with overtime and really getting on it. But it's not sustainable, and that's as a result of not having the support staff to input the cases and then the attorneys to file them. But Burke's going to go ahead and talk to you about the reasons why we're requesting the 5 attorneys right now, and we are reluctantly giving up on our advocacy for the victim advocates and the support staff. So Burke.
Thank you. Thank you, Janine. So we're looking at some real severe personnel costs. These are just due to the base wage salary survey. What we're looking at is 9 vacant deputy DA positions. That's 21% of our general staff. We also are, as Janine just pointed out, and we're not asking for this funding, but at this point, but we're going to lose 20% of our victim advocate staff. We're going to lose 10% of our legal secretary staff. We're asking that you freeze all these unfilled positions rather than just eliminate them at this point. But we are asking for funding for 5 deputy DAs, and that would represent a 10% cut to our staff, our general fund attorney staff. And apparently our slideshow is not working at the moment, so I'll just forge ahead.
You could just ask them to advance. Yeah.
Next. So why do we have all these open positions? Well, you know, there are a number of reasons for it, but one of the ironies of this is now that we have the base wage salary survey in, you know, one of its purposes was to allow us to recruit. I mean, we really aren't competitive in this market. That's been evident. It's certainly for not lack of trying that we can't fill these positions. We have a continuous recruitment. We're constantly interviewing. We're constantly doing our best to get applications in the door. And now that we've got a remedy for it, the kind of catch-22 solution is that we can't hire. So next slide. What this slide is designed to do is just let you know that, you know, we're pretty good stewards with your general fund money. Only 53% of our budget is general fund, and that is really quite unusual for a DA's office. Numbers are usually much higher than that. You can see what they are for the contiguous counties. The thing is, when you're relying a lot on grants, as we do, the problem with that is the grants go to things that really aren't what you would think of as, you know, core responsibilities of a DA's office. They go to other things, and, you know, welfare, healthcare, insurance, and workers' comp fraud, consumer and environmental protection. These things are all very important. You know, the crimes that occur in our 2 prisons, but your general fund dollars that you invest in the DA's office, that goes to our core functions, the things that, the crimes that you would naturally assume that DA's offices are prosecuting. Next. We wanted to make the point that the money that you spend, the general fund money that you invest in our office, it is money that it has ripple effects. It's leveraged. It is money that is used to effectuate dollars spent at the municipal level in law enforcement, in police departments, at the sheriff's office for investigating cases. So all that money that goes into working up a case, sending it to the DA's office, if we're not able to file it because we don't have enough general fund investment, then that money is wasted. It's for naught. Next. So we're going to get into some service cuts that we're looking at here. Lifer hearings are hearings in front of the parole board, and the parole board is deciding whether to let a murderer, usually out of prison. They're there on an indeterminate term, which means they're there on a certain number of years to life. And the parole board is deciding whether this person is a current danger if released. And so what occurs at these hearings, the inmates represented by counsel, victims appear. These hearings occur at all of the prisons across the state of California. And we did 128 of them last year. We have 813 lifers in prison right now in Monterey County. The way we do this is we use one of our open positions that is ready to be cut to hire an annuitant who handles this work. And if we lose that position, we won't be able to afford the annuitant, and we will not be able to attend these hearings. So that is a grave consequence in terms of what we're looking at here. Next slide. We, as Janine pointed out, we are already behind on our filing. We use an annuitant. We need 3 full-time filing deputies. That's what we need to file cases. Because of recruitment issues, we are using 2 and an annuitant. And if we lose this position, we're going to lose the annuitant. We need to fill it. And what will happen is we will file felonies. Obviously, we're going to get those filed. But we file about 10,000 misdemeanors a year. And what I anticipate happening, and by the way, I was just meeting with a chief of a police department yesterday who was complaining about us not reviewing cases that they had sent in an ongoing neighbor dispute because we're behind. And what is going to happen is these cases are going to get older and older, and at a year, the statute of limitations for misdemeanors runs, and we aren't going to be able to file them. So they're going to end up being triaged, not by choice particularly, but just by an inability to do our job. And long delays, I mean, even talking about a year, these delays aren't fair to defendants who are waiting around to see if their case is going to be filed. They're not fair to victims who are wondering about their case. And we're already in a bad situation now, and obviously that situation would get much more exacerbated if the cut goes into effect. Next slide. Some of these other points that we want to make are current patchwork that we're doing to deal with our 20% shortage in attorneys, in general fund attorneys. And one of them is early resolution court. Early resolution court's a very important court to the operation of the criminal justice system here in Monterey County. It is a misdemeanor court, so about 10,000 misdemeanors come in, and they all go into early resolution court. And what happens there is we try to make an offer on these cases that will incentivize a resolution of the case, so it is a low offer, not to be repeated. And the staffing of this court requires 2 experienced attorneys to handle it. We have a vacancy, so how are we doing it? Well, we take misdemeanor attorneys, new attorneys who are assigned to a trial court, and we yank them out of the trial court, leave their partner alone there, and throw them into this court for a month. And, making the right offer, the finesse in settlements, it requires an experienced DA, and this department is not going to work at optimal effectiveness doing it this way. It's just a patchwork, and it's untenable over time, as the slide says. Next.
So just to note, we're at 10 minutes, Burke.
Oh, boy. Okay, I apologize for that. I am getting close to the end, and I'll speed up. So our elder abuse, our boss, the district attorney, had to eliminate our dedicated elder abuse prosecutor. Counties of this size have elder abuse units. And what's happened, instead of having a unit, as you should, this work is just being spread out through the office. And I think you heard Mr. Summers earlier today express his concerns and frustration with that. That's what's happening here. Next slide. Civil commitments and sexually violent predators, another area where requires specialization. These are people that the prison says are too dangerous to release. You need to civilly commit them, get them into treatment. We're just spreading it out over our, giving it to our district attorney staff, and it isn't viable over time. Next slide. And then our collaborative court, Prop 36, which are drug treatment felonies, mentally ill, Veterans Court, that is what occurs in here. We have a manager who's handling this court 3 days a week, and during those 3 days, the manager isn't supervising his misdemeanor deputies. Next. And our cold case unit. We had a person assigned to this unit. I think most board members are familiar with how successful the unit is. And what's happened is that person promoted. He's now an assistant DA. He's keeping this assignment in addition to his supervisorial duties. Next slide. So what's the cost? At a 4-step 7, it would be $1.7 million. We won't be able to hire, we don't hire at that level. We generally hire at a 1-step 2. It would be nice if we, got a 3 or a 4 applying for one of these 5 positions. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, it wouldn't even cost $666,000 over the course of the year if everyone came in at that level, because that's the amount if we hired 5 on the first day of the fiscal year. So the cost is less, and we're asking for the 666 for these 5 positions. Next slide. And this is our conclusion. You know, we don't have surplusage right now. You know, we have enough to basically get along with, you know, baling wire and duct tape at this point. But without these 5 positions, we just don't see a path forward. So we're requesting funding for them, and we're requesting you freeze the remaining, and Janine and I can take any questions that you have at this time.
Questions from the dais? Supervisor Church?
Yeah, thank you, Berkeley. Looking at the positions here, there's a couple of legal secretary positions, for example, which you were talking about the attorneys and, you know, what we need out of that. So on these legal secretary positions, when you don't have enough for that, who does the work?
Well, they just do the work.
They?
Yeah.
Who's they?
The legal secretaries. And so what we've been doing, as an example, and I realize this isn't sustainable, you know, with our filing backlog, we offered either comp time or overtime for them to come in on their own time and work on that backlog. And so we have a bunch of volunteers that came in this last weekend and worked. And obviously, if we have enough money in our budget to pay them overtime, we can do that. Or if we didn't, we'd go with comp time.
So I was just trying to make sure that we weren't using attorneys for backfilling some of this.
We don't do that.
Good.
They don't know how.
Okay. Well, that's comforting, I guess.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. And certainly very concerned about the drastic decreases in staffing at a time where voters overwhelmingly approved Prop 36 to better address crime, retail crime, other crimes that were covered under the proposition. Just going to the state budget, I know the state's not taking up their budget until next year, but Prop 36 was a point of discussion whether the governor and the legislature were going to provide local law enforcement more resources to fulfill the will and the intent of the voters of California. Any idea whether local DA offices will receive more funding at this point in time? And I know we're only a few weeks away. I think they vote on the state budget by June 15th, but there's budget trailer bills that might be deliberated into the end of session, the end of August. So, but I just want to know what may be coming to help offset the increase in workload that's coming, as you're telling us, we're going to have less staffing to do the critical work in keeping our community safe.
Well, it's a great point, Supervisor Alejo. So I am on the California DAs Association Ledge Committee, and my understanding, and this is really from yesterday, is that the money that's being asked to fund Prop 36 is for social services. That is, it's for treatment related to the drug treatment felony. So there's no money, there's no ask for DA's offices. We're just going to, and I don't know what the story is for public defenders, but as far as I know, other than the treatment component of that, we're just going to have to absorb this work.
Wow.
If I could add to that, I testified up in the Senate budget hearing on this issue a week and a half ago, and the money is not being directed toward traditional law enforcement or DAs. It was being directed specifically at behavioral health services and probation services, since that's going to be the brunt of the work that is going to need to be done to address the Prop 36 population. So there's no funding in line for prosecutors. I do know that the Public Defenders Association is requesting, I think, $120 million, but there's no funding in the works for the prosecutors' offices.
And Mr. Brannon, is the DA's Association making that request? If
we thought I think at a political level, our concern was in order to make this work, we needed the treatment money. I mean, we don't want to send people to prison for drugs, for drug possession. And, you know, our feeling is that, I know in a lot of counties, it actually works fairly well here. Behavioral health is doing a great job on this in Monterey County. But, and using, you know, Medicare, Medicaid, Medi-Cal, I should say, sorry. But a lot of counties, there's no treatment component. They don't have it. And so the law says you get treatment. And so I think our feeling was that's where the money needs to go. You know, we can, you know, we'll just deal with the rest of it. We didn't want to advocate for the proposition and then try to cash in on it.
Well, I just wanted then just to express, I'm just more concerned about your decline in staffing at a time where we expect things to be much more busier this coming fiscal year. Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. This is a question for the CAO's office, and I'm new, obviously, at this and curious the difference between what's the budgetary impact difference of freezing positions versus eliminating them, and does freezing mean keeping them unfunded?
That's exactly it. It would be, the position itself would remain, but they would be kept unfunded. So the only issue there is just the oversight then from our office. We still have a hiring freeze, so they do have to submit a request to fill the positions, but that would be the only, we would have to manage and ensure those positions were not filled because we don't have the revenue attached to them.
Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. I think this is actually one of the examples and one of the sort of broader concerns that I have as we move through this budget cycle and into the coming year and future budget cycles is that, you know, we talk about strategic reduction of workforce. I think that was one of the things that our CAO had mentioned. But yet the direction that we gave to just keep filled positions and eliminate all vacancies was more of was not a strategic direction that we as a board gave to our CAO and how to move forward. It was more of a not a scalpel decision. It was a broad I don't know, a hammer kind of decision. And this department, as a result of having a larger number of vacancies, because they hadn't been able to fill them for a variety of other reasons that we heard about earlier this morning, is now facing a reality that is tenuous. And we're now having to, I think, be more strategic in how we move forward. So I think that the broader conversation, I just want to make the point, is as we move forward, we need to be more thoughtful in the direction that we're providing to our staff so that we are strategic in what we're asking them to do, whether it be in develop a budget that does provide us with the mandated services that are fully funded, or in how we're moving forward with strategic reduction. We will have less resources. Our revenues are not increasing sufficient to meet the increasing costs. We have provided increase, as we heard this morning, we've made a commitment to paying our workforce what they fair wages, which is appropriate. But the reality is there are limited resources, and so we do need to. The number of employees that we have will be less. The amount of work is not less, and that's clear. So in this case, for this department, I think there is some balancing of what we need to do to make right the position allocation. And I guess the question is, is the 5 positions the right? Is the 6 positions the right? And so I would look to our staff. Have we had any ability to assess or look into that, or in collaboration with the district attorney? I know they've worked really hard to determine, what is maybe the right size. Do we have comparables? Is there any additional information that our CAO's team can share?
I'm going to have Debbie come up and respond to that question, so she'll be joining you there.
Maybe I could just filibuster for a second for her. We did realize that we shouldn't come out of this feeling comfortable or whole. So we tried to if you count up the number of slides there's actually 7 attorney positions on the slides. We can sustain, you can sustain going light for some period of time. You can do it. You can do it for a year. You can do it for 2 years. You heard from Mr. Summers this morning. I think there's a real level of frustration and concern in our office. We tried to give you a number that certainly that we could live with, but we felt like at the 666, filling it at that level, that that might be palatable. Filling these positions at that attorney 1, step 2 level would work. I just want to say, I didn't have a slide up there, but when you're 20% down, that I can't make a slide for that and kind of tell you how that feels. It's problematic.
No, I appreciate that, and I think, thank you.
Debbie?
So just kind of going back to the overall picture of the budget, right? And I think there might be a little confusion here. There are a lot of vacant positions in our budget. So going back to, we gave everybody a baseline. The departments chose with that baseline what they can fund and what they couldn't fund. So if there's a vacant position that is scheduled to be deleted or recommended for deletion, it's because the department couldn't fund it with this funding. So back to your question, Supervisor Daniels, it's the departments chose what to put in augmentations and what to put in their budget for operational expenses. So if somebody's coming now and saying we need these vacant positions filled, they need the related funding for it as well. So there's a lot of vacant positions. There's a lot of departments, we have them in our office, that are vacant right now. We funded them within our baseline and cut other things. So just kind of the overall clarity of the departments trying to make their budgets work within the parameters that they had within their budget, and they need a little extra to fill vacant or whatever else it may be. That makes sense.
Supervisor Daniels?
So for clarification, though, at that point in time, each department was given a baseline.
Correct.
It may have been different from what they had the year prior?
The baseline, it's kind of a complicated process, but the baseline does change with what we have. So what we do for the baseline process is you start with last year's number, you back out any one-time cost. We make all the departments whole for the cost plan, general liability insurance, and workers' comp. So that's an adjustment within their budgets. Then it comes to a new baseline. We do what we call off the top, which are our debt services and commitments that we have already made that we have to pay no matter what. And then whatever's left, the departments either get a positive or negative funding based on their total amount of the budget. So the baseline budget that changes a little bit each year, and it looks bigger for some departments and smaller for others because of the swings in the cost plans and their liability and their experience rate in workers' comp or general liability insurance.
So my last question would be, if a department had a large number of vacancies, though, would they find themselves at a disadvantage in this process?
No. So they can fund their vacancies with their baseline, or they could not fund them. So everybody's kind of in the same advantage. You're all in the same boat. Where you would find the disadvantage from, and in the DA's case, is that, the base wage studies were very favorable for them, and that's kind of where a lot of their cost differences are coming from.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Any questions for the DA? Seeing none, we'll continue. Thank you. So next up, we have the HR department. We're going to send that to Andres Piper. Looks like he's got Kim Moore coming up with him.
Good morning, Chair Lopez, members of the board. I will be presenting the fiscal year 25-26 augmentation requests for the Human Resources Department this morning. The Human Resources Department oversees and provides all county-wide human resources functions, including but not limited to policy, procedure, implementations, and compliance, labor relations negotiations, oversight of the most complex employee relations items, benefits administrations, HRIS, classification, compensation, recruitment services for centralized departments. As you can see, there are about 17 centralized departments and there are about 10 decentralized departments. Next slide, please. So the decentralized HR departments do what would be called departmental day-to-day human resources. That includes they do their own recruitments, their own selections, and transactions. They do departmental personnel transactions. They do benefit coordination, enrollment, adding dependents, and frontline employee relation support, but HR does the more complex stuff in terms of that. Given that, I would like to just present what my augmentation requests are. This is down from our original request that we had of about $783,000. I will be discussing, so we are asking for $30,000 in the classification and compensation study line, for legal services for labor negotiations, $40,000, and then the quantum employee engagement survey, we are asking for $61,000 for a total of $131,000. So briefly, I want to talk about the consultation service of classification and compensation study. Earlier this morning, you heard about the fact that so many of the compensation and wage and classification studies were taking so long. One of the reasons they were taking so long is that we did not have the necessary...
1 second, Andreas. Okay. I just lost quorum, so I've got to stop you for now. Give me 1 second.
As long as we stop the clock as well.
Yeah, your clock is stopped. You have 8 minutes remaining. All right, proceed.
Thank you, Supervisor. Consultation services, classification, and compensation studies. As you heard this morning, there was quite some delay in some of the compensation studies. When I came on board in December of 2023, I made sure that we caught up on that delay. One of the challenges we have there is that we do not have enough staff in the classification and compensation division to do a timely and to do class and comp and base wage studies in a timely manner. We heard this morning, the remark that classification and compensation study could be done in 20 minutes. That's akin to taking basically your symptoms, putting them in WebMD and diagnosing yourself. It's much more complex than that. The effects of non-funding is delayed county responses to classification and compensation proposals, continue working out of class of employees, impacts to services as appropriate duties cannot be assigned and appropriate job classes cannot be developed. What we want to use this money for is where we have critical class comp and wage studies that we need to do. We can use an outside consulting firm so that we don't get the same backlog that we had prior to me coming on board, which was over 7 years. The legal services for labor negotiations, that's very, very important. Currently, we are still busy with our foundational agreement negotiations with the Union of American Physicians and Dentists. And in January of 2026, we are going to start with the California Nurses Association, which is going to be a very complex and involved negotiations. The legal support is really important for us it comes to laying down this memorandum of understanding with UAPD, because that sets the tone for future labor negotiations, and therefore we have that request for outside funding that we need to do outside negotiation consulting. The effects of non-funding would, of course, be delayed county responses to union proposals. It could lead to some labor unrest and impacts to services to the public if appropriate contingency planning and legal measures are not appropriately completed in the event of labor actions. The last one is the quantum agreement. Now, this is a very important part. Research indicates that when employees feel their voices are heard, they are more likely to remain with the organization. We have just completed a big quantum survey, and we are basically now working with the various departments to implement the top 3 areas that have come up from that quantum survey. To continue these efforts, we need to make sure that once we've implemented that, we do the survey again, and therefore we are asking for just so we can continue with the contract for 1 year. Through the survey, departments can conduct surveys such as quarterly pulse surveys, job applicant surveys regarding the recruiting experience, new hire and onboarding surveys, and exit surveys. The lack of effects of non-fundings, the lack of employee engagement software program requires extensive manual analysis of the survey data collected, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's accurate. And the costs are significantly lower than adding staff to assist the employee engagement manager. And I have to mention, for a county our size, we have one employee engagement manager for a county of almost 6,000 employees. That is, so this software really has a huge multiplier effect. So in summary, my requests are going to be the class and comp studies, the 30,000 that I'm looking for there, legal service for labor negotiations, 40,000, the quantum employee engagement survey, 61,000. These are all one-time funding requests. I'm fully aware that coming to the board and asking you for, ongoing funding requests is just not in this fiscal time viable. I appreciate the board's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Questions from the dais? Supervisor Church.
Sure. Just looking at the presentation we had earlier and what you're requesting and understanding for a budget office to keep up with, as we go through this last days of your preparation for the budget office to keep up with every department's presentation can be really difficult. But I noticed under home and a few things that under this under the unfunded augmentations on the presentation, it lists 3 positions, which you don't seem to be emphasizing as much. And also the legal services was 100,000, which looks like you've trimmed down to, 40,000?
Yes.
So I just want to make absolute confirmation that, because a couple of things up here, your augmentation requests are not on this presentation list. You consider these more significant?
Yes, this is what we are asking for.
Okay.
The other relating to ongoing funding, and at this point in time, I don't think it's opportune to be asking for something that would require ongoing funding.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Other questions from the dais? All right, seeing none, thank you both. We're going to proceed to the Assessor County Clerk Recorder. Give you the floor, Marina Camacho and team.
Marina Camacho, Assessor Clerk Recorder. Good morning, Chair, CAO De La Rosa, and members of the board and members of the public. I'm here to present for my budget augmentation of 3 positions for the Assessor Clerk Recorder's office. It's the same augmentation request that I requested earlier at the budget workshop back in April 28th. Total of the amount that we are requesting, is $403,114. 3 positions, an office assistant position of $103,476 to help make the clerk recorder's office fully staffed. Right now, that department consists of 3 positions, 2 office assistants, and a supervising office assistant 2. Currently, we have 2 positions there, and due to one of the positions was used to offset the wage study increases from 2024 and again used to meet the GFC for 2025, 2026. In order to offset some of the challenges that we face in that department is we used a position from the assessor's office side to cross-train and currently assist in that department. But that's still even a challenge. That the impact there is a reduction in staffing levels for the assessor side to help with the support the appraisal staff and meet the customer service demands. One of the things that actually impacted on a positive side, the clerk recorder side, is that last year in February 2024, we started offering a service of civil marriages. that's become quite a positive impact on the department and has been able to generate some good revenue, positive to the department. This year alone, effective July 1st to actually last week, we've generated 82,500. That's about 825 ceremonies. We're averaging about 18 ceremonies per week. Again, we could be doing more if we had the additional staff member. Right now we have, doing those ceremonies, it does impact the lines that we are able to service as quickly as possible. We are projecting that by the end of this fiscal year, we should have performed roughly around 900 plus ceremonies, bringing it to about 90,000. And we are also projecting that for next fiscal year with the added services that we included for this particular service that we offer to the county and to the community. And actually, there's a lot of people that come from different counties that use Monterey County as the destination to come and get their civil marriages performed here. We are anticipating that we will generate sufficient revenue to fund this position for the next fiscal year. Which brings us to my next two positions is the appraisers 2. We have 2 vacancies that we use to offset the wage studies that happened in 24 and then also in 25, which were favorable to the staff, but as you can see, we don't get any new real dollars, so therefore when we as a department have to choose what positions we use to offset the costs, it's not a choice that we want to get rid of those positions or we don't want to fill them. It's just we have to make the sacrifice to ensure that we meet the general fund contribution that we are provided to meet on that baseline. I just wanted to put that out there. The appraiser positions total is 299,638. So if we are able, our projection is that we will be able to fund this office assistant too. So really from the general fund would be like 299,638 as opposed to the 403. These positions, as the board is very, very aware, and CAO just talked about how important the property tax revenue is to the county in general. And looking at the current budget book, it is estimated that $312 million of the non-program revenue comes from the property tax revenue. Of that, $229,000.6 million, or 74%, is of discretionary funding to this board. And I wanted to just point out that these 2 positions are a contributing factor to generating that revenue that gives it to the county and the departments to fund salaries, benefits across the board, those that rely on the general fund, including my department. So we work very diligently. We are very lean in terms of what we do. And I wanted to just go over some of the impacts of not funding this. As this board is very well aware, the annual assessment roll becomes the base upon which the local property taxes are levied, collected, and subsequently distributed to the cities, counties, and special districts to fund government services. While we do our very best I have wonderful, great, committed staff that does the work that we do daily. I'm very proud of what they do. I would be remiss in saying that it is not a challenge each year. And every year that we have to consider what positions we are going to use to offset any new increases or costs or wage studies, in this case, which are favorable to our employees, which is very well deserved. Nevertheless, it is an impact, and it is something that we have to, as a department head, I have to make the tough decisions as to, okay, what vacancies do I not fill this year? How does this impact the workload? Well, how does it impact? It's a delayed in reassessment and value enrollment, which is a delay to the general fund. Less properties levied, less collected and apportioned to the counties, the cities, and the schools, and the special districts. As I stated, 74% of that revenue comes from the work that my staff does. Less dollars for the GSC used to fund all these salaries and benefits and the core services of the department, including mine. Customer service impact, angry taxpayers, property owners, untimely valuation, which equals reduced valuation for them or underassess, if you will, until we get to their assessment change. Currently, we have the department, the impact to the department and the county as a whole. We currently have approximately 4,800 remaining workload supplemental assessments. Tentatively could be drum up about $1.7 billion. And this is based on a $355,000 per supplemental assessment. Having these two positions would help increase the, basically reduce the workload to the staff that we currently have because they have an increased workload. In addition to having an increased workload, we have a couple of appraisers that are currently an LOA, which makes it even more strenuous on my current staff. Lower enrolled dollars to all the agencies that depend on the property taxes levied and collected. So consequently, if we don't have a fully staffed, we can't enroll the reappraisal events timely, and the county doesn't get the revenue from these events to fund the core services. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments from this.
Thank you. Questions from the dais? I'm going to go down on this. I'm going to start with Supervisor Daniels. Sorry, Supervisor Church. I know you're used to going first, but Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I just am trying to understand the 60 to 70% discretionary funding that could be lower. And so I just have some basic questions about when is a property reassessed?
The property is reassessed anytime there's a change in owner, whether it's a purchase, a partial interest, a partial sale. When there's a report from the State Board of Equalization that they receive information that an entity has crossed a threshold of over 51% has changed ownership, so it results in a change of ownership. So anytime there's a change of ownership or new construction.
So a new construction, I would understand, requires some back and forth with a property owner. But doesn't all of those other things just trigger the reassessment? Or do you, in some cases, just rely on a previous assessment if you don't have the staff in place? I'm trying to understand the...
No, we have to reassess them regardless.
Right. So I'm just trying to understand the relationship between the two positions that are needed this year and the potential loss in revenues that you're citing.
It won't be a loss. It's just a delayed revenue to the general fund.
Delayed.
It'll take a little bit longer to work the events. And I will state this, is that my staff works really hard to ensure that we capture everything as timely, but having a greater workload and distributed among less staffing makes it that much more challenging.
100% understood. That part I understand. So if there is a reassessment that's delayed, do you collect on past years that
Correct.
were underpaid?
As opposed to the new valuation value, correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
So being just a little pedantic today because I want to make sure I understand everything and not make any wrong assumptions, but you did say that the office assistant position you can fund yourself, correct?
We are projecting that we should generate sufficient revenue from the civil ceremonies, given with the additional services that we recently got approved on the fee schedule thanks to this board. We are projecting, because as for this year, we're projecting about 90,000 or so for the revenue, so that leaves just a tiny bit less. So we are projecting that for next year we should be able to fund it.
Okay, so then we just started really looking at these two.
Yes.
To a position. So I want to make sure I was absolutely clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're relying on love to balance the budget. All
That's right.
Going down this way? No? All right. Seeing no others, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. With that, let me take us to the CRO, and I think we've got Juan and Nadia coming forward.
I could start. Nadia's working on the slides, which should be coming up shortly. Good morning, members of the public, supervisors, and county colleagues. My name is Juan Rodriguez. I'm the Civil Rights Officer, and I'm joined here today by with by Nadia Velarde, Senior Analyst with the Civil Rights Office. I'm trying to rush, and this is making me nervous, so I'm going to take a breath. But I promise it's under 10. We have a short presentation for you regarding our requested augmentations. Our first slide, as you can see from this slide, 90% of our budget is allocated to salaries and benefits, leaving little room to implement programs which are mandated by either the state or the federal government or by this Board of Supervisors. We are requesting augmentations for $118,702, which we group by program and priorities. As we discuss the augmentations, please keep in mind that these augmentation requests are considerably less than the average cost of a full-time analyst position in our office, which is $200.
So to help you in the public visualize our requests, we organize them here by priority. We have the red signifying a vital function, blue the mandatory compliance function, and black signifying a maintenance of minimal level of service for the Civil Rights Office, all totaling $118,702. The couple that have an asterisk are denoting a function that is either mandated by the state or the federal government or both. So we are here focusing first on our first set of augmentations, the red highlighted augmentations, which are vital for a functioning Civil Rights Office. We have the administration request here first. This request is representing the minimum amount of funding necessary to run our office. This includes our copier machine, document translation, and our small office software. Second, we have our internal investigation request. One of our state and federally mandated functions of the Civil Rights Office is to conduct workplace investigations of unlawful discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. This augmentation request allows us to continue to perform this function well. This is essentially functioning to fund our case management system that currently stores our office's investigations for the last 7 years. This is the software that analysts are primarily documenting and maintaining records of all investigations that we conduct. This is where we keep our files when county council requests them to defend lawsuits, and where we store the information that departments need to respond to the state civil rights department or the Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. While the board directed the CAO to fund the full $24,000 for this, they had to make the tough decision to reduce it by 25%, which isn't sufficient to cover the cost. And then lastly, we have our mandatory training augmentation. Our office provides 2 mandatory trainings to the county. One is the Board of Supervisors mandated civil rights training. The other is the California mandated prevention of sexual harassment training. We developed the civil rights training in-house, but we need a software license to do this. As for the state mandated training, we contract with the vendor to provide an online version of the training that is updated frequently and works seamlessly with our learning management system, and we have a legal obligation to provide this training.
This is a good summary of these vital augmentations for a functioning Civil Rights Office, but I want to reiterate that to have a functioning investigatory and preventive framework, these augmentations are really necessary. If not granted today, we anticipate that by September of this year, we will probably be making, again, the request to the Budget Committee and this Board of Supervisors for these augmentations.
Next, discussing that next level of augmentations, those that are necessary to maintain a minimal compliance with federal law. These 2 functions are developing an equal opportunity plan, which is simultaneously compliance and discrimination prevention. The other is implementing Title VI of the Civil Rights Act plan, especially within it the language access plan, which lives within Title VI, recently approved by the Board of Supervisors in February of this year and required by federal law. The Title VI plan is not only a compliance issue, but a vehicle to serve our residents better and can prevent complaints of unlawful discrimination by members of the public against the County of Monterey. To fully implement these functions, we'll need $11,000 for the federal workforce reporting requirements and $38,000 for Title VI, equaling $49,000 for both. This $38,000 includes funding Title VI implementation for full programming, including a community interpretation certificate for county employees with MIS and a paid intern, among other things. However, acknowledging the constraints of the budget this year, we can make these 2 functions work with a reduced amount of $16,000. $1,000. And this last set of augmentations are designed to maintain a minimum level of service for the Civil Rights Office, including funding for the Community Impact Action Plan, also known as CIAP, that this board also approved February 2025 this year. And the $10,000 for CIAP will allow materials for leads from several county departments for training materials, professional development. And the last item is for mileage for the community volunteers that serve on the 2 Brown Act commissions that are office staffs. So here's again our request of our augmentations. We've totaled them here by priority and what's most essential to our primary functions. In summary, our total request is $118,702 minus the $18,000 in the recommended budget, broken down as you can see here as follows. For vital CRO functioning, represented in red, we're requesting $57,000 to meet minimum compliance and discrimination prevention. In blue, we're requesting the full amount of $49,000 or the minimum $16,000 to maintain minimum compliance. And then this last set, identified in black, to help the county better serve our residents and meet minimal levels of current service, we are requesting $12,400.
So thank you very much for your attention. We recognize the really hard job you have balancing our residents' needs and are happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the dais? Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I just want to get one little clarification on your numbers here because, oh, could we have that screen back?
I didn't stop there. Oh, that's not me.
There we go. Thanks. Just pointing out. So I know the investigations are 18,000 is already funded.
Yes.
The board recommended 24, but yeah, the CAO's office recommended the 18.
So you need another 6.
Another 6 for investigations, yes.
And I know you down at the bottom, you say it's 39,302 is what you need, but up here it kind of gives the idea that you're asking for 57, but you're really only asking for 39, if I understand it correct. Or am I incorrect on that?
Okay, yes. Technically, yes. I don't know if the recommended budget is not adopted yet, so it's just summing it up.
Okay. I just seek it for clarification of the amount. We're really looking at 39 from
in addition to the recommended.
In addition.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the dais? Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, I think this is just another one of those, like, I guess it didn't occur to me that we needed to give direction to fund, to include all of our mandated, legally required programs and services in the recommended budget. But just to be clear, the 118 is what you would require in order to perform your legally mandated.
So the full 118 would do the minimal level of compliance that we're doing now. But like Nadia mentioned, we recognize how tough a year is. I think the reduced amount, instead of the 49,000, we can do it with 16,000. So the total would be
85,702. That the 118 is for total programming, but minus if we do 16 instead of the 49. That would give us about 85,702.
And to Supervisor Church's point, minus 18 that was already recommended by the budget office.
Oh, sorry, so 85 minus 18 or 85 total?
So 85 total, including the 18 already recommended by the budget office.
85 include, so what's the total amount additional dollars that you need? 67 or 85?
It's 67,702.
Thank you, Sonia.
67, okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Trying to run these numbers. We're looking at this. I'm trying to get where we get to 67, and maybe I'm just looking at this wrong.
It's 39. It's the 39 plus the 16.
Oh, and the 12.
Plus the 12.
Okay. Yeah, missed that. Thanks.
All right. Other questions from the dais? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right. We're going to proceed. Going to DEM.
You guys are going to pull it up? It is open. right. Good morning. My name is Kelsey Scanlon, Director of Emergency Management. Thank you so much for having me. I wanted to take a moment to thank our staff at the Department of Emergency Management. Since my first day here, not but 7 years ago, they have been moving quite literal mountains and then sometimes putting them back, but have done a tremendous job in bearing the weight of the county response to all kinds of natural disasters in Monterey County. So throughout the iterative process of the Monterey County fiscal year 25-26 budget process, we had identified approximately 4 total positions that would likely be cut as a result of our GFC limitations. Through the CAO's recommended budget, the administrative secretary position, which is a full-time permanent position and currently filled, is recommended, which leaves us with 3 positions that are anticipated to be cut, one of which is a part-time temporary retired annuitant serving as an emergency services planner. One is a full-time limited term management analyst 2, which is currently filled. And one is a management analyst 2 position, which is currently vacant, though full-time and permanent. As you're aware, we have significant impacts in Monterey County as a result of natural disasters, but most importantly, it's extremely difficult for us to anticipate what kind of disasters might occur in the coming fiscal years. So we're constantly anticipating how we can be more nimble and more effective in how we leverage our resources, ensuring that we're meeting the ongoing and ever-changing needs of the community, including but not limited to emerging new threats, rising disaster costs, increasing community expectations, and cascading impacts. This is significantly less than what was presented at the budget workshop. We have taken a hard look and triaged our request, which is not to say that the original requests during the workshop were not necessary, but we understand the predicament of the current budget situation and have attempted to really be surgical about what it is that we're requesting. So this augmentation request is assuming the approval of our admin secretary position as part of the CAO's recommended budget. We had initially asked for a new allocation of a permanent management analyst 3 position, which we are now asking that instead of a new position, reallocate a current MA2 to an MA3, which would cost about $15,911. We are also asking for the allocation of, we're asking to retain one of our current vacant positions, which is a management analyst 2, to assist us in financial administration, which I'll talk a little bit about. If we're unable to do that, we would appreciate that the position be frozen and unfunded, but retain the allocation. We have also requested one-time funds for an emergency operations plan to be updated, which is a mandate. And though not included in this request, something for consideration is the Emergency Operations Center budget, as well as funding for grant administration for the Pajaro Recovery Program. So we have asked for the reallocation of a management analyst 2 to a management analyst 3 to assist with local, state, and federal grant program administration and pre- and post-disaster contracts. This position was originally requested of the board in the fiscal year 23-24 augmentations, which Supervisor Alejo brought up during the budget workshops to assist with contracts, pre- and post-event MOUs, grants, and FEMA public assistance. We had intended on this position focusing predominantly on FEMA public assistance. However, at the time had to repurpose the position to focus on the administration of the Homeland Security Grant Program, which is managed through our office. This position was staffed full-time for a year after it was allocated, and the position, or the person filling the position, worked approximately 98% of their time on the Homeland Security Grant Program to address the significant backlog as a result of grant monitoring, and also served a total of 568 hours above their annual time, trying to make headway on that backlog. And that program funds things like the Monterey County Sheriff's Office SWAT program, the bomb squad, the Environmental Health Bureau hazmat team, the Salinas Fire hazmat team, the Monterey Peninsula Special Response Unit, the Monterey Urban Search and Rescue team, the Search and Rescue team, the Monterey Fire Boat, the Monterey County Sheriff's Office dive team. So not an insignificant program by any means. And so we greatly appreciate that augmentation in fiscal year 23, and would like to, considering the significant amount of work and the complexity of the work, reallocate this position from an MA2 to an MA3. We are also requesting continuing funding for a management analyst 2 that is currently vacant. This position did have a conditional offer out when the freeze went into effect. That person later denied the conditional offer and took a position with a competing agency within the Monterey Peninsula region. This position was originally allocated to be a training and exercise coordinator, which is essential for our ability to meet training requirements. Those duties have been reassigned to an emergency services planner, reducing our ability to update emergency services plans. We are requesting that this position be funded, and if not, that we retain the allocation but keep it unfunded. We require somewhat of a significant amount of flexibility in our ability to respond to whatever disasters are occurring and the subsequent recovery operations to meet the needs of our community and reduce human suffering and protect human life. And so having an allocated position allows us to be nimble and flexible as disasters occur, and we can hire quickly, or should additional grants become available, use management and administration costs affiliated with that grant to manage those programs, which have direct impact in the community. We have not included it in this augmentation request. We have included it in the augmentation request for a total of $140,000. This position, or this project, was originally funded by ARPA due to the complexities of competitive procurement in Monterey County. It took about a year to find a vendor, and upon about the time we were ready to enter into a contract, we were coming to the end of the fiscal year. We are requesting funds to update the emergency operations plan, which is a mandate under Monterey County Government Code as well as state and federal code. This document serves as the county's policies and procedures for responding to various disasters in the county and outlines those duties, responsibilities, and authorities. I will mention that this plan is a one-time expense. We do it about every 5 to 6 years, and it is a critical service that enhances public safety, emergency services, and disaster response, prevention, and recovery, and serves the unincorporated area. The municipal jurisdictions are required to have their own emergency operations plan, and as such, this project does qualify for Measure A AA funds should you choose to fund it with that source. The Emergency Operations Center budget, this is a one-time appropriation. I believe this is the third year that we have requested this fund. It is essentially the buffer between us and the strategic reserve. Obviously, you can't fund a full disaster with $600,000, but it does allow us some flexibility in initial startup costs. For context, $600,000 can buy us 30 days for 45 families in non-congregate sheltering. It can buy us community dumpsters for debris removal at no cost directly to our residents. It can provide us free public transportation for evacuees for 2 weeks. It can provide us a emergency flood berm at Dompierre Park. So there is a lot we can do with $600,000 that has a direct impact on our communities that allow us to move quickly without impacting the strategic reserve right away. And last but not least, we are requesting funds for to continue funding for a full-time limited term management analyst 2 to administer the Assembly Bill 102 grant funds in the unincorporated township of Pajaro. We have about 6 to 8 months left on that grant, and then close out of that grant. And so if unable to fund with general fund dollars, could be funded through Measure AA, as it does meet the below categories and specifically serves the unincorporated township of Pajaro. If that is unfeasible, an alternative funding source is utilizing Assembly Bill 102, which the board had not wanted to do when this program was first established, but is a potential eligible activity under this grant.
We are at 10 minutes.
And that is actually my last slide, and I will open it up to questions.
Questions from the dais? All right. Thank you, Kelsey.
Thank you so much.
We're going to go to the Sheriff's Department next. Just a heads up to the public, we are going to break after this for a lunch break. Depending on how long this takes, I'll announce when we complete this, what time we will come back, and we will continue.
Supervisor, if you want to stand up and take a big stretch as we bring up our... No, I'm being serious. You guys have sat here through a long time, so it's a little tense, too.
Usually say that at 5 o'clock.
I'm not giving him an early break.
This is easy. We're only halfway through.
Yeah, there's no easy answer, and we understand that, so thank you. Good morning. I'm Sheriff Tina Nieto. Presenting our budget stuff is my Undersheriff Keith Boyd. To my left, your right. So Keith, 10 minutes.
Recognizing we only have 10 minutes, our augmentation request is $645,000 per minute. So we'll keep it brief. So thank you for your time, Chair and members of the board. Just a little background on the Sheriff's Office budget, looking at prior fiscal years. In fiscal year 24, our growth over fiscal year 23 was $4.8 million. That dealt with $525,000 added to the Sheriff's budget for creation of the jail compliance unit, $950,000 in restored funding of unfunded deputy sheriffs for the jail, and at that time, $3.3 million in augmentation for increases in jail health care costs. In fiscal year 25, our growth over 24 was approximately $7.5 million. We received $4 million in augmented funding to maintain 29 positions at that time. We received $2 million in new funds for Axon, the implementation of our Axon technology program, body-worn cameras, tasers, drone, and the interview system. We received an additional $290,000 in new funding to expand our jail compliance unit. And non-GFC impact, but we added $1.2 million in new revenue funds through CalAIM grants to help with the expansion of the mandated CalAIM program. The reason I show this year over year is when we talk about baseline, our baselines has grown, but it's never grown in satisfactory nature to offset true impacts to the need to maintain status quo. This year, in fiscal year 26 coming in, our baseline is at $168.5 million. It's recommended in the CO's recommended budget to fund 21 positions that are currently occupied with $3.3 million in augmented funds, bringing our recommended at this time to $171.8 million. It's to note our status quo to maintain for the upcoming fiscal year would be $188.5 million. Now, a lot of people or departments have put different things into augmentation. We focused on ensuring our mandates were within our baseline, and then we looked at what are we not mandated to do. And so that's where the 16.7, it's going to include personnel costs because we ran out of other non-mandated things we could ask for. So to try to cut that request and to support the rest of the county to bring our augmentation down, if we look at our $188.5 million requested budget, we've eliminated some augmentations from consideration. We eliminated an additional $2 million in overtime we were seeking. We eliminated $750,000 in the partial Axon we were requesting. The big one we've eliminated because we don't have a new contract in place at this time is we eliminated a request for increased jail healthcare funding of $7.2 million, which was a projection based on market. We recognize there's not enough money to go around, but we're trying to sort this out. We're also working with our municipal partners across the county to enter into an MOU to fund 3 of our record specialists for services that we provide for the rest of the county to offset, which will bring in approximately $336,000 in revenue. That's bringing our requested budget down to about $178.2 million. Our recommended CAO budget at this time is $171.8, which puts us still at a need for $6.4 million that we're seeking and asking for your support. That $6.4 million is 1.45 is our Axon technology program. That was originally funded with ARPA funding in year 1. We have it still shifted to augmentation. But to meet the other $5 million in augmentation needs, there's not services that we could necessarily cut. So it leaves us to 28 vacant positions. What is noted in the CAO's recommended budget position is different than what we have noted in this slide coming up, and it's partially because of the continual movement of positions within the organization. So our vacancies when that book was built is different than what it is today. Looking at that $5 million augmentation request for personnel, it's 28 total positions. $3.8 million is tied to 16 sworn deputies, 8 of those in the operations side of the house, which is out in field services, serving the community, responding to day-to-day calls for service, and 8 of those are in the jail. We want to note that we've been under a hiring freeze countywide since October of 2024, but at this time, we have approximately 26 deputy sheriffs ready to hire if funding is authorized. We have people that want to work and do the job of serving the public and serving in public safety. We also are short 12 professional staff in this vacant for $1.2 million that we're seeking funding, and we have 8 of those positions ready to hire as well. This is our prioritization list for our augmentation for the vacant positions. As you'll note, we have the deputy sheriffs in corrections listed number 1 and the deputy sheriffs in enforcement listed number 2. And then we run down our list of professional staff based on our prioritization of need within the organization. This list is different than what is listed in the recommended CAO budget book. So it's noted that the board would have to give direction on this to be the vacant cuts if they're to occur, because the board controls the funding, the sheriff under government code controls the allocation of the funding. And so we've moved to these positions to spread the impacts across the organization instead of being staggered in the CAO recommended, which heavily hit enforcement. Just to note, settlement impacts for our jail, for the federal settlement, if we aren't able to achieve maintaining the vacant positions, we could see a reduced ability to provide services to our incarcerated population and their families that come to visit them. We could see a reduced ability to implement mandates from the state and federal government and federal settlement. We could see increased hazards due to reduced staffing. We could see impacts to employee wellness due to increased overtime or shortage of staff to support them. We could see increases in overtime due to cut positions because the jail is a mandated requirement. We could see increased costs long-term to our federal monitors in the settlement. We could see increased costs long-term to the plaintiff's attorneys. We could see an increased potential for judicial sanctions against the county and the sheriff for failure to implement the mandates of the settlement agreement. In field services, the impacts to the community could be with the loss of funding for those vacant positions. To the Monterey and King City substations, we could see a closure of those stations or modifications of services from those stations. We could see the reassignment of sworn and professional staff from those stations to the headquarters in Salinas. We could see a reduction of the actual amount of patrol cars patrolling the streets countywide. We could see extended patrol response times due to the countywide due to the longer distance that they're traveling. We could see extreme delay or non-response to low priority calls, such as food vendors, such as noise complaints, such as things of that nature. We could see a significant reduction in our ability to serve as the operational area mutual aid coordinator and support our municipal partners. Again, circling back, our augmentation request, and we know there's no money. There is a limited amount of funding to go around. And to fund this, you're really looking at contingencies and such. But we're focusing on the $1.45 million to maintain the Axon body-worn camera. If it's not funded, then we're going to have to find a way to absorb that cost into our budget of what we're allocated and make it happen. Or consider eliminating that contract with Axon and eliminating the body-worn cameras, because that's our one way to get out of that contract legitimately, is a lack of funding. And as noted, funding of approximately $5 million for the 28 vacant positions, 16 sworn, 12 professional staff, and we're in a position to hire 24 today. Before I take questions, our Sheriff, one more thing. I just want to thank all of you for your time. I know you understand the value of public safety. I want to thank the men and women of the organization who serve this county day in and day out, give their heart, give their soul, give their blood to take care of the residents. And we appreciate your consideration for them, for this community, in evaluating our request.
All right, questions from the dais. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, so just an acknowledgement, and you called it out in the initial portion, but the jail healthcare RFP that's out, and can you just speak to the timeline of that?
I'll ask counsel before I answer.
I think you
broadly. Yeah, broadly.
Yeah, I think you can speak to when you would expect award to go out and negotiations to be completed with the bidder that was awarded.
So we, Supervisor, we are expecting that in the first 2 weeks of June, that we will be able to begin negotiating with whichever vendor was selected for that future process to develop a contract. The current agreement in place that we have funding in our budget, baseline budget to cover, goes through December 31st of 2025, and we would project this new contract to begin thereafter.
So middle of this budget year, we would expect a new contract to be executed. So there's a cost potential change associated with that that's unexpected at this point, or unknown at this point, that if the sheriff's, whatever we allocate to the sheriff's office isn't sufficient to cover that, it ultimately would be something that we'd have to come back. And I just want to acknowledge that the board, the county, with the amount of resources that we've expended, we've spent almost all of our one-time pots of money, our savings. And as we go through this process here, it's looking like we're going to be asked to spend into our contingency today in order to meet basic legally mandated services and requirements, which will effectively leave us without many options for resources available to pull from to respond to unexpected costs that come up over the course of the year. So I want to be really clear about how tight things are. I'm not putting you guys, but more to that everyone's on the same page about the realities that we're facing. We've had one-time money that our predecessors have put aside over the years. We've now spent all of that. We're going to be spending the one-time money that we have available for this budget year, and we're expecting that there are some unknown costs that are going to hit us come December, come January, come whenever this new contract gets put into place. We don't know what those costs are going to be. I just want to acknowledge that reality, and so thank you for the presentation.
Supervisor Church.
Thank you for that question or that comment there, Supervisor Askew. It was one of my points I was going to make there too. Could you go in and explain how you cut the $750,000 out of the Axon? Because there was 2.2 and you went to 1.45.
So the Axon Contract cost for the upcoming fiscal year to maintain what we entered into an agreement with them last year is approximately $1.45 million. We had added approximately $750,000 into that funding for the next year to fund the replacement of drones that we lost in May of 2023 during a critical incident. Drones that have just service life or at end of serviceable life. Also, we were looking to expand services with Axon to add what's called fleet cameras into our corrections vehicles. So when we're transporting incarcerated persons, we would be able to have in-car cameras and have for litigation and risk management. So that money is what was reduced from our augmentation request, and we're just staying with the contract need at this point.
So to fund this, when for this 1.5 million, what's the deadline for us to come to fund with that? Do you have to have that one on this budget right now? Can it come later, for example?
The bill will come due in fiscal year 26, and as I recall, it's September 1st with a 45-day payment terms. So we'll get the bill for 1.5 million, 1.45 approximately September 1st, and have to pay it no later than October.
15th of October or something like around then. Okay, thanks.
Other questions from the dais? All right, so for my only question is looking at the list, it was we moved a little quickly through the numbers, but in terms of patrol, right, I heard potential closure of Monterey, potential closure of King City, but big picture in terms of getting folks out on the street and visible, that's what I've always prioritized. So I'm just curious, given what you're laying out here, where does that fall in your final request?
So working diligently in the past to impact when the sheriff took office, we had 20 plus vacancies. And as of last June 30 at the end of the fiscal year, we were full sworn staff. That put us in a position recognizing all those deputies would go through training, start hitting individual solo this spring, March, April. So we have increased the transfer of deputies from the jail to the streets as part of our patrol training program. We have approximately 8 to 10 deputies right now in patrol training, and those deputies will be on the street solo if they successfully complete the training end of summer. And that this allows us to continue that path. If we lose these 8 sworn vacancies in patrol, we won't have any vacancies to transfer anybody from the jail into to increase staffing until somebody retires, separates for some form, or gets promoted.
You need those funded or are they unfunded? What is your retirement rate looking like right now to be able to backfill some of those folks in if we leave them unfunded?
Unfunded, if they're unable to be funded, unfunded is always better than eliminated. We believe we have retirements coming this summer, but we never know because employees can seek to reap the benefits of the pension system with the increased salary that we've given.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the dais? Supervisor Daniels.
So just looking at this list to follow up with the previous question, so we're talking about number 1, that first 8, those are the patrols you're talking about. Deputy Sheriff Corrections and Deputy Sheriff Enforcement. Which are the 8 you're talking about?
The 8 that the Supervisor Lopez just referenced were number 2.
Okay.
The 8 and number 1 are in the jail.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody, don't open any emails from me.
Or Keith, I got some from Keith too. That was entertaining. Phishing scams. Okay, so we're sitting at 12:11. I'm going to reconvene us here at 1. So we'll take a 50-minute break here for lunch. We'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock to continue.
Yes, cybersecurity is real.
Memory of Odie, and Supervisor Alejo will take lead on that. Fire up. Just a reminder, we are in the middle of our budget hearing. If you're just joining us, we just concluded the sheriff's item, broke for lunch, and will now be picking up the Health and Human Services tab of our agenda. At this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to Elsa Jimenez, our Director of Health, for her 5-minute presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, 10-minute presentation.
Good afternoon. Chair Lopez, members of the board, CAO de la Rosa, County Council Blitch, county colleagues, and members of the public. Thank you for allowing me to present the Health Department's fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. I want to express my appreciation for the Health Department directors and finance team members for preparing a balanced budget. A warm thank you to our team members that have direct contact with our clients, patients, consumers, and the general public for making them feel valued, welcome, and wanting to continue to receive Health Department services. And to the public for continuing to put your trust in your local health department, helping us bring additional resources to our county. The Health Department continues to expand its services and programming through receipt of new grant dollars and expansion of billable services. We continue to rely on the general fund for those services that are not reimbursable through other means. The department's recommended budget for fiscal year 26 is 17% greater than our current year adopted budget, funded with outside revenues and departmental revenues. The county's general fund contributions continues to be only about 3.89% of our total appropriations. At your Board of Supervisors workshop earlier in March, I presented the department's requested budget, highlighting the general fund augmentation request for a total of $327,000. Your board provided support for the two investments highlighted on this slide. While we appreciate having received preliminary approval for 75% of our request for the spay and neuter clinics, we urge the board to reconsider and approve the remaining county share of almost $27,000. A special note, the City of Salinas' preliminary budget does include 100% of their share for spay and neuter services at a value of about $98,000. Approval of the spay and neuter clinic ask in full will result in the successful coordination of about 45 to 50 clinics in the areas of greatest need based on data, serving up to 1,500 cats and dogs, supporting continued efforts to reduce unwanted animals, many of which end up in our shelter. By offering low-cost spay and neuter services, we will achieve a decrease in the number of feral cat colonies and population over time and ensure our residents have access to low-cost services for their dogs and cats in their own neighborhood and community. So this slide highlights the pending augmentations for your consideration. I'd like to note that there are 4 new positions that we've asked for the Hitchcock Road Animal Services JPA. With the formation of the JPA, or the Joint Powers Agreement, in January of 2023, the costs are shared between the county and the City of Salinas at about 51% and 49% respectively. The dollars noted under the reimbursement column is the anticipated City of Salinas contribution towards requested augmentations approved by the JPA Board of Directors in February of this year. The approval of these 4 positions will help us meet existing needs for services in the field, in the shelter, and expand capacity to pursue grant funds and programming services. Of note, these new functions could be funded with Measure AA funds once those revenues are realized. So just highlighting, so $27,000 balance of our request for spay and neuter clinics, a full-time animal control officer, a full-time management analyst, a full-time office assistant 2, and an animal care technician, all totaling about $253,000. So these are the 2 recommendations before you today. The first is to approve our pending augmentation request of about $253,000 in full. And the second is to approve establishment of fund balance for the Joint Powers Agreement Fund. Currently, the practice has been for both agencies to contribute proportionally towards the actual costs, and excess contributions are returned to the city and the county. Approval to establish a fund balance for the JPA will provide an opportunity to accumulate funds for future operational and facility needs. The fund balance will be created over time by retention of unspent contributions from both the City of Salinas and the County of Monterey. And that concludes my presentation.
Right on, 5 minutes. All right, questions from the dais? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate the presentation. With that, we're going to jump into HCD's presentation. Mr. Spencer, you do not get to keep the balance of Elsa's time. Just for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I first want to thank the CAO's office, Sonia and Debbie, for all their work on this, and appreciate the board's support for some of our, or at least portions of our augmentation requests. We can and will make do with the recommended budget as it's proposed. This is my second year in the budget process, so I am still learning. But what I want to do is just share briefly my experience with how this works. Essentially, we have increased costs, mostly salaries and benefits, but all kinds of other costs as well. We get a portion of the increased revenues, and then we're asked, in our case, in HCD, to balance the budget with essentially $1 million gap. And that is, okay, how do we maintain the service levels we have with $1 million less? And we did have to eliminate vacant positions. Fortunately for us, they were fairly long-standing vacancies that we believe we can continue to operate without. We did have to eliminate things for supplies and services, and we start looking at training budgets and all of the things that we have to pay for every year. And then we come up with what we think we can live with. Then we ask for what we need in addition to maintain levels of service. What I think is missing, and again, I'm still learning, is the future vision. And I think in future fiscal years, we keep hearing that it gets more difficult. And so what we're trying to do is think about, not adding positions that we may have to eliminate in the future, but we do struggle with doing more with less continuously. In the world of housing and building, there's so many unfunded state mandates that continue to add to our workload. And what we need eventually is one-time funding to help simplify some of the processes so that we can do more with less, not have people continue to do what they're doing above and beyond all of the hours they put in. And I do, on that note, want to end by thanking my staff, who are incredible and work extremely hard, including Lori, who helped us balance this budget. And I am available for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Questions from the dais? Record at 2.5 minutes. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, and with me today is Assistant Director Lindsay Larable, as well as various members of the Public Works, Facilities, and Parks executive and management teams. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to you today at the budget hearings. As we had presented back at the budget workshop, we presented many needs, and as a result of that, we are very grateful to the board and to the CAO's office and budget office for granting some of our requests. However, we are here today to parley with the board about remaining requests that we went back and looked at it with a fine-tooth comb, and to meet public safety needs and bare minimum levels of service, inclusive of mandated and sometimes state-mandated activities. We still need those needs fulfilled, and we're coming to you to present those today. We'll go to the next slide for an overview of the conversation for today. And we'll start off with a brief department overview. We'll then talk about the general fund budget needs. We'll then talk about a new need, which is the road funds budget needs. Then we'll go into more detail about the budget augmentations. And to assist the board, staff went the extra effort to try to create some options to address one of the ongoing needs of custodial and security options for the board's consideration. We are stewards, and we feel we're good stewards of the county's funds, and so we want to present a full range of options for the board to consider. And then lastly, we want to conclude with a request for your support. So we'll go to the next slide to briefly go over the department overview. In brief, this slide represents the outside funds of which the department manages and oversees and provides to the public. In brief, and this has been presented to the public in the past, it oversees the road fund, which is the funding source primarily for maintaining the 1,260 plus miles of county maintained roads. If you were to take all the county's roads and stretch them end on end with one another, that would get you 1/3 of the way across the United States in the east-west direction. Other services under outside funds include the enterprise funds such as Lake Nacimiento and the Laguna Seca Recreation Area, as well as capital projects and various financing authorities and county service areas. We'll go to the next slide in the interest of time. There's a wealth of various general fund funded services that the department provides for county customers, whether they be internal customers or external customers. The department manages and oversees over 2.74 million square feet of county-owned building space and an additional approximately 400,000 in leased building space. They do the architectural services. They oversee the long-term maintenance, which is the rehabilitation of these various county buildings and grounds. And it oversees over 30,000 acres of parks and open space for the county, for our public to be able to recreate and enjoy. Additionally, there's almost 3,000 acres of former Fort Ord lands that came to the county after the dissolution of the Fort Ord Reuse Authority. There's county disposal site areas, and the slide shows the various other list of activities we perform. In the interest of time, we'll go to the next slide. And so with that, we go to our general fund budget needs. Pausing here for just a moment on our general fund recommended budget, and as presented by other departments to you today, there were increased costs that need to be accounted for. And this department's philosophy, due to the increased labor costs, material costs, fuel costs, and just the ever-increasing price increases that we're experiencing, the department first chose to cut anything that was not necessary. And so we cut our non-mandatory trainings, we cut all of our conferences, we cut contractors, we reduced consultants, we even reduced our vehicle replacement fund known as the Vehicle Asset Management Program, AKA the monthly financing tool that we pay into, so that way when a vehicle needs to be replaced, we have funding built up to be able to replace that vehicle. For all of our units, we are suspending those payments for at least this entire fiscal year to be revisited at a later time. All of this was then done so that we did not have to offer positions. The last thing this department wants to do as its philosophy is offer any positions. And so the very last ones we would offer up are the existing filled positions. Layoffs are the last thing this department will do, as the county employees are the greatest asset for the department and they're the spokes of the county wheel to keep it going. So ultimately, we did need to cut to the point where we needed to offer up our vacant positions. It was not that the positions were not needed, it is that the positions were vacant, and that was the last funding source we were able to draw from. All those cumulatively summed together represent on the right-hand side of the slide where it says the baseline reductions to meet general fund contributions. That's where the $5 million comes from, inclusive of 9 full-time equivalent positions. So here again, we cut everything possible in order to make a $5 million cut possible in order to make a balanced budget. And all of this was, here again, those efforts to preserve positions, to keep the day use parks free, and also keep other existing services going to a very bare minimum baseline level of service. We'll go on to the next slide to briefly talk about the new need, which is the road fund budget needs. Similarly, on the road fund side, we are significantly delaying recruitments of positions. We cut non-mandatory trainings, we've cut contractors, we cut materials, supplies, our consultants. Here again, we've suspended those vehicle asset management program payments, AKA the vehicle replacement fund payments, to be revisited at a future date. And with the most recent, newer emerging thing that we learned in the recommended budget is that there's a reduction in the TOT contribution, aka transient occupancy tax contribution of general fund dollars to the road fund. That reduction is approximately $3.2 million. And with this difference of having only the bare minimum maintenance effort payment made, as opposed to the 25% of the county's transient occupancy tax, what that effectively does is it suspends the local road rehabilitation program. And what that further means is that it would put into risk the completion of the road resurfacings in CSA 17 Tierra Grande, a community that is in progress. It would put at risk the next set of work we planned on doing, which is the streets in San Ardo. To be clear, there's a state-funded grant for sidewalks in the community of San Ardo. That is still progressing, but it's the next phase of work, which was the planned road resurfacing in the community of San Ardo, would then be suspended. And the last set of planned activity was the design work for the community of Spreckles. Additionally, it suspends the community road maintenance program to the tune of approximately $780,000. So the next slide, thank you, takes us into a little bit more detail about it. This is just a reminder that the board passed a policy known as a local road rehabilitation program policy this past year. And as we discussed and agreed to at that time, the difference between the 25% of the county's transient occupancy tax and the maintenance of effort requirement through various funding requirements, such as the Transportation Agency for Monterey County Measure X ordinance requirement, as well as the state's requirement. There's a minimum that they require for general fund contribution to the road fund. And so that difference between those two numbers represents the funding source for those local roads and the program of local roads to be rehabilitated, as well as some other needs such as the annual seal coat program and other programs that are performed. So we'll go to the next slide. And here we'll talk about our general fund unit augmentations in further detail, starting with the highest priority and going to the lower priorities. So priority number one is to restore 4 vacant positions in our Parks Division. The total of these 4 positions is approximately $580,000, and 2 of these positions are county park ranger positions. As the board and public had heard earlier today in the AB 2561 presentation, these positions are vacant and they are in exceedance of the threshold of that vacancy number, thus requiring that report out, among other things. And there were also cases being made by the county park rangers for having these additional vacant positions filled. If these positions were not to be filled, then as stated by our parks rangers, the department would be extremely challenged, if not able, to staff our various parks with a park ranger. Or in other words, there would be days that would go by and there's not a park ranger who is available. Many of them are working overtime hours, particularly during the summertime season when we have the greatest visitorship, enjoying our lakes as well as some of our parks. So we're asking for those positions to be restored. We're also asking for the Senior Parks Utility Water and System Specialist. That's been a very difficult position to fill, similar to the County Park Rangers. With the Senior Park Utility and Water System Specialist, that's a state requirement in that there's licenses that are held by that position that are needed for the water treatment plants and the wastewater treatment plants at the parks and lakes. What we've currently been doing is we have been using that set of salaries and benefits to fund a consultant to perform that duty and thus keep the county in compliance with the state requirement. If we do not receive the funding for the position, whether it be through the consultant or for this full-time position, we're at risk with the water and wastewater treatment systems. And
just a note, we're at 10 minutes, Mr. Ishii.
Okay, very good. I will quickly wrap it up then. And the senior secretary's last position, we'll go very briefly through the last set of slides. So priority number 2 is restoring the funding for the Carmel River Lagoon sandbar management. Number 3 and 4 are the custodial services for the multi-use facilities. And we'll talk about those at the end of the presentation in a little bit more detail, but we have a range of options for the board to consider. The request is to fund those to the pre-existing amounts. Next slide, please. Priority number 5, as we have discussed before, is the Fort Ord open space unscheduled maintenance. We're asking for an allowance to do the veg management at the former Fort Ord. Next slide, please. Priority number 6 is the encampment cleanup, for an allowance to do homeless encampment cleanups should that need arise. And then lastly, we're asking for a small amount of general fund dollars for the Lake San Antonio landfill's post-closure monitoring report. So in summary, in terms of our augmentation priorities, we brought together a scaled back version of what we feel meets baseline services. The total general fund need is $2.26 million, but when you add in the new road fund need, then that comes to a total request of $5.45-ish million. And just as a reminder, these are the other augmentations that we had brought forward at the budget workshop. And so the original request at the budget workshop was over $7.2 million. We had pared back that request to being a little north of $2 million, but with the need for the road fund that emerged, we were asking for the $5.45 million approximately. And as we had discussed at the beginning of the presentation, we wanted to talk further about the custodial and security services. Recognizing the financial challenges the county is going into this next fiscal year, we did the best we could to try to find how could we fund both custodial services and security with the amount that was allotted to us post-budget workshop. In terms of current levels of service, this slide, which is available in your packets, shows the existing current levels of service for the different county buildings. And so as we go to the next slide, what that shows is a range. And in option number 1 we have for the board, with the existing amount that is in the recommended budget of $500,000 plus dollars, we are able to do 2 days a week of cleaning of the county buildings, including the restrooms. And only on board meeting days would we have 1 security guard available. If we were to select that option, that would represent no further requests needed for the security and janitorial services. On the other end of the spectrum, to keep things status quo, the way that they have been for years, that would be the request to fulfill those budget augmentations to their fully requested amounts of $1.2 million. Looking for that range in the middle to find something in the middle of which might serve both the financial needs as well as the basic needs for people who patron the county buildings. Staff's recommendation of those options is a 3-day-a-week cleaning and having 1 security guard provide weekday service for 12 hours per day during the weekdays here at the government center. And then a different security guard, again, 1 security guard for weeknights and weekends at Schilling Place and at the Laurel Yard, and that represents a request of $672,000-ish. The next slide just shows the other range of mid-tier options for consideration, all depending on how much could be available to fund the custodial services and janitorial services. And that'll take us to our final slide where, as a reminder, these reduced levels of service to the public and county customers are a result if we lose these augmentations, and these one-time decisions could yield long-term repercussions. That takes us to our final slide, and we thank the board for their consideration, and we open up for questions and comments, and that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ishii. I'll bring it to the board here. I'm going to start with Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Ishii, for your presentation. I have a couple questions about the local road rehab program, but before I do ask that question, can you just articulate briefly the relationship between regular road maintenance and rehabilitation and costlier long-term projects over time in terms of, avoiding road reconstruction by maintaining?
Excellent question, Supervisor Daniels. So there is a prioritization that staff uses for the annual plans every year for road rehabilitation, reconstruction, and maintenance treatments. And as pointed out, it is certainly less expensive with the treatment methods to maintain roads and prolong their life than it is to fully reconstruct a road once it has hit that pavement condition index range of the 0 to 20 the sometimes 40 range, where it requires a very expensive road reconstruction treatment. So in general figures, doing seal coats, which are pavement preservations that improve rideability, are approximately $500,000 per mile, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little less, depending on the circumstances. And then for a full road reconstruction, such as what we would do on a road like Harkins Road a couple years ago, that level of activity requires $2 million plus per mile. Some roads do need it, and as we go through our priorities, we try to find that balance with the Measure X priorities, aka the promises that were made in the specific sales tax measure, and fulfilling those campaign promises, while also prioritizing other roads using that matrix that is in the spirit and consistent with the Monterey County General Plan, where we focus on roads that are ag routes or high volume or tourism routes. And so what we try to do is we try to find that blend of fulfilling those Measure X promises while also doing the long-term pavement preservation, like the seal coat programs. And one of those we did this past year was on Carmel Valley Road, and a prior year we did parts of Reservation Road and Blanco Road on the west side of the city of Salinas and others. So we try to maximize that blend while also meeting these obligations of road reconstructions. We do look at traffic volumes, and we look at how we can benefit the most people with the limited funds that we have. So that's all separate and a part of the local road rehab program.
So the local road rehab program, though, you're predicting will be impacted by the reduction in the road fund. Am I understanding that correctly? That it's the reduction in the road fund that is going to impact the ability to maintain the same level of service from the local road rehab program?
You are correct, Supervisor Daniels.
Okay, and then, so I'm just wondering if you can walk me through one of them that you mentioned, which was the CSA 17 project, which is Tierra Grande. That project has been approved, and it would be in progress in this fiscal year. And so are you saying that with this type of reduction, that project may sort of stop halfway through the progress in the next fiscal year?
Excellent question, Supervisor Daniels. You would be correct in that there was funding this year to do the first half of the roads, and this is a unique project in that it's straddling 2 fiscal years. It's straddling the end of fiscal year 25 and going into fiscal year 26. So in approximate numbers, the first half of the roads were fully funded and were able to accomplish. And then when they go into the beginning of the new fiscal year, the remaining half of the roads could be accomplished. If we don't receive the funding for this next fiscal year, that does cause concerns for how to finish the project. It might even cause a suspension. And so we're looking for support on having that fully funded.
Okay. And is the seal coat program part of the local road rehab program?
It's part of that entire general fund mix. So yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Seal coat program, is that the chip and seal?
That is correct.
And you're saying it's $500,000 a mile? I thought it was cheaper, but maybe it's, reevaluation the last couple of years has sent it up.
You're correct, Supervisor Church. Historically, it has been $250,000 to $300,000 per mile. This last iteration, we found it had gone up. Could be attributable to the fuel prices or labor at the point in time, but you are correct, and to correct staff's earlier statement, it is generally around the $250,000 to $300,000 per mile. These past years have just been somewhat anomalous.
Okay. Let me see, do I have any other questions? Oh yeah, the other question is on your priorities here. You have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that's how the department views as 1, and then 2, then 3 in that order of priorities, or is it just the listing generically and we are to pick out which ones from that?
Excellent question, Supervisor Church. It is in priority order, in descending order. So priority number 1 is the department's recommended highest priority, and then descends down from there.
Okay. And since you were, Supervisor Daniels was asking about the road maintenance program and everything, if I recall couple months ago, board had a little discussion about perhaps maybe bringing back what our current policy is for priorities. And I would hope sometime you might be able to do that in the near future, just so that we can kind of determine how we're going to balance out between, ag and commercial and residential use. So it's like, I know you're doing the best job right now. You can't work within that, but we do have a policy that is rather old. I don't know if the board is fully in alignment with it this time.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. And yes, staff is working on it as rapidly as we can.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii, for your hard work in trying to, under very tough budget circumstances, you really tightened up your departmental fiscal belt and really came up with these minimal needs to just keep operations going. And I get the 4 ranger positions and certainly the sandbar, which we see covered in the news every winter when your crew is out there, when it's raining, when it's windy and it's cold. Those prevent flooding, and it's preventative work that really goes a long way. But I wanted to just speak on the custodial and the security. Obviously, the numbers you're presenting is just their proposed increases. Cost of increased additional 178 is for custodial and almost just over $1 million for security. What is that because the people we contract with are saying this is what the increased cost is from last year to the next fiscal year?
Excellent question, Supervisor Alejo. What these numbers represent is not only the accumulation of increases in costs such as salaries and benefits on county employee side, but it also represents the augmentations that were brought through the budget process to the board at the budget workshop. And the numbers are changed now because we did get approved for a little north of $500,000 for custodial services. So that does reduce the ask at this juncture of staff to the board by that amount. So that remaining $100,000-ish is what we're asking for to get custodial services back to their existing baseline level of service. Yes. And then since there was not support for the security services at the time, the $1 million plus figure that the board and public sees is asking for the existing level of security services that are provided at the various county buildings, such as the Government Center and Shilling Place and at the Laurel Yard. And so, as presented through these several options, there's several options of a mid-range for the board to consider if those numbers are too great.
All right. Well, I hope to flesh those out a little bit more because I'm certainly concerned on the custodial side, because you cut somebody's days down to 3. It's really disruptive to those employees, to try to now find another 40% more hours during the week is hard to do. And I'm just concerned about that disruption in their lives. The security, there's some ways some proposals here to adjust the hours, but I would just caution, right, that here we have these government buildings, certainly the security overnight at them, whether it be the Laurel Yard, this facility, Shilling Place. When nobody's looking, then the bad elements start vandalizing. It'll cost us more to clean up any damage or any vandalism that is occurred. So I just wanted just to be cautious of that, to not put ourselves in that position where we're later regretting having to spend money anyways to clean up vandalism or other damage caused. So anyways, I just want to perhaps later as we make the decisions just to look at what those are, more closely at what those options are, to find maybe a middle ground there. Thank you.
Supervisor Oskey, any comments on this one? All right. Then I think mine are all sausage making, so we're going to go ahead and leave this here. Thank you very much, Director Ishii. And at this time, I see that we've concluded those departments who requested to speak, but I know we have a few folks who wanted to make additional comments, so I'm going to give an opportunity. I see our IT director here and give you the floor first.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board, county staff, and members of the public. I'm Eric Chatham, Chief Information Officer for the County of Monterey. I'm here representing the ERP augmentation request for FY 25-26. During the budget workshop, we requested a $2.5 million augmentation that was supported by the board at the time. This augmentation is required to complete the implementation of the planned ERP go-live date of July of 2026. The primary reason for the additional funding requirement was the extension of this project by 1 year, which it created additional system integrator costs with our system integrator Graviton, as well as county resource costs for the year, and additional licensing for carrying both Oracle and CGI for an extra year. We successfully have deployed the EPM, which is a budget module, which this year's budget was built on top of. So thank you, Debbie and team, for leveraging the new system, the new Oracle system. Our budget book was produced by that system. We currently are targeting the HCM HR module to go live January 2026, followed by the ERP system in July of 2026. And with that, we respectfully request the funding to complete this project, and I'm here to answer any questions. 2.5.
Questions from the dais? Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, sorry. This was included in the recommended budget?
It was not included.
Not included.
We have funding available with our current funding that is available that will take us through January of 2026. So there is the thought we can come back mid-year as we see are we consuming the amount that's currently projected for county resources? That's the one controllable item that we have.
Okay, no, I think that's helpful. And also, coming back mid-year is great, but if we've spent all of our contingency, then coming back mid-year doesn't leave us with anything unless we've saved money for mid-year requests. And we already know that there are a handful of mid-year requests that are coming at us that could be fairly large in nature. So thank you for making that clear.
Okay. Anyone else from the dais? All right.
Thank you very much.
Adam, I'm going to go to County Council.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. I can make it real quick. We have 3 vacant positions that are set to be cut, 1 attorney and 2 legal secretaries. We realize that there's not funding for them, even though we could desperately use those positions. We're asking that that we retain the allocation and that they stay as an unfunded vacancies versus being cut.
Thank you. Those are the 2 departments that let me know they wanted to speak. Any others? Supervisor Alejo.
This is a question that Supervisor Church and I had because we're both on the Economic Development Committee. We had a hearing a few days ago where 2 presentations were made. The committee recommended unanimous approval for them. We had a presentation from the reservoir. This is Danny Bernstein, who's been working to try to get state money. But actually has more detail now, is looking to lease a property here on the 68, just as you're leaving Salinas over here by Nob Hill. And so I think his request was to get support from the county. I know there's a financial amount, but I know his presentation was asking for support offsetting the permitting costs. So there wasn't a number attached to that, but I think that was his minimal ask. And then we got a presentation of the future of blue by Regenerative California and one of our fisheries associations here from the Monterey Bay. Their ask was $170,000. But we let them know it's probably going to be difficult to full amount, but getting some funding to help with their fundraising said would be very helpful for them to also get that. Both were very commendable. Both got unanimous support, as I said. But without county support, it's going to help to get these good efforts off the ground. So I just wanted to raise those as a point to put them on the table to know that our committee did make that recommendation last week.
At the meeting, I was under the impression that there was going to be a presentation from both of them.
And so I found out about that today at lunch, and so I don't believe so. What I understood was they were going to come and make commentary, public comment.
Okay,
this agenda was set.
I understand.
Was your meeting?
That's not quite how I understood it. I don't know about Supervisor Alejo, but I thought they were doing a little bit of presentations. But that's fine. Whatever we have up.
Okay.
Yeah, we did tell them to, we did encourage them to reach out to the other supervisors to give their presentation as well, but they said they were going to come speak here during public comment.
And
All right.
Chair, this is Valerie, Clerk of the Board. I didn't present this time. I did present at the budget workshop, but just to still consider our position, which is at $125,000 for a board clerk, an additional board clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie.
Just another clarifying point on the IT request for the ERP. So on the staff report, the CAO.
Can we get a little closer to the mic just for the record?
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull this up here. So the IT, the request for augmentations for IT is only listed at, I think 129, sorry, make sure I got the right amount. So that's not listed on the augmentation request?
I'm going to have Debbie speak to it because I asked that same question as well.
Yes, the department did not put it in as an augmentation request. It would be a separate request at this point.
Okay.
All right. All right, at this point, we're going to open up public comment. We're going to allow 2 minutes per speaker. I'm going to go with folks in the room first. And so invite folks to make their way towards the front. After that, we're going to go to folks on Zoom. Encourage folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline in order to be recognized. So at this time, we'll go ahead and invite folks forward. Please come forward to the mic.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, supervisors. My name is Brian Hoskins. I'm the Vice President of the County of Monterey Patrol Association. And this is Sarah Jackson. She is a secretary with the Monterey County Deputy Sheriff's Association. We're standing here in solidarity together with our associations. We first want to thank you for the foresight to request that all filled positions be filled during this budget process. That helps us and our membership feel safer with what's going on and come here to speak on behalf of our membership. We'd like to say that we work for our respective offices, but as a board, we understand that we work for the people of Monterey County. And so with that, we'd like to read first the Law Enforcement Code of Ethics, which will end my time speaking, and then we have a prepared statement that was prepared by both boards, and we'd like to present to you jointly, which will be done by Sarah Jackson. So starting out with the Law Enforcement Code of Ethics, as a law enforcement officer, my fundamental duty is to serve mankind, to safeguard lives and property, and to protect the innocent against deception, the weak against oppression or intimidation, and the peaceful against violence or disorder, and to respect the constitutional rights of all men to liberty, equality, and justice. I will keep my life unsullied as an example to all, maintain courageous calm in the face of danger, scorn, or ridicule, develop self-restraint, and be constantly mindful of the welfare of others. Honest in thought and deed, in both my professional and official life, I will be exemplary in obeying the laws of the land and the regulation of my department. Whatever I see or hear of a confidential nature or that is confided in me in my official capacity will be kept ever secret unless revelation is necessary in the performance of my duty. I will never act officiously or permit personal feelings, prejudice, animosities, or friendships to influence my decisions. With no compromise for crime and with relentless prosecution of criminals, I will enforce the laws courteously and appropriately without fear or favor, malice or ill will, never employing unnecessary force or violence and never accepting gratuities. I recognize the badge of my office as a symbol of public faith, and I accept it as public trust to be held so long as I am true to the ethics of police service. I will constantly strive to achieve these objectives and ideals, dedicating myself before God to my chosen profession, law enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Hoskins. We'll go to the next speaker.
Thank you. This is a joint statement from COMPA, County of Monterey Patrol Association, and the Deputy Sheriff's Association, of which I am one of the board of directors. The Deputy Sheriff's Association of Monterey County and the County of Monterey Patrol Association have come together to issue the following joint statement regarding Sheriff Tina Nieto's recent recommendation that we support her budget increase request to the Board of Supervisors. Sheriff Tina Nieto has communicated this recommendation to our unions, asking that we support her request to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for additional funding for year 2025-2026. The total amount she has asked for seems to vary by day. Sheriff Nieto has said that without our support and without this additional funding, that she will be forced to pink slip a large number of uniformed members of the Sheriff's Office. The seriousness of this peril is not lost on the DSA nor on COMPA, nor is the coercive nature of her request. On May 14th, Sheriff Nieto and Under Sheriff Boyd sent out a joint email to the entire Sheriff's Office stating that without the budget increase, they would be forced to cut up to 34 deputies from enforcement, 13 deputies from corrections, and 31 non-sworn support employees. No mention of fleet cost reductions, vendor contract renegotiations, program pauses, furloughs, or any other cost-saving measures were discussed. Considering the fact that the SWAT team is not operational, services to the public are down in the form of dwindling patrol staffing, the resulting increase in overtime due to mandates, the addition of several middle management positions, deputies reassigned from public-facing positions to administrative assistant positions for the sheriff and undersheriff, and the purchase of new luxury vehicles, we have some questions. Excuse me while I go over time.
So we're at time. I'm going to ask, is there another speaker who can finish your letter? I know you brought a third person.
Hi, my name is Peter Ross. I'm also a member of the DSA Board of Directors. I yield my time so she can finish this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In an effort to gather information that would enable us to support the sheriff's requested budget increase and protect our members, the DSA asked the undersheriff for the following information on May 15th. Seniority lists for all corrections classifications with dates of hire and classification. Current staffing and vacancy data, or FTEs allocated versus filled for both custody and patrol. Relevant budget documents as well, such as budget submissions. As of today, we have not received any of the requested information. A Public Records Act request to HR takes 10 business days. At this time, neither DSA nor COMPA have been provided sufficient information to publicly support this budget request. For the upcoming fiscal year, the Monterey County Sheriff's Office has been allocated a budget of $171.8 million. Before we can responsibly support an increase beyond that amount, we believe a clear and detailed explanation of the need for additional funds is necessary. After much consideration, both boards unanimously agreed that we cannot follow Sheriff Nieto's recommendation. The lack of transparency through information sharing or honest communication through open discussions on alternative cost reductions leave us no other choice. As labor organizations representing the professionals who serve within the Sheriff's Office, this request and the stated peril to our members, should we not comply, has put us in an unenviable position. We remain committed to transparency and fiscal responsibility and to the well-being of our members. We welcome further discussion to better understand the operational needs that prompted this request. Until then, we cannot blindly support a request without being part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Stephen Wales, and my cousin and I own Fog's End Distillery down in Gonzales. Since 2021, through persistence and a strong commitment to quality and sustainability, we've been able to grow our small business through beyond the typical focus that most craft distilleries in our business have been limited by. And we currently sell our product all over the state of California, but we produce it right here in Monterey County. But we rely on local sources for our ingredients because I believe smaller supply chains are more resilient and help build stronger communities, keeping more dollars circulating here in Monterey County. The proposed budget would reduce public support for services that directly benefit businesses like mine. These businesses, in turn, contribute a substantial portion of the county's total expenditures. Supporting C Monterey is essential because it provides a vital downstream public service for all local businesses, not just in hospitality, which generates $3 billion a year and employs 27,000 residents, not in and around Monterey County. These businesses depend on local supply chains and in turn support local businesses throughout the county. And while taking a hard look at inefficiency is clearly very important, we should not make cuts at the expense of services like C Monterey that provide real, tangible financial benefits to our local industry networks. C Monterey is a window into our county for visitors from outside the county, helping to sustain our unique tourism-based economy. The closure of long-standing businesses and restaurants across California shows that once a unique resource like tourism begins to fade, it rarely returns. As international travel becomes more limited due to
low investment, high return. Pat Farmer, Monterey County Business Council. I believe the supervisors understand already the argument in favor of our funding, so I won't reiterate it now. I do just want to point out one thing in the staff report. I know there's a lot of work that goes into that, but it did reference some outdated information for MCBC. It didn't mention that we now run the Small Business Development Center. So we have to get local funding, which we cobble together from the county's investment and that of other cities and counties. So we need that support. We thank you for your consideration. I'm going to yield my other 80 seconds, and I'm going to remind you of my 4 words: low investment, high return. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Mr. Bernstein.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Danny Bernstein. I'm the CEO of the Reservoir and a lead partner in the Salinas Valley Ag Tech Alliance. This includes Hartnell College, Rancho Cielo, Digital Nest, Mujeres and Acción, and dozens of other partners, including industry partners like Western Growers and John Deere. We've heard today about the many challenges facing county revenue. I'm here with a specific, shovel-ready proposal to help close that gap by keeping tech wages here, bringing new companies and capital to Monterey County, and creating local, high-quality jobs. We're asking for your support to clarify on 2 fronts. First, we're requesting a county contribution to match the $895,000 we've already received from the state of California through California Jobs First. This is not to fund the whole initiative, but to send a clear signal to Sacramento that Monterey County is invested and serious. A local match strengthens our competitiveness as we go after millions more in grant dollars and significantly more public and private funding. Second, we're asking for direct planning support from Craig Spencer's department and a refund or credit on planning and permitting fees. Reservoir Farms is slated to open this fall, but timely coordination is critical to keep us on track. Even modest support here would make a real difference. The initiative is already delivering results. 4 companies from outside California have already committed, and they will bring $20 million in venture capital with them, but they will only commit if we can deliver the infrastructure they need. Our goal is by 2030, 500 new jobs, 50 new companies in Monterey County, $100 million in new capital investment, 600 student internships, and over 1,000 incumbent ag workers upskilled. This is real, it's ready, and we need your partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. Mr. Curcio.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and supervisors. My name is Gary Curcio. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. The county's investment percentage has dropped significantly. For over a decade, it hovered around 6% for both the county and the city of Monterey. The county's share is now closer to King City's level than to Monterey. Is that fair given the county's role and return on investment? The goal of the hospitality industry isn't to only survive, but to become stronger, more competitive, and more successful, which will benefit all communities, residents within Monterey County. Rick Aldinger and I attended the CalTravel Legislative Conference last week in Sacramento. We heard from a couple of Governor Newsom's assistants about the need for putting our foot on the gas to promote travel, to combat some of the policies that are coming down from Washington as far as tariffs and in harming businesses, our travel industry from Canada and Mexico as well. Our competitors are completely on board of getting that done. We talked to them. The county has to decide whether to be a major player in the tourism business. There is no treading water. Destinations are either advancing or falling behind. So we urge you to please maintain a minimum of last year's funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curcio. Ryan? Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Supervisor. Chair Lopez, members of the board. Sorry, deep, Barry White voice here. It goes with my mustache. Just wanted to put one last plug in for our parks positions. You all know me and know that we're in this for the long haul and trying to turn the parks division around. And without these 4 positions that we're coming to for, especially the ranger positions, senior water specialist, and the senior secretary, we risk, public safety. We risk not being able to fulfill our duties with some of the county commissions that we oversee, the Parks Commission, the Fish and Game Commission, the East Garrison Advisory Commission, putting a additional strain on Public Works and Facilities secretarial staff to assist with those, and then putting us in risk of being out of compliance with state mandates for our sewer and water systems. So just a plug for that. You all know the tremendous work that the Rangers do, that other staff do in the name of serving the public and getting the public in our parks and providing recreation services and public safety. So if you could give that careful consideration, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, Supervisors. I'm Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of the Arts Council for Monterey County. I'm here today to urge the board to fully fund the arts based on the board-approved formula for the DSA partners, not as a luxury, but as a necessity for our shared future. The arts are the soul of our community. They tell our stories, preserve our diverse cultures, and bring us together across language, age, and background. But they are also a powerful economic engine. Cultural tourism draws visitors from around the world. Local artists, festivals, and galleries support jobs, drive spending, and breathe life into our downtown and neighborhoods. We are currently creating a mural tour, which will be on our free mobile app, and that will help us drive more tourism with the support of C Monterey. In our schools, the arts are a proven path to success. They boost academic achievement, improve graduation rates, and keep our youth engaged and inspired, especially those most in need of opportunity. In a world driven by innovation, creativity is not an option, it is essential. The arts also strengthen mental health and public safety, whether it's a mural project that transforms a blighted wall or a theater program that gives a young person a voice. The arts make our community stronger, safer, and more connected. Art is not something that's just nice to have when other more important things have been taken care of. That's the philosophy devastated the arts during the pandemic when many funders diverted support from the arts to basic needs, not understanding that art is a basic need. I understand that Supervisor Alejo's office is still receiving emails and notes about the Chular mural, that they really appreciate that. And I know I'm running out of time here. So I just want to say thank you for considering the arts, and please let's invest in what makes Monterey County thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Ms. Chikarat.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Janine Chikarat. I am the Managing Director of the Portola Hotel and Spa, also the incoming chair of C Monterey, and I'm beginning to think I am the crisis management hospitality person because I was chair of MCHA during COVID. Anyway, I am here today to really talk. Well, first of all, you guys having a $2.3 billion budget in normal times is tough, and having to make the decisions you have to make is really, I recognize how difficult it is for each and every one of you. But I'm here today to talk about what's happening real time right now. 6 weeks ago, we had a group that canceled 10 days out. It was a significant group, and it was because of Trump's tariffs. They ended up paying us $120,000 in a deposit, but that wasn't, my owners would kill me if I said the money wasn't it. I felt horrible for the 31 employees that lost a day of work. I felt terrible for all the tipped employees that also lost the revenue. We also had a group following that was one of our major ag companies. And again, they lost several of their people from Mexico that did not attend this group. So again, we were compounded back to back by those two groups. We launched a newsletter to spur summer business. And I asked the reservation manager, how's it going? And she goes, you wouldn't believe the emails I'm getting. I'm like, what are you talking about? I go, forward me some. So I picked one that was clean. But this one says, hey there, we won't be coming back to until your horrible president is out of the office. How dare he and his thugs keep talking about invading my country, Canada. Do your country a favor and start standing up to maggots from a proud Canadian. We've never experienced that. So, you know, we're in a situation where cutting back funding in normal times is not great for us, but cutting back funding where we've got over and above unprecedented things happening to our industry. Not to mention, Big Sur having that road closed for over 800 days is absolutely torture. And Visit California estimates we lose $1 million a day with that highway closed. So that's another major issue compounding our destination. Thank you.
Mr. Karat. Anyone else in the room?
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair. Thank you for a moment. You've already heard enough from me. I was here twice last week, so I'll only step up here for a moment to say that Kathleen Lee from Pebble Beach Company submitted a letter in writing to the clerk. I just wanted to point that out, and that's all I'll say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? On a call. All right, we're going to go to Zoom.
Rick Aldinger.
Mr. Aldinger, the floor is yours. I'll give you a second to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Lopez. Supervisors, this is Rick Aldinger, co-chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association's Government Affairs Committee. It looks to me like, we have a choice to make today. We can fully fund C Monterey in support of the county's second largest industry, which will in turn support the hospitality workforce, giving people hours and shifts, which gives them the ability to pay rent and support their families. It would also increase TOT revenues into the county budget, allowing us to fund a variety of programs, services, infrastructure, and the like, many of which we've heard here today. Or we can cut our marketing budget, something any experienced business person would advise against, especially during any type of economic downturn. This will hurt our workforce, along with the county's ability to fund the programs, services, and infrastructure I mentioned, some of them very near and dear to our hearts, due to decreased TOT revenue. MCHA respectfully urges you to fund C Monterey at the full 6% outlined in the DSA formula, or at a minimum, at least last year's level, for the good of everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Kristen Coates.
Kristen?
Very simple.
Kristen?
I don't see her anymore.
All right, we'll come back. Next speaker.
Eric Upman.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Upman, and I serve as treasurer on the board of C Monterey, and I work at the Canary Row Company as vice president of marketing. Before we begin, I just want to acknowledge the hard work that you and your staff have all put into this budget process. Every department and organization represented here plays a critical role in our community, and I'm humbled by how challenging it is to allocate limited resources in a way that supports so many essential needs. So thank you for what you're doing today. I'm joining you today not only as a C Monterey board member, but as someone whose life and career has been directly shaped by Monterey County tourism and its effect on the economy. After more of a decade working in the advertising industry, first in Detroit and then in the Bay Area, it was a job in hospitality and tourism that brought me back home. Thanks to my role at the Canary Row Company, I was able to return to Pacific Grove, where I grew up, and raise my son here. That's the kind of impact this industry has. It's not just jobs, but roots and generational community. As our county's destination marketing organization, C Monterey is central to that. Destination marketing creates awareness and brings visitors here, which drives over $3 billion in travel spending and supports more than 27,000 jobs across Monterey County. So from Salinas to Seaside to Carmel and certainly along Cannery Road, this organization fuels the economy, that sustains small business, local government revenue, and stable year-round employment. It's important to underscore that Monterey is a true public-private partnership. Hotels like those on Cannery Row and others across the county contribute directly through self-assessed fees that fund the Tourism Improvement District. That's matched by public investment from county and individual cities, all guided by a board that includes both private business leaders and public officials. It's a model of shared investment, shared responsibility, and shared success. The county's contribution isn't just spending, it's strategy. It helps us stay competitive, attract high-value visitors, and bring back meetings and events to support tourism that respects and benefits our community. All of this provides direct and measurable return on investment.
We're at time. Thank you, Mr. Upman. Thank you. Next speaker.
Micah Beardsall.
Micah?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Micah Beardsall. I'm the Administration Operations Manager for the North County Parks. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Parks Division. I'm here today to respectfully request your support in funding 4 critical positions: 2 park rangers, 1 senior utility specialist, and 1 senior secretary. Our parks are more than green spaces. They are vital community assets that support public health, environmental stewardship, and community well-being. But maintaining them safely and effectively requires boots on the ground and expertise behind the scenes. First, the 2 park ranger positions are essential for assuring public safety, enforcing regulation, and providing a visible, reassuring presence in our parks. With increasing visitation and expanding responsibilities, we're seeing rising demands on our existing staff. Additional rangers will improve response times, reduce incidents, and help us maintain a welcoming environment for all visitors. Second, the senior utility specialist is critical for the maintenance and efficient operation of our aging infrastructure. From potable water systems to electrical panels, this role ensures we're maximizing energy efficiency, minimizing downtime, and proactively addressing costly repairs, ultimately saving taxpayer dollars over time. Lastly, the senior secretary provides the administrative backbone that keeps the division running smoothly. From managing contracts and budgets to coordinating communication and logistics, this position ensures that our frontline staff can focus on what they do best, serving the public. In summary, these roles are not new luxuries. They are necessary investments to protect what we already have and deliver the highest standard of service our community expects and deserves. I thank you for your time and your continued support.
Thank you, Micah. Next speaker.
John Anthony.
John?
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and Monterey County Supervisors. I know I spoke earlier. Just want to reiterate, the importance of these 2 positions. As the Assembly bill this morning stated, we are under 33% of our total staffing. And to take that into perspective, over this last Memorial Day weekend, Friday through Monday, between 4 rangers, there was 84 hours of overtime worked. That could be drastically reduced with the additional staff. And that doesn't include what overtime is going to be incurred this week to try to get staff at least part of their days off. I don't believe any of my staff have their full days off this week just to make up for it. Years ago, there was a lot more of us, way over 15, 20. And there's now 5 of us currently working in Monterey County. The work's still there. The people are still there. We all still truly care about our customers. And this is their Disneyland, from something I may have heard from a supervisor. The families that come here, a lot of them can't afford Disneyland for a week, but they can come to the lake, they can come to Toro Park and enjoy and have good quality family time. And that's something that can't be replaced, especially in the children as they grow, and that's perpetuated on. It's going to help facilitate that and show the importance of family time and being outdoors and enjoying what Monterey County has to offer. So I would really like to encourage the board to not only fund the 2 unfilled park ranger positions, but as well as the senior water specialist and the senior secretary, because that's just the beginning. We need a lot more staff out here so that we can better provide services for the people of Monterey County and make their lives better. And hopefully build the memories that are the true importance of a family and what these kids really deserve in our county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ranger Anthony. Next.
Bina iPhone.
Thank you for taking my call. My name is Bina Patel. I own and operate 2 small hotels in Monterey and currently serve as the chair at Sea Monterey. Limited service hotels like mine represent about 8,000 rooms countywide. This is almost 2/3 of the total room inventory. Small hotels like mine do not have the bandwidth, nor do we have the large marketing budgets or the expertise to market our hotels. Small hotels and businesses rely very heavily on Sea Monterey to bring visitors to Monterey County, not only to help us on our daily, everyday heads in beds, but more importantly, we need Sea Monterey to position Monterey County so that in a year or 2 or 3 years' time, when international market rebounds, when conventions come back in full force, we are positioned so that we are not losing businesses to our competitors like Napa or San Diego or Paso Robles. It's very, very important for Sea Monterey to continue to receive the full funding so that small businesses can keep our heads above water and increase our heads in beds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Patel. Next.
Yes, phone number ending in 436.
436.
Hello, this is Eloise Jim, and I'm a Monterey County resident. And I'm calling to talk about the Department of Child Support Services, which I consider to be a department in Monterey County that is dysfunctional. I have a family member who is regrettably ensnared in the Monterey County child support system, which causes him an inordinate amount of misery. And that affects me personally because I feel compelled to rescue or at least support him when he gets literally scalped and left destitute by the department. Parents who are divorced and separated from their children's co-parent should not become, as my son calls it, their indentured servant, which is the best case scenario. And it's more like they become their economic and monetary slaves. Things like the Franchise Tax Board emptying their bank accounts without any notice, and that's happened twice to my family member. It's not right, it's not fair, it's reprehensible. That kind of garnishment is unethical and no doubt illegal. The department should have some kind of protections for those they serve. Rendering a child's parent destitute is not helping the child. It's dysfunctional government driving people into homelessness when they are following the rules and working hard 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Eloise. Next.
Yes, Havik Patel.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Bhavik Patel, and I'm the owner of the Inn at Moss Landing Point. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As a small business owner, I see every day just how critical tourism is to our local economy and how vulnerable it can be in uncertain times. With the economic shifts, unpredictable travel trends, strong and consistent marketing is essential to keep our region competitive. That's why Sea Monterey is so important. Their marketing helps reach small communities like Moss Landing.
They are dysfunctional.
Stay visible to travelers we'd never reach on our own. They truly help level the playing field. But their value goes beyond promotion. When the Moss Landing power plant fire occurred, C Monterey acted quickly, communicating clearly with the county, businesses, and visitors. They helped manage the narrative and, in recovery, brought in media support to restore confidence and drive visitation back to our area. Their work in those moments predicted not just our local businesses, but the reputation of Monterey County as a safe, welcoming destination, which obviously was everybody's concern after that fire. Continued investment in C Monterey is an investment in strength, visibility, and resilience of businesses like mine throughout the county. Thank you for your time and continued support.
Thank you, Havoc. Next speaker.
Yes, Lisa, 12 Pro Max.
Lisa?
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lisa Sears, and
Lisa, we lost you there.
hello, am I on?
Yeah, we've got you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lisa Sears, and I volunteer my time to coordinate the feral cat clinics for SNP Bus for the county and the city of Salinas. I want to thank you first off for your unwavering support since 2020 to bring low-cost spay-neuter services to our communities in need throughout Monterey County. We are currently in the process of wrapping up 94 clinics for public pets and feral cats, including funding from the county, the city of Salinas, and grants that Hitchcock Road Shelter received. Last year, we fixed a record high of 1,160 feral cats. We are literally ground zero for making sure Hitchcock Shelter is not inundated with cats and unwanted kittens, and also dogs. I respectfully ask you to fund the additional $26,700 to bring the total amount to $200,000, which is the ask from Animal Services for this low-cost spay-neuter vertical. Spay-neuter is the literal only solution to our pet overpopulation problem. And SNP Bus has been with this county since 2018, putting in the work, helping the communities that are the most socially and economically disadvantaged. There is no better time than now to speak up for animals. Hitchcock Road Shelter is consistently over capacity. I would know. I go to every JPA meeting. And the most effective solution is source control. By reducing the source of unwanted and unaltered pets, we are able to provide relief for Hitchcock Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Next.
Yes, and I apologize if I'm not pronouncing this name correctly, but Quilp Shane Orser.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and supervisors. My name is Shane Orser. I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing here at the Quail Lodge in the Valley. I am grateful for your time today because I wanted to speak out about our concern with the proposed reduction in funding for C Monterey. They've been fantastic partners for us, and they've helped us increase our business. They get the word out about our wonderful destination, and they bring people here. And I can understand that today might be a difficult day for you all, as you've got so many people asking for resources and only limited resources. So it only makes sense to me that we would keep the programs in place that are there to build the revenue that we need. One interesting fact I'd like to share with you is that in 2024, our occupancy is much lower than it was in 2029. We have the opportunity to increase by about 5% in occupancy, and every 1% of increased occupancy translates to $600,000 of revenue. So that's money that we can use for all the various things that people have asked for today. So we at the Quail are in support of maintaining the current spend for C Monterey. We're grateful to you and to them for their partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shane. Next.
David Prina.
David.
Hi, my name is David Prina. I'm a resident of Prunedale. And first, I'm calling to thank you for your funding this year for additional staff to support the county sustainability program and their work on the climate action plan. I think that's thank you so much. I know that that's help is needed there. But I also further urge you that as the CAP is adopted and implemented, to consider more staffing to ensure that the county can hit its climate emissions reduction targets and its mitigation goals. Climate change isn't waiting for us and now is more urgent than ever to act. But also furthering the quick adoption of low and no carbon technologies in the county will ensure that Monterey residents can enjoy lower energy bills, safer homes, and safer communities. So please consider staffing up to the scale of the challenge. And yeah, I appreciate your support so far. Thank you so much.
Mr. Prina. Next.
Yes, LJ.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Chair Lopez. I'm Laura, and I am here to speak on behalf of the Spay and Neuter Bus. We know that animal overpopulation is a problem in our county, especially in Salinas and unincorporated Salinas. And the only way to prevent euthanasia in our local shelters is to prevent the animals from ever being born. And the only way to do that is with spay and neuter. We know that one female cat can get pregnant at the age of 4 months, and she can have 4 litters. And literally, you can have 24 cats in 1 year from just one female cat. We know we need animal control officers to patrol the streets. We know we need a bigger shelter to house them, but most of all, we need funding to help prevent them from being born and living a life on the streets. We know there are just too many animals, and we just can't keep up. Salinas and unincorporated Salinas is the #1 intake for city for both shelters in our county. Intake is high, our kennel count is low. There simply aren't enough homes for all the animals, so we have to euthanize more annually than we adopt out here locally. We are seeing these numbers statewide, and studies are showing us that there are 4 dogs for every person to adopt them. So I'm here today to ask you to continue to fund the SNP bus. We thank you so much for always supporting us. We have been here since pre-COVID, but our goal is to help prevent people from selling puppies on the street, to help people stop using inhumane measures to eradicate cats in their neighborhoods with poison. We know they're kicking them, they're running them over, they're being shot. And so the only way to prevent this is to prevent them from being born, and the only way to do that is with spay and neuter. So please continue to keep funding the SNP bus, and our goal is to continue to be in those underserved communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next.
Christine Coates.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, wonderful. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and County Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kristen Coates, and I'm the Executive Director of Regenerative California. I'm here today to request $170,000 in one-time funding to support the future of Blue. This is a community-based initiative to reimagine and to revitalize Monterey County's working waterfronts and Blue economy. That includes regional tourism, workforce development, and Monterey's ongoing leadership in ocean science and conservation. This $170,000 is only 1/2 of the total budget necessary to launch this work. But as was already stated by Supervisors Church and Alejo, Melissa Mahoney and I last week, who's from Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust, presented at the Economic Development Committee. And at that time, the committee unanimously recommended our project for funding consideration at today's meeting. We are already in phase 1 with research and planning with seed support from the Monterey Bay Aquarium, Community Foundation of Monterey County, and the Resources Legacy Fund. We have incredible momentum and support from the community, so this year is absolutely ideal for securing your support. And with your support, we are in a strong position to secure additional funding from philanthropy and other entities. Thank you for your time and for listening, and good luck with your hard decisions this year, or this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Monica Lau.
Monica.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you for your work today. My name is Monica Lau. I'm speaking on behalf of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce and our members. Thank you for the difficult decisions you're making. I would like to speak in support of C Monterey and their work they're doing. I share, in conjunction with the previous speaker, I sit on the National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Committee. Hello? Can you hear me?
We've got you, Monica. Sorry, it seems
Okay,
like
so
somebody
sorry.
got unmuted there. I stopped the clock. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be quick. Member sits on the National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Committee in the business seat, and we met on Friday, and the funding for NOAA is really significant, or lack of funding, I should say. And seeing C Monterey also helps support recognition and care for our National Marine Sanctuary is pretty significant. I think we're all going to have to play a part in elevating that. And I hope and understand you have to make significant cuts in many areas, but I hope some can be maintained for C Monterey. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
And Nathan Merkel.
Good afternoon, Chair Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and fellow supervisors. My name is Nathan Merkel. I'm the Administrative Operations Manager for South County Parks. I oversee the Lakes properties as well as San Lorenzo Park in King City. I wanted to just briefly speak to the positions that were presented today. First and foremost, the 2 ranger positions, I do not see, as Micah mentioned, additional positions, but ones that we require for base services. To put it into perspective, we've seen in the last 2 years over 100% growth in revenues and visitation, and yet our staffing numbers have remained relatively stagnant. The Memorial Weekend that we had last weekend was another very successful weekend for us. We pulled in over $220,000 in revenues at Nacimiento, as well as over $110,000 in 5 days at Lake San Antonio. Now, with that increased visitation and revenue, unfortunately, come a lot of problems. We have thousands of people in the park. Obviously, John Anthony mentioned that there was over 84 hours of overtime for our ranger crew. The Rangers not only provide public safety, but they also provide customer service, which is something that people don't recognize. We have one opportunity to convert a new guest at our parks, especially at Lake San Antonio and Nacimiento, into a loyal customer. And one of the things that drives people away more than anything else in a camping environment is noise complaints, loud music at 2 o'clock in the morning, et cetera. And actually, it's the ranger staff that deals with that. They work until 2 o'clock in the morning on these big weekends, shutting down loud music, shutting down boisterous groups. And we really, really need that in order to continue this growth. I'd also like to briefly speak on the senior utilities staff member. We have done okay without that position. It's been vacant for several years, but unfortunately, I have been needing to coordinate with the regional board. We have several citations, actually water system citations that are currently open that we're working towards rectifying, but we have large wastewater and water treatment facilities at all of our parks, and this senior utility worker is the one that should be responsible for the regulatory compliance portion.
Thank you, Mr. Merkel.
So, thank you.
From Chair Lupes. Anybody else on Zoom? All right, see, now we'll come back in room. I see Jackie at the dais, so we'll give you the floor, Jackie.
Supervisors. My name is Jackie Cruz. I'm Vice President of Advancement at Hartnell College and a founding partner of the Salinas Valley Ag Tech Alliance alongside the Reservoir, Rancho Cielo, Digital Nest, Mujeres en Acción, and key industry leaders like the Western Growers and John Deere. Today, we've heard about the financial pressures that the county is facing, and we're here as a collective to offer a solution that's already in motion, one that brings long-term investment, quality jobs, and career pathways directly to Monterey County residents. Of course, at Hartnell, we see the talent every day. We believe in that brilliance, and we believe that our young people will be the innovators that take us to the next level. What we don't see are enough high-quality jobs to match that brilliance and that preparation that we've worked so hard to invest in the last 12 to 15 years. The Salinas Valley Ag Tech Alliance is designed to fix that. With their support, we'll train the next generation of automation technicians, robotic engineers, and field technologists, not for jobs outside of the area, but for companies that want to plant roots here in our beautiful Monterey County. We're asking for 2 things to help make this happen. First, we'd like to ask you to consider contributing a match to the $895,000 that we've already received from California Jobs First. This will help position position us in competition and give us strength with some of the other communities that are also applying for the California Jobs First funding, specifically an investment of $5 million. Second, we're requesting planning support through Craig Spencer's office and a refund or credit on planning fees to help us open Reservoir Farms by this fall of 2025, a one-of-a-kind incubator where students and workers will train alongside real companies solving real problems in ag. Those companies are already coming from outside of California and 3 from outside the U.S., bringing more than $20 million in investment. Is my time up? Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? One more call for folks on Zoom. All right, everybody's been given multiple shots here. We're going to close it and bring it back to the board. At this time, I'm going to just outline what I'm hoping will be processed, but typically in the past I've outlined that, and we just go in an altogether different direction. So what I'm hoping we'll do is work through, give each supervisor an opportunity to talk about what their hopes, concerns, support may be for different requests that we've heard today. We're going to work through all 5 of us and then send it back to staff, who will keep a list of what those positions are and poll the board and ask if there's at least 3 members in support of those requests. So during that time, you'll have time to raise questions about funding and where it may exist, may not exist, how it can be moved, not moved, and accessed or not accessed, or raise concerns about using certain pots of funding as well. Any questions about process at this point?
Could we first maybe just have any questions or comments that we might have from the process here before we get into the details of the
From the process, or give me an example and I'll tell you yes or no.
I mean, just some questions from the presentations, I guess, that might be popping up, and any. I know we've looked at the individual presentations, but not the whole. And I know I have a few questions from what we've seen before I go through and actually start outlining these. I feel with priorities.
Okay. Let's, any questions at this point? Maybe to kick us off, to show an example of how that can be done, I'm going to go to Mr. Flores real quick and ask a question here. Mr. Flores, if you'd come forward. This is Chair Lupis working you forward. Sorry, Nate, I know you're listening. That was just for fun. I don't take it personal.
The mustache.
So last year, we came in at the parks well over $1 million in terms of the expected revenue. This year, barring an algal bloom, a fire, and all those things that could happen, what do you see as other potential challenges to your budget that may not have existed last year within that particular vein, given the obvious concern that we've heard raised from your Public Works Facility and Parks head and your staff and yourself for rangers?
Right. The one thing that's really holding us back from realizing our full potential for revenue, which I would like to reinvest back into the parks that revenue is generated from, and Lake San Antonio being one of them, are our utilities, our camp RV pedestals, the electrical, the sewer, the water. Just 2 weeks ago when we had the Wildflower Festival, they had to spend about $60,000 in portable toilets and showers because we had to close our hard structures because the sewer lines and water lines can't handle that capacity.
I appreciate that. So a follow-up question here. In terms of the last year's memorial versus this year's memorial, what was the difference in takes as you've been able to analyze so far, knowing we're only a few days out of that?
So far, it seems like visitorship was up. We're still crunching the numbers. Those were some initial approximations from Nate, but up a little bit. A lot of people were nervous about some green water. The algae is starting to tick up a little bit, but if we don't have a fish die off, if algae stays relatively calm, we could have a banner year. The word's getting out that Lake San Antonio's back. We need to invest and get those stores fixed. We need to get our lodging fixed. We need to get our utilities fixed. But along with that comes added visitorship and the need for those rangers.
Thank you. That answers my questions. I saw a hand up for Supervisor Alejo. Did you have additional questions?
Ready to go on
process? Not yet. We're doing process questions at this point for staff based off of presentations and public comment. So I'm going to go Supervisor Church. Oh, did you?
I just wanted to, just because it's such an important point, we heard from our 4 development set-asides. I don't know if Debbie or our CEO want to comment on that, because that's a big one. It's a big proposed cut, I think, of almost $800,000+ from last year. So maybe just elaborate on that, because we didn't get a full presentation on why staff made that recommendation in the budget.
Can I share my screen? So as you know, we were looking for funding for positions, and as the direction from the budget workshop was to save as many positions as we could. Actually, I think the direction was to save all of them. And so we looked where we could for funding, and this is one of the places that we can use funding. One thing I didn't mention before is that for our financial policies, I think there is $8.7 million in contingencies that is given to the board at the beginning of the year. We are not allowed to touch that. Only the board can touch it. So there's only certain pots of money we can go to find money to make things happen. And this is one of the pots. So what we did is here is the history of it. And we just went back to year 22, 23 and used that number to fill in positions. It didn't have more to that. It's just one of the places we could go to get funding to move the recommended forward. And then other decisions could be made at this time by the board.
Yeah, and Debbie, just because even through all the hardships that we have gone through COVID and wildfires and things, one thing that has remained stable and steadily increasing has been property tax and TOT. We're proposing to cut from the DSAs, but our TOT seems to have continued to grow. Do we expect the overall TOT to continue to increase in the next fiscal year?
I would hope so, to be honest with you. Between the year that we use the 22 year, because it goes back 2 years to the next year, there was really only a $38,000 difference in this allocation. So it didn't grow as much as we probably would have hoped. So in those 2 years, it didn't grow, but it did grow. And, as long as the economy stays good, I would hope that, and you had mentioned even before, there's going to be more hotel rooms, everything else coming online. Hopefully those will increase our TOT. Same with property taxes, obviously, and unless there's a downturn in the economy, we would hopefully not see any downturn in that as well.
Thank you for the additional explanation. And I just want to be clear, I support keeping the DSAs at least where they were this current fiscal year. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Sure. So I have a question here, but I also should look at all this, a couple of comments too, to make into there. And since we're talking about the TOT and everything, my big concern that I see onto this is one of the things we ask in these organizations is long-term planning. But when a budget goes up and down, it's kind of hard to do a long-term planning for any of them. And so I know that's not really into the formula, but I'm just feel like, need to raise it that I think maybe we need to work into something so the funding is somehow a little more stable so they can actually do the planning a little bit better, since we're requesting that of them. Maybe on a different than a yearly cycle, maybe a 2 or 3 year cycle, something along that line. I don't know how anybody else thinks about it, but it's just something I've noticed. I know since we have the screen up here too, the road fund was cut. A big advocate, I know, of the roads. I understand the circumstances we're in. 25% is where we had talked about putting it at. If we're going to cut it for this year, on a one year basis to make it, I can live with that. But don't know what our funding situation is going to be next year. Hopefully it'll be better. I hope that maybe, we can start back up to the base where we were onto that. The other thing that I'm really uncomfortable with is the use of the AA funds into here. I mean, we haven't received $1 on these yet. We don't have a plan of how we're going to spend these. And we've made considerable promises to the residents and then corporate residents of this county on how it's to be spent. And so it's difficult for me to really go and support spending something which we again, one, we haven't received any money, and two, we just don't have a plan on how we're going to spend it. So I'm really, really uncomfortable with that, and I don't think I'm quite ready to sign off on. But the other thing that comes up here now, and this is where I need to get a little more information on, and looking through public works, not public works, but facilities, parks and public works, all three of them here. There's the VAMP program, and that's the only department that I'm seeing that is looking for funding on its VAMP program. How much money does go in yearly into the VAMP program, and are all the departments contributing this year? And if we didn't contribute this year, could we delay it 1 year, and how much more money would that bring us in?
So to be honest, I'm learning more about the VAMP program in the last 30 minutes than I've learned in the last month I've been doing this or whatever it's been. But so what I found out is, what I'm understanding is that the VAMP program is voluntary by department, so they choose to be in it or not be in it. And one thing that really just made me a little happier, in my prior county, I've watched this get into a lot of trouble because it was all dumped in one pot. Apparently, in this county, we are keeping it separate, so everybody is putting into their own pot. So if a department wants to put into the VAMP program, which is a percentage of their depreciation, so they depreciate vehicles just like you would in any business, right? And then they take their current vehicles, depreciate them, put it into the VAMP program. They'll have that money available to them to buy vehicles in prior years. So my understanding, and we don't run it, I don't run it, Public Works Facilities and Parks runs the VAMP program, but I was just talking to the analyst over there, and my understanding is it's their choice to put into it or not.
So there are other departments that have vehicles, but they don't go into the VAMP program.
That is my understanding. Yes.
How do they get new vehicles?
They budget for it in the year that they're going to buy them.
Well, then I'm just kind of wondering if we really, it's kind of late in the game for this in many ways, but the new vehicles that we're purchasing and things that we're looking for ways to kind of scrape by on some money. In the past, we've always gone, well, let's not pave this road. Well, can we not purchase vehicles or equip, unless we have a real great need for something, as much as we have a hiring freeze, whether we can have a purchase freeze on some of these, and how much impact would that really have? And I know this is, bottom of the ninth, 2 out, I'm asking this question, but it had never really come to my mind here till now.
My understanding is that each department has a allocation that's theirs that they can use or not to buy the vehicles. And so, stopping them putting any money into that this year would bring the money back into their department to use for other funding if they would want to.
If we allow them, right? The board can always say, no, we want that to go back to the general fund, correct?
I thought it was the decision there, but I just found out like 10 minutes ago that people do it if they don't want. I was surprised that Public Works didn't put into it, and that's what started my questions. I was like, well, doesn't everybody have to put into this? Just kind of how in my last 2 counties you had to, and the state actually came in and audited both counties, and they got in trouble for not doing it. But in this county, it's just a voluntary program. So if they don't put it, I guess we could take their general fund allocation back and then reallocate it. So example, if let's just say, I don't want to use an actual county name. So let's just say XYZ department decided they don't want to put into it, and we tell them, no, you're not putting into VAMP this year. We can pull that money, general fund money, back from them and give it to somebody else. Okay. I would be telling them that they can't put into that fund this year.
Okay, so taking all this in, I might have some more questions on this before we're done here.
I don't want to get too close to sausage making. We bordered on it a couple times there. So I'm going to turn to any other questions before a supervisor asks you.
Yeah, thank you. And just like a kind of question process-wise, and also general comments, I think. So I guess I think I have my list of the legally required, mandated programs and services that we have to say yes to funding today, but it would help me if I could make sure that I'm not missing anything and that I understand what the total amount of that comes to. So if that's a request I could put out as we go through our next step of this process. And I think I've got down on my list elections, the CRO, There was a little bit in HR, animal control. There was some stuff out of public works, facilities and parks. I think I'm probably missing a few things. And then there were the district attorney positions, which I think maybe weren't required, but I want to make sure I'm not missing that. And then I had, okay, so that was my first question, like what is there that's required that we have to figure out how to pay for so that we don't leave those out? And then the second question, there are some other things that are floating ahead of us. Oh, the ERP program was the other one that I wanted to, that's, if we don't say yes to it now, we'll have to figure out how to fund it later. So other things that are floating out there, like the jail healthcare RFP, upcoming IHSS negotiations, the ongoing wage study implementations. I mentioned the ERP implementation, and then we know that there are likely potential impacts of cuts to Medicaid that could affect county health and or Natividad. So if we could have some sense of what those cost implications are that we need to have or be prepared to have resources available for over the course of this fiscal year into next year, things that we, if we're not thoughtful about the actions that we take today, we could find ourselves in a more challenging situation at the end of this year. So if I could have those two lists available, I think that would be helpful. And then I think in terms of my comments, just briefly, as I think about all of this, we're very clearly not in a position to adopt a structurally balanced budget today. We're going to be adopting a balanced budget because we're using one-time funds, but we're using a lot of one-time funds to balance this budget. And as I look at the path that we're on, we're already cutting into the TOT road fund. If we're going to back out of that for next year, we're going to have to figure out how to structurally make other reductions. We've already, again, suspended the 115 pension, which we said was going to be a one-time thing, and then it was a one-time thing the next year, and now it's, again, being suspended based on our policy. The contingency reserve account that was one-time money, we're spending that down now, and we're being asked to spend our contingency going into this year in order to fulfill these legally required and mandated programs and services, even knowing that mid-year we've got some really big, expensive things that are going to hit us, like the ERP and the jail RFP. So we don't have a lot of flexibility. Thank goodness that we have Measure AA coming at us, but I think we do want to be really intentional, and we've committed to being intentional about how we spend those dollars. But to get to the point where we're making, strategic reduction of workforce, and we're not doing it in this haphazard way, if we don't get really strategic and become very intentional about the choices we're making, we're going to be backed into a corner fairly quickly where we don't have a lot of options available to us. So as I look at all of this, there's a lot of things I want to do, but it's becoming clearer and clearer to me that we don't have enough cash available to do all of the things that we want. And if we're going to be able to use the money that we have and make sure we have the cash available to fund the things that are going to hit us over the next 12 months, we're going to have to make sure we're planning for that. So just a few basic comments there.
Okay. With that, I think everybody's had a chance that wants one to ask questions. So we're to the point where we need to start giving direction. Do I have a volunteer to work through their list and go first? Which list?
Of our mandated required programs?
I think it was just what was stated at us. I know that it's been repeated a couple times today, but we can, do you want staff to repeat those back, the mandatory pieces?
Yeah, or if there was a spreadsheet that we could throw up on the screen, or at least what the total amount of money that is.
I think what would be helpful is to first confirm which items the board wanted to support. I did a quick math, and it looks like it would be about 6.5 million just on these different things that you had listed. But I think we need concurrence first, that's where the board would like to go. Elections, for example, is 1.44. CRO was mentioned at 67,000. Human resources, a contract for negotiations, that's 40,000. Animal services is 252,000. The DA is 1.7 million. IT is 2.5 million. And then the initial request from Public Works is approximately 580,000. So that gets us to about 6.5, but I think first we need to hear that that's where the board would like to go in terms of these different items. And I think that's what Debbie was kind of hoping for, is to have that revised list from the board of what items they wanted to look into.
I can answer from what I believe that the question that you're asking is what is like mandated that we have to do, right? So the elections, I would believe, is our mandated one, and then there was one from CRO that was 38,000. So other than that, the rest of them aren't mandated. If we don't fund the ERP, that's not mandated. If we don't fund, the DA, that's not mandated. So I think what you're asking for is legally mandated, right? Not mandated because it's something we'd like to do or want to do.
I mean, so to clarify, we're how many millions of dollars into the ERP system? We don't really have an option to say, no, we're not going to finish out the ERP. So like mandated legally, yes, but also there's just some realities that we don't have the option to say no to. And I would consider finishing out the ERP as a reality that we have to finish the ERP. We have to have a system that functions in that capacity. So if we say no, we're not going to fund the ERP, like what is the alternative? We don't have an alternative to that. So unless I'm missing something here.
So the ERP, the estimate is for potential labor costs that may be associated with it that were added by the Auditor Controller's Office. So there are pieces of the ERP that have already been implemented or are in the works, and this is planning for the next fiscal year. So if there is a concern in terms of the budget perspective, yes, we would have to reevaluate what pieces we'd be able to complete. And there's a couple pieces of it that were to go live in 2026, my understanding.
Okay. And for instance, for Public Works, there was a water treatment contract that we're required to fulfill.
The one at the lakes?
The one at the lakes.
I don't know that it's a contract as much as we were trying to hire someone, but we haven't been able to hire someone, so we still have to do the work. But Nate's been covering the work, and so technically
done,
we
so
have been able to cover it. But the request is to partially fund a consultant. I'm assuming based on the number, because that's not going to get you the amount you need to hire somebody. At the microphone, please, Brian, so that our public participating online is not kept in the dark.
So while Nate, Administrative Operations Manager Nate Merkel, has been assisting with that, we do have a consultant that acts as that person doing the analysis of the systems, things like that. Nate is strictly just pushing the paperwork to the state. We would still need that contracted consultant to oversee the systems. And there's like 3 people in the state that have those qualifications.
So we need to fund it or we don't need to fund it?
I would request that it is funded. Otherwise, we could potentially be in a situation where we're getting notice from the state. And
is it currently funded?
It's currently funded, yes.
Okay. And then the animal control, my understanding was that those were mandated responsibilities that we have to comply with. Am I misunderstanding that?
So this is where we really need the board's direction in terms of these items. The animal services is a commitment that was made in the JPA. If we reduce our amount, then Salinas would likely look into match our amount. They're still in budget discussion, and so that's the 252. It's the combination, the combined request. The public works amount, the 580, includes that water specialist.
Right, and I guess I'm trying to get clarity, and I heard Debbie say it was just elections and just elections and the CRO, and then I heard at that, and I have this other list of a whole bunch of other things. So I'm just trying to get clarity. What is mandated required, and then what are we also required to do? And I'm not clear on those answers.
I think there's, if I may just jump in, it seems like there's almost two mandates we're talking about here, like one on elections. I mean, there isn't any fudging on that. We can't, Monterey County can't just say, we're going to skip the next June's election. Some of these others that are mandated, I think we're required to do, but somehow we're slipping by and doing it enough to meet, if I understand it, some of the requirements. While elections is, and maybe there's some other things too. I think we need to see what really goes into elections. That one we cannot fudge at all on, and is elections the only one on that? Or civil rights or CRO too?
So those are the two. The first one is elections, 1.44. We either fund it now or we're going to have to find contingencies to fund it because she will have to run an election, right? And so then the CRO, the number is 67,000, and that's for the combined items that at a minimum level. So those are the two legally mandated. The others are ones that departments have been working on or are the preference would be to add additional support to continue those, including the DA's request of the 1.7. IT's request for the 2.5 is for the ERP system. If we're not able to fund it, then we need to regroup and see what we can do with the remaining dollars that are there now. So again, we just need confirmation from all of you based on that list. And my guess is there's more, not just this list, but of the two items, it would be a little over $2 million.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you so much, Chair Lopez. And this is my first budget hearing, so I'm praying that I get through this and I do the right thing in this moment. And that if for any reason something gets lost, that we that you let me know, and that the county staff feel open and free to come to me and talk to me so we can get through this together. But there is more for me on that list. And obviously everything that you just iterated is not going to get funded in this year's budget. But I'm really looking at on the one hand, not using one-time funding for ongoing needs. And on the other hand, looking at where we have revenue generating opportunities and ensuring that we are not impacting our ability to continue to generate those revenues by making cuts today. And coupled with that, my comments about the road fund earlier, that we're not cutting ourselves short today and then paying triple, quadruple in the long run by having to do a major road repair because we didn't keep our roads up. And so I want to start, because I haven't made any comments really yet today, by saying that I do really appreciate the straightforward and transparent process. I've observed other budget hearings, and I feel like this is one where we got the reality, the straight truth. This is what we have, and these are the decisions that we have to make. And so I appreciate that from Debbie, and I appreciate Sonia's approach because it's also been very open and collaborative. So number one, it seems like the discretionary revenue increases obviously don't match, if I have this correctly, the salaries and benefits, right? We have revenues that we raise, we have increased salaries and benefits. Those don't match. That's the situation that we're in today. As the District 5 supervisor, I am concerned about two issues in particular. And this doesn't mean I'm not concerned about all the others, but the two that I want to take the time to talk about are the reduction in the DSAs and the road fund reductions. I think that some of the other issues that need funding, we may down the road be able to look at as we realize Measure AA funds and as a policy is developed around Measure AA. So I think it's broad, and as a policy is developed around Measure AA, we can see where we can be creative and figure out how to cover some of the other costs. And I'm not on that committee. I'm not going to start identifying what those are. That's up to you guys to figure out. But in terms of the DSAs, and the road fund, I feel like as a supervisor, I have two responsibilities. I have the responsibility here on the dais right now, doing things like we're doing, the budget, and making sure that the county is funded so the services that our community relies on are available to our county. But then in my community, I also have a responsibility to make sure that we're always creating, for example, economic opportunities. So we're not always going to be relying on jobs and industries that don't match the cost of living. We are focusing in the 5th District on building housing and really trying to focus our attention on creating places for people to live. This is related, we're always focusing on maintaining our roads. This is related to the DSA allocation in my mind and the road fund allocation, because in a tourist economy, there are impacts to the community. And those impacts can be physical on the road, but they can also be in terms of the cost of living. We are a tremendous destination that people want to come to. They want to buy a second home. They want to convert a short-term rental into a long-term rental into a short-term rental. These are all part of living in a destination location that has made it really difficult for people to live here. How do we combat that? We combat that by investing in entities like the MCBC that are going to give a leg up to small businesses, that are going to create opportunities for small businesses to grow and create good paying jobs, to give small businesses a leg up. We invest in entities like Monterey so smaller entities can get the marketing benefits that they need from a larger organization. So folks are working on our behalf to bring conferences and businesses here that are going to generate even more revenue for the county. We invest in Monterey in order to ensure that we're working with someone who truly understands that when you live in a tourist destination, there are going to be impacts to the community and to the environment that we need to mitigate. This isn't just a bullhorn publicity organization that's saying, come to Monterey County. It's an organization that's really trying to make sure that when you live in a destination location, we're making sure our needs are met. A couple more points here, and I know I'm on a soapbox right now. When you live in a destination location that is fundamentally linked to our artistic heritage, and you create less and less opportunities for people to live here, yet they're coming here for those artistic history that we have, you need to somehow figure out how to subsidize the arts. So the thing that people are coming here for continues to exist. Artists can't live here anymore. So there are artists that are 100% relying on those grants from places like the Arts Council. So it's all integrated and it's all related. And the same goes for the road fund. Tourists on the road have impacts. We're raising money from TOT to address those impacts. So I say all this comfortably around a revenue source that is growing, that is robust, and trying to make the point that these things are all related. This is not a handout. This is taking money that we are generating and reinvesting it so our community is robust, our county is robust, and we're dealing with the impacts of living in a tourist economy. So those two things for me are really important. And you know, this, as I said, It's my first budget hearing. Not quite sure how this all goes, but I'm really concerned about those reductions. And we went through the presentation, so you know what those reductions are going to mean. But my point is that there's a long-term cost to not making these investments, and that's why those two are at the top of my list. And so, what I would propose for clarity's sake is just going with 2024, 2025 and figuring out how we can continue to make the investments for the DSAs, and then for the road fund, restoring, whether that's with contingencies, whether that's partially with cannabis, whatever we need to do to ensure that things like the local road rehab program, the chip seal, can continue so we don't pay more in the long run. And then I think, looking at as money comes in, I know it's not answering certain departments' questions today, but seeing where, thank goodness you all had the foresight to do AA and to bring that revenue in, figure out where AA might address some of the other needs in the county. And I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much. Before I just go into my comments of everything that we heard earlier, I did just want to flag something for our CEO. It wasn't brought up by the Department of Social Services, but it's my concern regarding the future of the Share Center. The City of Salinas had a budget talk about whether they were going to have funding to continue their share for the operations of the Share Center, and I think Roxanne spoke that night. But I think that I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the board, because that center was, for me, a shining example of cooperation, collaboration between the county and the city. We went into it together. We built it. We led that effort. We contribute to it, but the city manages the operations of it ever since we opened the Share Center. And it would be really a shame for our partner to pull out of such an important effort when that center really serves the majority Salinas residents, mostly children, mostly women. It is so vital as a safety net. And from that center, we're able to then use rapid rehousing to get people into permanent housing. So I want to flag that here, because I think it's going to take an effort from all of us. 4 supervisors represent Salinas. This was an important effort, and just talking about the future of the Share Center, I want to make sure that that's on our target, because if they pull out, then we're at risk, because then it all falls on the county. There are some funding streams that they manage, the ESG fund, that we're using for other purposes. Maybe it might not cover the whole cost, but that's where maybe it should be relooked at to fund their share, a greater portion of their share. Anything you want to say on that, CEO?
I was able to listen to the statements yesterday, and Roxanne and Roderick were both there as well. I think it sounds like there's commitment on behalf of the city to do something and continue the partnership, right, but also acknowledging some of the challenges that they're having with the resources that are available. That includes maybe not the flexibility that they would hope to have. So that is something that we'll continue to look at with Roxanne and Roderick as we continue the relationship with them. And I think one of the items that was discussed was their navigation center. And that primarily serves single adults and
in Chinatown.
And the majority of the resources, the concern is that we do need that as a resource as well, because those individuals would not then qualify for Share Center. So we'll continue to watch that, and we do anticipate that they'll be approaching us with a request to continue to partner, but also to look at what the funding is going to look like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Roderick. Thank you, Roxanne. Thank you to our CEO. I just want to make sure that we're aware of that, and hopefully the good discussions will continue with our partner. Just on these items, for the chair, the notes I've taken, obviously this is going to, it's hard to say no. It's hard to say no. But I'm trying to see where maybe we could look at it and then add it up at the end and see what the total price tag is. And at least these are my recommendations. I agree with the elections. Not everything on here is a mandate. Outreach, advertising, communications. That's that's important, but I don't know if it's mandated by the state, but that's only a 52,000, but just overall 1.44 for an upcoming gubernatorial election. I think we have to take that seriously and put the research forward. The DA asked for 5 deputy DA positions. I'm open to at least supporting partial, at least 3, the minimum, the 3 I think that they really need. These are positions they already had. They had some people leave the office, and they're just trying to recruit people to do the critical work and putting criminals and holding them accountable, putting them behind bars. HR is asking for the 131 for classification studies, legal services, and a survey, quantum survey. I'm good with the 131. The assessor, I think she had said that there was a position that she could fund herself. Yeah, so I'm open to that.
For 105 or something.
Yeah, I'm open to that, keeping that position open to her since she could fund it. The CRO, I think the minimum they needed was 67,000. I'm good with that minimum request. DEM, she wanted to advance the MA2 to an MA3 of a cost of $15,000. I'm good with that. There's an MA2 that she said at the worst, at the minimum, keep it as a frozen, unfunded position. I think that's $187,000. And then this emergency operations plan, it seems like it's something that we should do, of $140,000. So I'm good with that. Sheriff's Department, I'm going to leave that as an open question. I did hear the concerns from the COMPA and the DSA. I think we need to just have a further discussion among the board, because that's the biggest ask of all the departments. But I'm going to jump to Health Department. I'm okay with the 253. I don't know if everything's needed there, but at least 200,000 of what they're requested and to augment their budget to address some of those needs. Public Works, I'm good with the 2 rangers and the utility specialist out of the ask. Custodial, I'd like to keep that whole. And the 5 days a week was only here at this building and at the Schilling. That's where the most employees work. That's where the most activity and interaction from the public. I don't know if 3 days is going to cut it when we have that much traffic coming through both these centers. So I like to keep them whole. I think that was a price tag of $178. The security, I'm going to hold off on that because if there's a way to address those and keep costs down, I want to keep an open mind to that. IT seems like the big price tag there was for the ERP system, $2.5 million. I don't know if we need to make a decision now or we look at this more later this year. But I know our budget doesn't factor in, it only factors in, I think, 1.9 million of Measure AEA funds, 1.9 million according to the budget book. So it's a very minimal amount compared to what was projected, right? I think originally we projected it could generate 29. I think the more accurate numbers from, HFD, I think it's 25 or 26 million, right? But anyways, I just want to make sure that we're using a minimal number to try to reach a balanced budget. County Council asked for 3 vacant positions to at least remain unfunded. The clerks asked for a position for 125 because of her staffing pressures. I'm open to that, or good with that. And then the only last 2, I would say, development set-asides, keeping them whole to this current fiscal year numbers for all the, 4 or 5 DSAs. And then for the new ask that came to the Economic Development Committee, I'm excited about them. We need that. Looking at our waterfronts and our fisheries, there's been no thought and no focus on it. I think it would be helpful to places like Monterey, the working wharf, the wharf itself, Moss Landing. We need to bring some thought and a planning behind how to revitalize our waterfronts. And if we could just contribute a small amount, I think it would go a long way showing that Monterey County is committed. Same with the reservoir as an ag tech incubator. Danny and the partners have put a lot of thought into this. So for both of those, I'd be open to at least putting a minimum amount of $50,000 each to help them get started. That's not nowhere near what they're asking for, but at least so they could say the county committed this amount, even in this tough budget, will help get those efforts off the way that I think in the end would help strengthen our regional economies.
Okay, can I repeat this because I have staff listening and we're making a chart, so I just want to make sure I got all of yours here. We had elections, we had the DSAs, we had CRO, we had the DA for 3 positions, the HR class study for $131,000, the assessor, the position that she can fund on her own budget, moving the DEM MA2 to MA3, and then keeping the DEM MA2 unfunded. The emergency operating system for $140,000, putting $200,000 to health. The 2 rangers in public works, janitorial at $178,000. Oh, and utility specialists.
Yes.
Okay, and then keeping county council's positions unfunded, the clerk position at $145,000, and then
125.
125. This is why I'm repeating it. And then the economic development, the fisheries, and the ag tech incubator at $50,000 each.
2 departments I didn't comment on, I think it was the sheriff's and HCD. I didn't get the handout from HCD, but those are the only 2 I didn't comment on.
Yeah, HCD didn't have one.
Right.
Okay. All right. All right, nobody's looking at me, so I'll jump in next. So the 1.4 for the elections department, I'm supportive of. I also had the DA's positions at the lower level because they had offered us a 4 or a 1, right, in terms of what level they come in at. So I'd be supportive of 3 positions at the lower level in order to help balance them out this year. So that would be 3/5 of $666,000. I did not like that number. So next year we'll just round that up to 667 because, as they say on TikTok, I don't claim that energy. We're going to proceed. So looking at the HR requests, I do support the HR requests. I think they did a great job of paring it down. The OA for the assessor recorder at roughly $100K that they believe they can cover with all the folks who want to come fall in love here and make that official in this building. I'm good with that. The CRO's request, I'm good with the legally mandated number that we were told was $67,702. I'm going to jump to health. I'm good with the animal services needs. I believe that was $250. As we stay, I think Supervisor Lejo called it $200. So I think we can negotiate that number. The unfunded positions for county council, I'm supportive of. Now the number for, jump up here. So then I also had a number for the parks. So I have a question about how we proceed forward there. I want to make sure that they remain balanced and how we find a way to do that. Last year they came in with over $1.5 million in profit. The positions are asking for, their budget gets split in the middle of a summer, which is their making season when they make money. We're going to know in a few months what they're headed towards at the end of this year. I would be supportive of allowing them to keep those positions frozen. Again, supportive of the 2 rangers and the position we're talking about for the water maintenance. And I think that they can do it from within what they're going to profit this year and next. But I get that there's a risk there. So I see you reaching for your microphone, so I'm going to give you a second to respond to me, Debbie.
So I just want to clarify, you want to leave their positions unfunded and then let them come back with the revenue once they receive it and they have a better estimate? Or do you want to fund it now and maybe they'll come back with their revenue estimates higher?
I mean, based on where are revenue estimates now, Brian, for where you're hitting this year?
So Memorial Day this year, I got clarification, came in at about 10% higher than last Memorial Day. So if that's any indication of where we're headed for the rest of the summer, barring any natural disasters, fire, fish die off, something that's going to impact visitorship, we're looking to either make at least what we did last year or hopefully more. So not going backwards.
Okay, so I'm supportive of the positions, Debbie. How you want to classify that, I think we can see where the rest of the board lands, but I think they're going to have the money within their department to cover it. And so finding a way to do that, given I know they're no longer in an enterprise fund. I know that that matters, but based on what I'm looking at, I'd like to see that happen. Now, going back to the DSAs, I would like to see the DSAs put back, replaced. I don't know how. I know, again, we're talking about big numbers here, then we're going to have to do some cleaning up by the time this is done. To the point raised about VAMP, I am supportive of pulling that money back into the general fund to the extent that we can identify those dollars to help offset some of these desires, and just putting a freeze on inputs there, but not rolling those back into the individual department budgets. I think that that needs to come back to the general fund and be allocated out to these things that we are prioritizing from the dais. And so if that, say, comes in at 2.5, I think it can help offset that particular cost. The DSAs are one of those that I have in mind for those particular pieces. The other is the road fund, which is also a priority for me. I've run on nothing but roads several times, and I can tell you last night I visited with the cattlemen and got asked about 20 different roads and when is their turn and when is it our time. And as Supervisor asked, you let me know when she went down to visit Bradley, those roads are rough. And when she let me know she visited Chular and she hit an intersection, she said, that road is rough. And I believe I have so many of those that just need the investment. And so I cannot position myself in a place that says that we're okay to take away road fund. I think our commitment, especially with Measure AA, was not to backfill, but to build upon. And so that to me is a priority as well. And I want to make sure that that gets funded. I'm supportive of the clerk's need for that 145.
125.
I'm sorry, 125 or 145, Al? 125. Look at that. I saved $20,000. I am supportive of the reservoir project. I don't know what that number looks like and where it goes. I want to see us find a number that can show that we are serious partners in that, because I think it's important, as I've told the proponents, I'm happy to give up a small piece of my community allocations that we've identified in the past to show that it is something we believe in, because I think it's part of where we're headed as a community, as a county, for our number one driver. I don't have a position on the custodial. I feel like that's a really tough challenge for us given that number. I support our custodial staff, and we need to find a way to meet the expectations of the needs of this building, right? I think there's a way to do that. I just haven't seen what I think. I mean, there were 3 options up there. I'm not sure that any one of those were the ones for me. I think that I want to spend more time looking at that particular piece. I'm not comfortable touching AA. I've heard that from a few folks. Again, based on what the commitment was to use those funds for, I still have that out there. I'm not comfortable with moving that forward. Looking down my list, I think I've got everything. And I'll go to one of my colleagues. Yeah.
Just for clarification, the DA did request to keep her positions unfunded. I just want to confirm how many.
And I'm supportive with that. I would think she was talking about the 5. If we're funding 3, the other 2, I'd feel comfortable leaving unfunded.
Okay, thank you.
Burke, can you come forward and use the microphone, please? We're glad you're in the room. Sorry not to keep punching you because that was fun earlier. But while you're walking forward, we want to make sure that you're using the mic so all those folks online can hear you as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I just wanted to make clear that she's asking that all the positions be frozen, so there's that you don't fund. That is the request. I just want.
How many are there total?
Well, there are 9 deputy district attorney positions, so whichever ones you didn't fund, that would be 6. There's 2 victim advocate and 2 legal secretary positions.
Understood. All right. Who wants to go next? Supervisor Church.
Okay. So if I've stated before the major AA, I'm not comfortable using those funds, and I realize, I think it's on June 17th we're coming back for the final approval on this budget. So I think we're probably going to have some tweaking going on in between here. I would like us to really kind of look at the whole vehicle program from VAMP and to what the rest of this is, just so we can have an idea of how much money is going into there and whether we can delay for a year and what impact that will be, because it might be enough to generate some funds that we need here. But again, I want to understand the implications of that. Look, elections and CRO, we got to have those. I think that's been clear, so fine with that. as I go through this list here, and I don't know, I haven't really added everything up. I'm probably over the 4.3 that we've identified, but we'll see what we have support on, and we'll have to come back and work on these. For DEM, I'm supportive of those moving the 2 to 3 and the management from 2 to 3, the management analyst to 2 as well. I think that was about 203,000. Supportive of freezing those DA positions, as just mentioned. And I know there's several options here. I think we're probably all throwing out something different. Something like maybe 2 at the lower, 1 at the higher. I'm flexible on whatever we're coming to for an agreement on this. For the health department, I think we have an obligation to work with a partner in the city of Salinas for both the 25K on the spay and neuter as well as those positions. So I'm supportive on those. Human resources was 131. I'm okay on that. The security janitorial, that might be something I think it was Supervisor Lopez was bringing up. Maybe we need to kind of come back here and tweak a little bit more. I mean, we have to have security. We have to have janitorial work. We can't do it every other day in the week or something like that. That's just there has to be a solution here on this. In terms of the items on public works facilities and parks, definitely in support of priority 1, which I think was 580. Like to see in terms of on the sheriff's department, always looking for we could put out on patrol. There was 8 that was suggested positions for North County, 4 for the coastal, 4 for South County. I'd be supportive of if we can work it in here, of a 2 in North County, 1 South County, 1 coastal. This sort of takes a portion of that. I am supportive of the 3 social services positions because they're only half of the cost there. The rest of it's half. So you get 3 positions for 186, and I think that's a reasonable deal. I am supportive of the clerk's position, and for county council, if I could ask the county if it's you have legal secretary requests in there.
Right now, we're unfunded for 2 legal secretaries and 1 attorney.
So I would be supportive of 1 legal secretary anyway, if that's, unless you really feel that the priority is the attorney, which is a lot more.
We're not asking it to be funded. We're just asking for it not to be eliminated and kept vacant, unfunded.
So be fine with that. And just want to touch upon a couple of these other points that we've touched upon here. I know Supervisor Daniels and Lopez, or Loops, as he's also known as by those who know him well.
That too.
These, I'm really uncomfortable taking anything out of the road fund myself, but I'm willing to make that step this year, one time, only because we have major AA monies coming in, and there's not, I think there'll be money to be able to utilize into that. That will probably be in excess of that $3 million to make up for some road work, and I'm just not sure how we can balance anything else this year with that $3 million by taking it out. And so my call on that is pull the 1.8 out of where we're using here right now, and go one time this year only on that road fund because of the unusual circumstances of the major AA money coming in, and we haven't really allocated out a process on how we're going to spend it. I did want to also suggest that maybe the for the Axon cameras, which I think are important, the reservoir and the blue economy, that those be referred to the for consideration under major AA. They're all 3 of them are unincorporated matters, and that would be my suggestion on perhaps how to handle the financing for those.
I didn't get that. Axon and which one?
Axon, Blue Economy, and the Reservoir Farms.
That's the fisheries and ag.
Yeah.
Fisheries, yeah. Blue Economy's fisheries, yes.
Told you we're going to test you. Well done, Debbie.
So I think that's it.
Okay. Supervisor Askey?
Y'all are wild. So I guess I just reiterate, I'm very concerned that we're headed into this year with our strategic reserve half full. I'm concerned that in order to fund what I can count to 3 on a lot of these items, in order to fund this, we're looking at depleting effectively the rest of our contingency reserve fund, depleting the rest of our cannabis account, and moving significantly into depleting our contingency account for the year. And as I mentioned already, there are quite a few outstanding costs that are going to be coming at us over the course of this next year. And I'm unclear what our plan is to be able to provide funding for those expenses that we have an obligation to be able to fund. And given the track record of disasters that have come at us over the past 5 years that I've been on this board, I don't know that we would be in a position to be able to respond in the ways that we have been to our community if we find ourselves with more than one of those disasters that hits us. So I have some concerns that I just, again, need to be very clear about. And I think that we've done the right thing by our community and by our workforce by investing in the salary and wage studies that we've done. But the reality of that is that our budget reflects the increased cost of wages. And as we know, we're on a 4-year wage increase, and we're staggering those wage increases over 4 years so that all of those hits don't hit us at once. We have more wage increase studies to do, but we have many employees who've been working for years under where their wages have been 20, 25, 15% below fair market rate. So as we continue to make sure that our employees are paid fairly, those increased wages will continue to affect our budget as we move forward. So we have another $30 million. So yes, we have some Measure AA money coming. Yes, we hope to have increased TOT revenue coming to the county. Yes, we've been incredibly lucky to have increased property taxes generating revenue to the county, but it will not be sufficient to meet and offset the additional expenses that we know will be coming to the county for next budget year, or the costs that we expect to start hitting us over the course of this year. So I just, again, want to be on record with the concerns that I have. This is what's presented is not a structurally balanced budget, nor if we take on all of these additional costs, we're moving farther away from getting to a place of structural balance. So having said that, again, I think there's some legally required services and needs that we have to provide for. Those have been addressed by my colleagues in their comments. In regards to, that would be the elections, the Civil Rights Office. I think that animal control is an obligation we've made with the Health Department with the City of Salinas. Some of the public works requirements sounded like obligations to me. I'm not sure we can not provide custodial or basic security. So I would consider those to be obligations. The clerk of the board position is one of the most fundamental basic services that we have to provide in order to meet our legal obligations to all of the committees that are served. The ERP, whether we fund that now or whether we fund that later, we need to make sure that we have the resources available to do so. The district attorney positions, it sounds like there's support for 3 of those with some freezing of the others. Freezing of the DEM positions, I'm supportive of. In regards to the Measure AA, I think there is a larger conversation about how we structure that. But even with the full, even if that came in at $30 million, it's not going to be enough to offset the increased cost of what we're facing. So we really do need to have a strategic conversation, and it's going to need to happen in partnership with all of our departments and with our workforce about how we use this year to become better, so that we get into alignment for next year, because we won't have any of the one-time funds that we're using this time to bring us into alignment. But because of Measure AA, I will say, I think we did make a commitment to continue to invest in the roads. I made that commitment to people. I don't have very many unincorporated roads in District 4, but I do have residents who benefit from county services. And when the county is not investing in our roads on an ongoing basis, we then face deferred maintenance costs that ultimately take county resources away from other services and programs that my residents in the future will rely on. So I think that is a commitment that we need to honor moving forward. So how we get there, whether it's the full 25%, whether it's some in-between amount, but I think there were commitments made in the Measure AA campaign to continue at the a higher than minimum obligation from county resources separate from AA. So I think we need to honor that. How we get there, I think that remains a question. One of the other questions that I would ask of county, our CAO team, and who understand the details of where the budgets work a little bit more, is I think, and what I would have, I think, maybe appreciated more, it didn't occur to me that we would have needed to provide the explicit direction to say, that the CAO recommended budget needed to include all of the required mandated functions in it. But as we move forward, I think with the conversation, where are we going to, what is the path that's going to allow us to be more strategic in our right sizing of a workforce, so that we don't find ourselves in sort of a sledgehammer scenario or backed into a corner where we don't have options available to us, where we're up against a wall, say in December, if our end of year fund balance doesn't come in at what we thought it was, and we do find that the jail RFP is more than we anticipated, and that the ERP is more expensive than what we thought, and we no longer have a contingency because we've spent it all at the beginning of the year. What are our scenarios that we have available to us to start working on now, so that we're maybe one step ahead and we have a few options in our back pocket? I don't want to be sitting here come January saying, gosh, we should have made some different decisions when we had the opportunity to. So thank you.
You want to answer that one, Debbie?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the decisions are going to be to work with HR and have departments really look into their budgets on what they need and what they don't need, and make the cuts, the appropriate cuts to both services and positions, however that unfolds, and maybe get, this exercise here, letting the departments know that this is a real situation that we're in, and we just really need everybody to kind of pitch in and do everything that they can. It'll also be, we're talking about continuing the hiring freeze for next year. So hopefully that'll leave more unfilled positions open, so that we can, just through attrition, get rid of them without actually affecting any bodies. And that's kind of the plan. Hopefully, hindsight will be 20/20, but that is the first steps that we're taking towards fixing that gap. And like I said before, hoping to save at least $10 million out of the fund balance at the end of the year to roll that forward, because you roll it forward one more year, hopefully you'll have some discretionary revenue increases the next year, pending any downturns.
Yeah, okay. I'd love more than to have, like, let's hope. But a couple other points to make, I don't want to forget, in regards to the, oh my goodness, in regards to the DSA, there was, I think, the reductions left the business council with, I think, $100,000, which I think we've been working really hard to figure out how to get the business council back up to some amount that they can work with. The return on investment, I think there is pretty phenomenal, and there's been general agreement about that. So I'm not sure what the scenario is there that makes that an option. And then the other change that wasn't called out specifically, but I think there had been some other contributions that had been discussed as part of the DSA previously, but that are now moved into a CAO contribution category. And I don't know that that's the right solution yet for how we handle those, given, I don't want to say like gifts of public funds, but I think we need process for how allocations are made, broadly speaking. And if we have, grant funds, or if there's some way that we're handling that, I wanted to be clear that we need some process on those.
Are you referring to the Hartnell Promise, the soccer complex, et cetera?
Yes.
Those items are being handled similar to other community projects that the board has committed to, including the Pajaro Sanitation District allocation. And this has been a process that's been used for many years. What we did is we took these 4 contributions that the board as a whole has agreed to fund year over year, and rather than having a continued discussion related to those specific projects, we went ahead and placed them where the other community projects were, which was more appropriate than having them compete for the TOT dollars along with all the other DSA entities. That also included an increase for the senior center in Prunedale. So those are all, we appropriately allocated them into where the other community projects were, rather than having them be a discussion year over year. And that does include the Casa de Noche Buena contribution as well.
Okay, I'm not sure Casa de Noche Buena is included in that, but we can review that. I think Sherman Hart House might be included in that.
Sorry about that. Schumann Hart House, 100,000, yes.
Supervisor Daniels?
But just to be clear, there is an equivalent Casa de Noche Buena contribution in another part of the budget that was equivalent.
Yes, it's in social services.
So I didn't know if you wanted me to weigh in terms of everyone seems to have gone through the list, and I'm so appreciative.
You went first, so
all that
I know.
hard
We'll let you
work
take another
that
shot
you
at
all
it.
did. I think what would be easiest for me is more if you're looking for a third or want to know where we are, because it sounds like there is a lot of overlap in terms of elections, CRO, the DA positions, the clerk of the board, freezing positions that need to be frozen for the park rangers and for county council. So I just think when you go through it and you take a poll of the group, I can weigh in at that point in time. I think that would be the easiest. But I did want to ask 2 questions. One is, are we talking about the CIP later and the 478 fund? Okay,
yes, that's
so
next.
Don't have to bring anything up about that. And then in regards to the sheriff's department that nobody's brought up, I'm curious again, in your mind, because this would help satisfy a question. I know we haven't gone through what AA is going to do, but is there a future where unfunded deputy positions might qualify under public safety and Measure AA if the board desires or this ad hoc committee desires?
Yes, and Supervisor Church actually referenced that as it was actually related to the Axon AA And there was, I think the
There's a
request
proposal
was
for
to
him
look
to
for.
get 2 and you and I to each get 1 extra deputy. I heard that, Supervisor Church. I locked that one up for later.
Yeah, I think there's added discussion that was being sought.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that door was at least open so we could have that conversation at a future date. And then in regards to, again, this idea of we need revenues. We need revenues. And so looking at ways, whether you're building revenue opportunities through sustainability or you're actually building new economic opportunities in Monterey County, I do want to just make the point that I would support the reservoir project and the fisheries project for that reason. And then I don't know what that looks like today, and whether or not that's something that's decided today or it's looked at through AA as Supervisor Church has suggested. But I just want to voice that, I am going to be continuously looking as a supervisor throughout Monterey County. How do we generate revenue? How do we make this county sustainable and a place where our community can live and reside and thrive? And I think those projects are really looking in the right direction. And so I just wanted to express my support as well.
All right, so what I want to do at this point is check with you, Debbie. Are you ready to go with that spreadsheet, or do you need a few minutes?
I am. So what I'm going to do is do a roll call. And so I don't have the actual numbers for the sheriff deputies because they're kind of, some of these positions are kind of lumped, the sheriff deputies and the social services ones, but I do have staff online that have a spreadsheet ready to go, and they're going to be adding everything up for us as we go. But quick and dirty, you guys are at about $12 million of spending on this list, just so you are. I also do want to comment on the VAMP because I've got quite a lot of comments on it since we've mentioned it. The departments are very much in favor of the VAMP program and really, really like it. And I want to kind of I have a spreadsheet I just received from Public Works. And just so everybody understands that if we were to cancel it and say that they couldn't use it, it's about $2.89 million this year, but 1.7 of it's from the sheriff. So what you would be doing is taking 1.7 more million dollars of general fund from the sheriff and making their hole a little bigger. So that's the biggest piece of it right there. That's who's putting into it this year.
The current balance in that fund is $35 million, right?
The current balance, I just got this. That's what I've been told, and it's $35 million, but it belongs to each one of these departments. So you would have to pick the departments that you're going to take it from. So you could either suspend it this year and say nobody can put into it, and we're going to take all that general fund money back, which means they won't be able to fund their future cars, which is kind of what they're planning on. That's their long-term plan, right, is fund their cars with it. Or go to each department and say, Department X, we're taking back $2 million from you and bringing it back to them in general fund. So I don't know. It would be very difficult to take from them, from their individual pots, because you'd have to pick the pots that you're taking from. And they've already put it in with their general fund in prior years.
Right, but I'm not talking about at least my direction was just for any inputs in the coming year.
Right, so the input is 2.8 is what they're putting in, knowing that 1.7 of it is the sheriff. Almost the biggest portion of it would be the sheriff.
I just would like a little, come back with a little more detail on the VAMP program, but also those departments not in VAMP, because if we start pulling into VAMP right now, then the ones that aren't in VAMP, there's probably going to come more that won't be in part of VAMP because they're going to say, let's keep our money safe, and we'll just. So I think if we do something, it has to be consistent across those that are in VAMP and those that are not. And I don't really have a picture quite on how this program works totally, but it seems to me that there's $35 million is sitting in that account right now. Mm-hmm. And is there the kind of things we need to know is there a plan, is there a cycle that this gets recycled on, or is this just slowly accumulating and building up? These are the kind of questions we need answered before the 17th, I think.
Right, and I can have Public Works, they run the program, come and do a little presentation on it. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay.
All right. So
okay.
One thing before we launch into this, I want to check in with the board. We're almost to 4 p.m. What is the preference? Are you ready to go to day 2, or do you want to roll through the night and get this done? Okay, getting it done today. I've got 4 votes for that. You good with that, Supervisor Askew? So that is to let the clerk know we will need dinner. We're going to break around 5 o'clock for dinner, and that'll be a half-hour break, and then we'll keep going. So just so everybody who's out there waiting, wondering, am I going to present today? The answer is yes, we're going to get this done. So at this point, we'll send it back to you, Debbie, to keep us going.
Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry. Let me make sure I had my team online because they're going to be adding everything up. Okay, so the first one, can we do roll call votes for all of these? Sorry. Yes, yeah, yeah.
Do you have a screen share where you
Is there
could
a
show
screen
the
share
list
that
of
you
what
can provide so we can see? It's really helpful for me to be able to see what we're.
Not really, because I wrote it on this piece of paper.
Well, and
do you want to take a picture of the piece of paper?
It's the tracking. I think the way that the team has done it before, Debbie, is that they'll share the Excel sheet that they're tallying on online.
So team that's listening, does one of you want to share your screen? It'll probably either be Trent or Tricia.
Do you
I
have?
have 5 different people doing it at the same time so that we come up to the right answer. That's the whole.
Yeah. So
we don't want to share them all at the one time. Hold on.
It's either Tricia
Or
Hassan
Raquel is saying maybe her.
or Raquel Escoria.
Raquel? What about Raquel? Okay.
I'll share my screen.
And they redid the spreadsheet this year, so it's really fancy. So it might look a little different than prior year.
Hey, can you see my screen?
Oh, now we can.
Okay.
So do you want to go department by department, Debbie?
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through the ones that the augmentations that they requested of right now. So I'll just start off with like number 1 will be backfilling the reduction in the DSAs to last year's level. Does that work for you, Raquel?
So that will be. Okay, so I have the department augmentations here. The others we kind of track separately. So I'll just write it in.
Okay, so it's the reduction of the DSAs for $842,975 to bring them to last year's level.
What's the amount?
$842,975. Okay, so can we do a roll call?
I asked if it was ready.
Clarification a bit on the process. If we go through and we vote on these and we're over or the amount, we're going to go back and.
We have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we get a roll count on that one?
Supervisor Lejo? Supervisor Church?
This is on the DSAs?
Yes.
Right, okay, aye.
I'm sorry, Debbie. I can't see the supervisor, so if they can say aye.
Oh, they are.
I can't see if they're.
Did they not say that?
You did?
I couldn't hear.
All right, just need to use the microphones and lean in.
Sorry.
Alejo, aye.
I'm a no on this.
And Supervisor Daniels?
Aye.
Or we could just use Debbie's.
And then there's one on church as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a good way
I don't
to do
think this is going to function. I think we'll work off your paper.
Debbie's.
Do you guys want to see a picture of my?
Yeah, if we could use yours, Debbie, and you could use the Elmo. That's if you want to just put it on the Elmo.
The Elmo.
You'll be able to see it. Isn't it
I've
called
never
an
heard of
Elmo?
an Elmo, but I like it.
Document reader?
The document reader. It's an Elmo.
An Elmo.
That's what it's called.
But I got to be able to talk.
In Fresno, it was called an Elmo. Okay.
All right.
And we weren't allowed to use it.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
have a
it just,
second from the
she'll have
county
it turned
council.
on. Yeah, Debbie knows what I'm talking about.
These Fresno people and their
It
Elmos.
stands for something, but it was an Elmo.
I knew it wasn't a South County saying.
Will it adjust on its own? Oh, there it is. There it is.
I don't think that's going to work.
Okay. Let me do one better. Let me scan it. How about that?
You want to scan it and then scan it? Okay.
You don't need water? Okay.
Oh.
Awesome.
Okay.
I don't know that we need roll calls. Can I run through these and see if you can keep up with me? Debbie, would that
Yeah,
work?
as long as my staff can.
Sure, I got you. And I'll let you know what your numbers are. So let's go back to the reduction of DSAs. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? One nay. So that was a 4-1 with Supervisor Askew on the nay. Reduction in the roads fund. All those in favor of replacing that reduction in roads funding, say aye. Aye. That's 3 of us. Anybody opposed?
I'll oppose it.
So I've got 2. That's Church and Alejo. Microphone on if you're going to make a comment, Supervisor.
I don't know what reduction in road fund means.
So there was a reduction in the road fund in order to help balance the budget, and this would restore it back to where it was, rather than rely on those funds.
I'm for keeping the proposed budget.
Okay, so you got it right. So that was a 3-2 in that direction.
So that's a no.
There's a no from Alejo and Church. Yeses from Askew, Lopez, and Daniels. Okay, so now we're going to go to the elections 1.4. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? That is a 5-0. Now we're going to go to the CRO, $67,000 for those legally mandated services. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries 5-0. DA 3, can you explain that to me? That is 3 positions for the DA at the lowest level?
3A, yeah, that was the recommendation. 3 at the lowest level, which was, I just took your favorite number, divided it by 5 and multiplied it by 3. Came up at about 400,000.
All right, so is there some negotiating folks want to do there? I see Supervisor Daniels and then Church.
Did it include freezing other positions?
Right now, no, we can come back to that. So this is just those 3 positions at the lowest level. You had talked about a 2-1. Are you okay with 3 at the?
I'm okay with 3.
Okay. Yes. Then with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0, and I'm loving all the photo takers in the back corner taking shots. It felt like a concert over here for a second. Everybody put your phones down. Live in the moment. All right, we're going to keep rolling. We're going to stay on the DA question, and we're going to ask the question about the unfunded positions being frozen. All those in favor of maintaining those positions frozen or unfunded, both terms we've used in the past?
6 positions?
Those alternative 6, correct. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? That carries. So you've got 5-0 on that. All right, proceeding to HR class study, et cetera. That was their 3 requests for a total of $131,000. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Hearing none, that is a 5-0 vote for you. All right, moving forward, the assessor's OA position, which was funded by Love. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Love wins. Proceeding forward, the DEM MA2 to MA3 for $203,000. Wait, there was multiple things there. There was a $15,000 increase to take a 2 to a 3, and then there was also a request for a 3.
For two.
A new two. So let's start with the request to promote a position from a 2 to a 3. If you're supportive of moving the 2 to a 3 for a total of about 15,000, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? None. You've got 5-0 on that one. On adding the new position for 180,000?
87?
Yeah. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye.
I think she wanted.
But for now, we're not funding it.
I think she wanted a frozen, unfunded on that.
Yeah, it was
Can we get clarification on what the request was for that?
freeze.
It was a freeze?
It was a freeze.
It's a freeze? Okay.
All right, so let's,
The request was to fill it, but freezing would be acceptable.
yeah, okay.
Freeze.
All right, so the request now is a freeze. So I, as Supervisor Church, always called by Ms. Scanlon, will call for the vote. All those in favor of freezing the position, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Carries. Okay, moving forward, we're going to look at the emergency operations system for 140,000. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. You got 3 and a supervisor askew? It was the emergency op system for 140.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So 4-1 on that with Alejo on the aye. Health needs assessment, 200 to 250. We've talked about different, well, it's not, it says health needs, but we're talking about the investments for the health department. Where there was a proposal from Supervisor Alejo at 200. There was support at 250. So I'll see if.
Does that include the spay neuter?
Correct. Okay. So the total was actually 257, if I remember that number correctly.
253.
253, 253, 252. Sold. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, one more. Staff was asking me.
Which one do you
Trying
need
to keep up.
clarification
Well,
on?
I missed that last one.
Okay. The emergency operations system was the last one, and that was a no on a 4-1.
4-1 on a no for, okay. And
Correct.
then health, what did we do on health?
Health, we haven't decided yet. We've discussed knowing that it's a range of 200 to 250, and that does include the animal services requests. So 250, I'll see if we have enough support. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Sounds like I got a 5-0 on that, unless somebody corrects me. Okay. Proceeding forward, we've got the 2 rangers and utilities specialist. And there's no number there, but we were talking about a couple different ways to fund that. So what's the request of the board? I see Supervisor Daniels with a hand up.
There was a possibility of just delaying to see if there was income that was generated that could fund it.
Right.
So we would freeze the positions at this point.
Correct. And I think at this point, there's a request. Brian, can you clarify for me? There's 2 rangers, the specialists, and what are the other, there was a grounds
Senior
something?
secretary.
So there was of the 4 on the priority list today, 2 rangers, the senior water utility specialist, the senior secretary. From our original ask of the 7 park positions, there was also a buildings and grounds supervisor, a park services aide, and the park planning manager.
Okay.
So I would request that we freeze those positions.
All 7 or the 4?
Well, I would like to get those 3 funded.
So we're talking about allowing you to use your profits from this year to fund positions, right? But in the meantime, leaving the positions in your budget unfunded for you to be able to allocate into them with your profits.
That would be one way to fund it.
That would be.
If that's what needs to happen, then that's what needs to happen. Yeah.
What about fund a portion of it?
Yeah, the 3 positions, the 2 park rangers and the utilities and water specialists would be $461,000, more or less.
Okay.
And that's without the secretary, though.
Yes.
In the secretary, I expressed support for all of those in priority 1 myself.
Including the secretary?
Yes.
Okay, so first let's try this. If you're in favor of all 4 positions just being funded, again, not from the savings, just funding them for all 4 of those positions, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, so we've got all those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Now, if you're in favor of funding 3 of those with the 2 rangers and the 1 water specialist, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays? Okay, I'm missing votes there because I've got 2 yeses and 3 silence.
I was waiting for a one ranger.
Okay.
One water specialist.
Okay.
Then
Position?
I'm still not clear on what the requirement for this water specialist is. Is it required? Is it not required? Are we doing it? Like, I don't have enough information to answer this question.
So it's required. The question how we do it, it's been sort of a shared pain in terms of having Nate do the on-the-ground work with the specialist. In the past, we tried to hire somebody, but there was recognition that there's only 3 people with this level of operation skill in the state, so we're likely not going to hire the person away just to work for us at any reasonable cost. So what I'm hearing is to keep the system in operation and maintenance, we need to keep the contract, and we need to keep Nate, because those 2 together are what's getting us through that. Is that correct, Brian? You weren't listening.
I was.
All right.
Father of 3, I can do multitask.
All right. So that's where we are. So now I'm going to drop back to our third vote here and see 1 ranger and 1 specialist. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
We already voted 3 people for the 3.
There were only 2. There were only 2 on that.
Who were the 2?
It was Alejo and I on the...
No, I said yes.
Did you say yes
Yes.
on that? Okay.
That's 3.
And we had 3. I had checked over, didn't hear the yes. Okay, so you have 3 votes for yes on 2 rangers and a specialist.
And you're freezing the balance.
What's that?
You're doing,
And freezing the balance.
There you go.
Correct.
So let's take a vote on that.
So to be sure, one more time, with the 2 rangers and the specialist freezing the balance, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? 2. So
Same?
3-2. Okay. Okay. All right. So with that, Ryan, you can sit down.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to give Debbie a second here.
2 rangers and a specialist. We are on janitorial.
Janitorial. You have 178 under janitorial. Can you explain to me what the 178 is?
That was Supervisor Alejo's number when he.
That's the balance.
Fund. It was 178.
Yeah. It's the remaining balance of the custodial contract.
Keep services 5 days a week here at the government center and at the Schilling place.
The balance was 178. Can you confirm that, Director Ishii? All right, 178, 250.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Yes, if we keep the recommendation of the $534-ish thousand and we get an additional $178,000 today, that would make the janitorial services whole.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Church, question.
Yeah, what about security? I don't see it on here.
That's separate. Security is $1 million.
Where is it on here?
It's not on here.
Priority 4.
Nobody mentioned.
No, but on the list.
It wasn't included.
It wasn't called out.
I called it out.
Did you?
You mentioned, yeah.
But I
you
guess there wasn't
mentioned
3.
But you wanted it revisited.
Okay.
All right. So at this point, janitorial, 178. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. You've got 4. Supervisor Daniels, in or out? All right. We got a 5-0 on that one, reluctantly. All right. So.
Though I was going to, make a show of it if I had to clean restrooms in order to use them and stuff. Not a fan of the strategy, but here we are.
All right. County Council's unfunded positions. All those in favor freezing them, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? All right. That carries. We're going to go to the clerk's position for 125 after clarification. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? You got 5-0 on that one, Debbie. Economic development for fisheries at $50,000 as proposed. All those in support signify by saying aye.
And can we designate this? So this could, come from Measure A? Glenn?
I mean, that's one thing we don't have on here too, is I wanted to pull AA funds out of this because we haven't even set up a process. But I did suggest that that this be the whole AA, the fisheries and the reservoir go to AA for consideration is what I suggested. Now, I think, did you propose the 50,000?
I just said as a minimal number that I think would be significant to contribute to start.
I mean, It's 100,000. I'd go for that, but I still want us to bring up a vote.
That's the AA backfill.
That's the AA backfill. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'll support that as that's trying to give on some space here on something. So I'll give on that. I'll support on that from AA.
Okay, so the
What are you talking
question,
about 100,000?
as is before, the board is using AA to fund 50,000 for the fisheries project that was mentioned. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, carries. Now let's go to Reservoir Ag Tech with the same.
Were you a nay?
I was the A.
Oh, an
A.
A.
I said A.
I.
Getting tired here.
A.
All right, and we're gonna go to Reservoir Ag Tech, 50, same proposal. All those in favor signify by saying A.
A.
Anybody opposed? All right, that carries. VAMP, we just have a line there. What's the question?
I just wanted to remind myself to tell you guys about the VAMP program as I was getting emails. And then this backfill is the backfill of taking other monies and moving and backfilling the AA monies that we used.
All right. I see the face. Comments? Worry?
You've heard my comments.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't need to keep repeating my comments. I absolutely think we need to be more intentional about how we're spending these dollars. And also, I don't know where else we're going to find. I'm hearing us spend money, and I'm not hearing us identify where to find money. And I think we've just spent more than what we have available to us. So, in the absence of anyone wanting to talk about where we're going to find money,
I'm proposing VAMP.
I'd love to talk more about it. And I just pulled up a VAMP in the budget book, and I'm not seeing where it shows the balance, nor am I seeing where the sheriff's office is putting money into VAMP. So I have more questions than I have answers at this point on VAMP. So maybe we could get more information back. And to that question, I mean, if there are other places where we should be looking at funding that's available, or if we all want to come back, if we want to direct our CAO to come back and bring us some options that we should be looking at in the immediate future before we do the final adoption, I would love to give that direction so that we have something to be looking at. But I could propose my own. I have a list, but I don't know that I'll have any support for it. So
It was already requested that the department return and provide an update related to VAMP. So that is already being planned by Public Works and Planning. Public Works Facilities, like Fresno flashback. It's Public Works Facilities and Parks. They're going to provide that update, and right now I think it's just trying to develop where there's consensus and then having that discussion as to potential budgeting options that we would have to bring forward to the board in advance of adoption. So, or as part of adoption, that's going to be part of that discussion that'll have to happen.
And kind of keep in mind too, so that number before we get to it, and that's just a rough number, doesn't have everything in it at the moment, but that's 6.7, and your contingencies were 8.7, so you're getting close. You do have 1.2 over in cannabis though too.
I'm sorry, I did get distracted. The 1.8, was that just a note you were making that we were having a conversation about whether or not we're aligned with our commitment to voters regarding Measure AA?
So it was, in order to create the balanced budget that was proposed to us this morning, 1.8 was pulled out of AA to that tune, 823,993.
Oh, got
And
it.
so the question was, do we want to find a way to put that back and not touch AA for now and let that go through process? Or are we comfortable using it at this point without
And I
it
will
having
just
gone through
say, it's a conservative number for what I believe will be coming down the pipeline. So I am comfortable with the utilization of the 1.8.
Okay. I've got two comfortable with the utilization. There's three. And two of us not comfortable. So that's a 3-2, Debbie. All right. Okay. Then now we've got the rest of DA unfunded. We already addressed that,
yeah, just
correct?
through the chair, I'll take it back. I'll find somewhere else to put it. If you guys can come up with an alternative source of savings,
And
I would
I'd like to
100%
see that.
love
I'd like to
do
see that as option one for VAMP. I mean, that's the reason I brought it up. So I would love to see that as a trade out if possible.
That's what I'm hoping. We come back in the next couple of weeks. We'll be discussing it as see if there's something can be traded off.
Yeah. Makes sense? All right. Then the question before us is the rest of the DA unfunded, but we already touched that. Are you comfortable with where we ended up on that, Debbie and Burke?
I'm sorry, what?
The DA unfunded positions is the next line on your chart.
That was fine. Yeah, we already said that.
And we've already addressed all 9 of those positions, so we're good?
Yes.
All right.
Public Works was addressed also, that 580. We already took care of that.
Yeah.
So that was just a different alternative one.
Correct.
Okay. And then.
All right,
this is
so
the
sheriff's
sheriff adding
positions.
2 to North County, 1 to Coastal, and 1 to South County.
How creative. I'm sure it does. I would say 111 with the rest frozen at this point of deputies for enforcement, right? Being for us, I think that that's a priority that we're hearing that there's folks for, and we heard there's a potential for retirements. And so making sure that they have the ability to flex into deputies at an entry level for enforcement, I think would be important to me. CAO?
Just to clarify, we're referring to the 8 that were proposed, so you're going to freeze 5 and move forward on 3?
Correct.
We're freezing them?
There were 8 for corrections, 8 for patrol, so I think we're looking at the 8 for patrol.
We're addressing the 8 for patrol.
Any appetite for 4 out of the 8? Cutting it in half?
Where would you put the other one? I think I was trying to make it fair here. You want to put them in King City? I'm comfortable with that.
So then I just want to follow this up with the 111. I will say that I really do think, as you guys sit on that committee for Measure AA, looking to see how you can, utilize the message we gave to voters about public safety and Measure AA and try to fill those deputy positions. Thank you.
All right. So Supervisor Askew.
So I'm comfortable freezing the positions so that they're there as we engage in our conversations.
I'm comfortable with 3, freezing 5, and then the axon from AA.
Okay, so let's start with the positions. The proposal I've heard that I think has support from 4 members is 3 funded and 5 frozen. Everybody in favor of that signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Sure. So we got a 4-1 with Supervisor Askew on the 1. And now let's go to the question of Axon cameras. Supervisor Alejo has a proposal to fund that out of. What was you?
I suggest go to review by AA.
Okay, so sending it to AA is the proposal. So all those in favor of referring that to AA signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, then that moves forward with 5 votes to send that to AA for consideration. Now I've got 3 social services positions, but I don't see a number. I see 9.1 million, and I don't believe that's my
Social
figure.
services positions, somebody said at the very end. I think it might have been.
What, 86? If I could, Supervisor Lopez, the total amount for the 3 unfunded positions, we would require $186,456 of general fund contribution.
So roughly 187. Okay. Support for those 3 positions. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries. All right, now we are at Axon, which has been referred to AA, and that leaves us with ERP at 2.5.
Chair, may I ask a question about that? Just for clarification, it sounded like when we were asking questions that the amount that was needed was labor costs, not for the actual program. Is that accurate? And could that change as we discover what is truly needed down the road?
We're going to have Eric come up so you can address it, and he has that estimate.
So there's approximately half that amount is for internal labor and system integrator costs, and the other half is tied to the licensing because we had to extend the program. So we're actually paying for both Oracle licensing and for our our CGI component that we run today. So that's a committed to amount. The labor costs accelerated because of the fact that we extended for a year, and we've also have increased costs coming from some of the groups above what we had expected. And so that's our current plan, but our current run rate is not showing the same thing at the moment. So we could come in a little bit lower. It's just we're kind of in the space we're in right now is, and the amount of time being allocated to this is changing as we go through the program implementation.
When do we need that funding for this? Is it immediate?
So we'll run out of funding because the original dollar level, I just left it on my desk, I think it was just over $20 million. And we run out of that funding in January of 2026.
Okay. So at this point, is there anybody who wants to propose identifying that funding today? Okay.
I would recommend we revisit.
Yeah. Okay. That's a recommendation. Thank you, Eric. Yeah.
If I could return just to one thing, I'm uncomfortable about the security decision, and I'm just curious if I don't know what the flexibility is, but leaving it, we left it at no. Can we leave it at refer it to measure AA, or not measure A? I mean, is it safety? Is it security? Is there some way? Oh no, it's in the county building. So okay, the reason I say this is it's just. I don't feel comfortable just leaving it. These are the individuals that keep us safe here in the board meeting. They're the individuals that are in the front of this building and other buildings. And so I'm looking for some other options versus where we left it.
So the Public Works team is actually working on some improvements in this building. So that is happening as well during the course. My hope is that it'll be done within this calendar year. But I think something that would be helpful is to have Randy and his team come up with other options that we could consider, because the multiple options that were provided, I think, were not ones that we were agreeable with. So maybe having them come back to see what that configuration could potentially look like.
And if I can just get clear, I'm assuming that this needs to be funded July 1. Is that correct?
We already set aside dollars. So we already provided 500 and change. It's the 178 that's not covered. Oh, that's custodial. I'm sorry. Security's not. Apologize.
All right. So I think that was part of the issue in how the spread was made on the presentation, right? They were kind of blended numbers with options, and that's why I said it was kind of hard to differentiate between the two. Randy, do you have a...
Yeah, the custodial and security were blended together versus keeping them clearly apart so you can understand the difference on the security.
Absolutely. Excellent questions. Thank you very much. On the line with me is Jessica Cortero Martinez, Finance Manager 3 for the department. And what we'd like to do is we'd like to share a screen to show specifically the menu of options for the security. As we had mentioned before, we were trying to be good stewards with the county's funds and show how we could try to accomplish both security and janitorial with a very limited set of funds. But we do have a range just for security itself. So as soon as we're able to bring up our matrix, we'll be able to show that. And again, in terms of brackets, if there were no funding for next year's services, then there will not be a security guard either manning the security station or any type of future security system like a metal detector or such. And the other side of the spectrum is the approximately $1 million and some change that you saw in the presentation, which is status quo services. And so over here, up on your screen, Ms. Cordero Martinez has brought up our custodial and security ranges. And Ms. Cordero Martinez, may I turn to you to be able to give a high-level overview of the mid-range options for just security in terms of type of security provided and the associated funding asked to do that?
Sure. So good afternoon, Chair Lopez and Board of Supervisors. So I actually shifted to a different tab here to just show the security options. So right now, our current level of services, we're just going to focus on really the three. We have multiple buildings that we take care of, but these are the three that would really have an impact. So it's our Laurel Yard, this building I'm in here, 1441 Schilling, and then there at the Government Center, the LSL. This is what we have right now at Laurel Yard. We've got weekends and 24 hours or weeknights and 24 hours on weekends. We've got 7 days a week here at the Schilling. And then at LSL, we actually have a pretty robust crew where we have 4 security guards Monday through Friday. We've got a site supervisor as well, and then 24 hours on the weekends, and there's weeknight coverage. So there's always somebody in the building. And that currently costs $1.1 million. So we've got multiple options here. And there's many other options that we can play with. So if you guys are looking at this and you want to know what it would cost for a different combination, we can do that. But this option 1 here shows like weeknights and 24 hours, which would cost this $534,000. We've got option 2, where we've got the Laurel Yard having weeknights and 24 hours on weekends. The Schilling, having Monday through Friday, just swing shifts, but this is just 1 guard. And then weekends, 24 hours on weeknights and the weekend for $285. And then the Government Center having weeknights, 24 hours on a weekend and Monday through Friday coverage, but just one security guard. So that would cost us $748,000. I want to kind of get the pulse of the board. Maybe Supervisor Lopez, you can tell me, do you want me to go through all of these different options? Is there a preference?
I'm going to go to
maybe you guys can tell me what
Supervisor
you're looking
Daniels
for.
would like to give some input. Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. So, what I don't want to see is a reduction in security. And so I find myself really frustrated that this is where we are. I understand why we're here. But this is a cost like custodial that it's necessary, right? It's not like, one where you can choose to reduce it. And so we're in a really awkward position. So I don't see how you reduce security at all. I feel like we need to fund this, and so that's where I am. Where that's coming from now, I'm not sure, but again, my position is like the custodial services. You don't go without security and custodial services.
Supervisor Church.
Yeah. I generally agree with Supervisor Daniels on this. As I'm looking at this, I'm trying to understand the Laurel Yard or the current level of service and option 2, which I think are the same things, but one of them showing 14,000 more. It looks like it has the same hours. And so as I look at this, I start to think, maybe we need to come back and review this a little bit because it's. I can't look up all these options and see if it can be tweaked. And we haven't looked at other funding options. I sort of feel this is a little bit like the VAMP, is that now's not the time for us to make a decision quite this complicated. But while I'm at it right here, is there a difference between the current level of service and option 2 here? And why is there a difference in price?
Yeah, so Supervisor Church, it's because of the number of guards on. So here at our current level of service.
No, I'm looking at Laurel Yard. It says 1 security guard for both. Same hours, weeknights, 24 hours.
Yeah, that's because after this point, we're talking about the new year. So this is our current level.
Okay, thank you.
And it's just because the rate is going up from $27 an hour to $29.60.
Got it. Thank you for.
I know. So there are minimum increases. It's not a lot, but there's your typical increases for cost of living that we're experiencing. But for the most part, the cost stayed pretty consistent.
I would just like to propose that we bring this back other than today to make this decision.
All right, I'm not hearing any other requests. One thing I would like to see, at least looking at the current level of service, is maybe just a reduction. That I see like a full drawdown in the options we saw so far, and I don't want us to have to go through all of them. Don't do it. I don't want to go that way.
Don't do it.
Back to the top.
Sorry.
So when it comes back, what I would like to see is at least an option for 1 at Laurel Yard, 1 at Schilling, 2 at Security Guard Monday through Friday. I'm fine with the site supervisor and 1 security guard in the 24 hours, right? So that's an option I would at least like to have a number on for us to consider. So I'm just going to throw that out there for today, but respect the fact that I also agree this can be brought back to be considered before July 1st. Any other thoughts at this point?
No, I agree with that. One little fresher, so that we're not just doing it at the end of the day to get through it.
Right.
I think it requires a little bit more thought and more looking at these options more closely, because I think we haven't had this discussion just on security itself in a very long time. So it's merited at this time.
Okay. All those in favor of bringing back additional options signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? That carries. Thank you. All right. Anything else you need direction on, Debbie?
No, so I just want to let you know where you are. So I need to back out the AA dollars, which I'm not 100% sure what they were, but the total of what you just, this whole list was almost 8.7 million, which is exactly your contingencies amount. So it would leave us 0 contingencies. So for the year, which including the jail medical. So I can use 4 that was left over from that reserve that would wipe that out, and the 1.2 from cannabis, which leaves 5.2 in there. So that's just want to let you know where you are. Plus, backing out the little bit that we put for AA dollars will be in there as well. So when the adopted comes back, we'll use those funding sources, and then hopefully leave a little bit in contingencies and wipe out the rest of them.
Supervisor Askew.
Did that, I'm sorry, you took it down, but did that list include the TOT road fund?
Yes, it did. It included backfilling the TOT road fund and backfilling the DSAs to last year's amounts.
And what was the total that it came to?
8.7.
8.7. It's I don't know. It's 8,693,127 is the rough amount that I'm getting for right now.
Okay, and just a question for the crew. I know there's a couple things we're going to talk about a little bit more. We're going to review the VAMP and see if there's options on any of those points. But are we really comfortable spending the entirety of our contingency going into this year?
I missed the last part. What is the numbers that, I mean?
So this would spend down $8.7 million. So it would be spending down basically all of our contingency going into this budget.
Our contingency was 13 million from before?
Your contingency was 8.7. And this is 8.693 on there.
So where's the 4.3 that we had too? You know, there was some cannabis that was in here.
Yes.
There was some.
Right, so that's still there. So I can use the 4.3, move that over, use the 4.3 and the 1.2 and take it off at this number.
Yes.
But remember,
Okay.
you're going to have jail medical coming as well. That's going to need.
So then if we take that off this number, then can we get an update on what the contingency actually is?
It'd be 5.2.
5.2 contingency. So.
And these aren't exactly, they're running these numbers real rough right now.
Yeah.
So,
So that would be if, and again, I'm really uncomfortable doing this, but that difference at 3.2 is pretty close to the road fund, and I know it was a 3-2 vote. And I'm a pretty big advocate of roads, but just to give us a little more flexibility, I just throwing it back out there, possible consideration, and I'm only doing this because we have the major A funds coming in, which I know a chunk will be done for roads, because I am uncomfortable, as Supervisor Askew was saying, to be down this low right off the bat.
CAO De La Rosa.
Yes, if I could have, I mean, we're going to come back and have a discussion about VAMP. There's other things I think we need to discuss. Maybe have cooler heads and come back in early June. In terms of timing, Debbie, how much time do we need to finalize and have a a budget that would be, I'm just thinking in terms of timing. We're not like on a timed 10-day, we started budget hearings, we must have it done within 10 days. Is that?
I don't know that answer. I do know, I'm hoping somebody's going to chime in on my screen right now, but I do know that it needs to be done obviously by July 1st. And then I didn't do this last year. Is there another book that comes with it, or is just
No,
it's just the auditor's book that goes to the state by December 4th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there isn't another book, but I think I think we would like to take a look at what the numbers are going to look like, have more than just this discussion today, to actually put it down in written form and then identify what resources were used to cover what.
So we need to have, we need to have a board report by June 9th in order to get it adopted by the 17th. So it has to be done by June 9th. So the report has to be done, unless we move the whole budget adoption process. And I don't know.
I think that might give us enough time at least to identify what resources would be used. And if we needed to tap into AA, that way we can have the discussion with the board of what that looks like. And that way you have some comfort as to what dollars would be used and whether or not that 3.1 was going to be, a challenge. And then also having back what the security configuration would look like. So if we could plan for early January when the discussion comes forward on the security as well.
And if you want, real quick, I can share my screen and show you who you'd be taking from VAMP, which departments. Yeah. So I got the
early January on security.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I know. I need to get you fed. I get you.
Yes, I need protein. I meant June.
All right. Just need that clarification.
Sorry.
So let me bring this up and I'll show you from VAMP. So I think if I share the screen, you'll see a little bit more of what I'm talking about VAMP and exactly who you'll be pulling money from. And you're basically just going to take their general fund back from them. So that'll come up right there. Okay. So this is a list that I was sent. So these are this is the amount that are in people's budgets right now for VAMP. So as you can see, each one of these departments put in money into this fund, and then that's how they plan for their future. So this is part of their plan for their department to keep their funding. So this is what would be stopped this year, and you can see each one. So you'd be pulling back, $16,000 from the assessor, $222,000 for ag, and then all the way, like I said, the big ticket one is you'd be pulling back $1.7 million from the sheriff. And I do know that they have cars on order right now that they're spending out of their pot. So as we talk about VAMP, and we'll get a bigger picture of this from Public Works, Facilities and Parks when they come back, but I just wanted to put this out there as this is, and on the right is the balance that's still needed to collect to keep them like whole. I believe that number is what they need to make their fleet whole.
All right. Supervisor Daniels.
And if I could just ask, so when you do come back, getting very clear of all of the pots of money that are not being tapped into in terms of how you choose to do this. So if it all comes from the 8.7, just being really clear about the 3 that exists or the cannabis that still exists. And then it would be also helpful, because I know we have some good stewards that are in departments that have their own sort of rainy day funds, if I understand it correctly, like not to put Director Ishii on the spot, but Public Works is good about having a Public Works reserve and others. So just to maybe bring the comfort level sort of more in line with that we are preparing for a rainy day, and we do some of that within the departments as well. If that's accurate, I could be inaccurate, but just so people can be aware of those pots of money, not that we're tapping into them, but what they are and where they exist. Yeah, that's all. I'll leave it there.
All right. At this point, I want to try to get through the next presentation, which I believe, because I'm looking at this agenda, but it's not broken out. Are we going at this point to talk about the CIC funding? All right, so I want to get through that before I feed the CAO.
And we got departments not presented.
I think we're through that because they weren't presented, and I called on them, and that's why you heard from Eric, the county council, and
Well, usually in our past, our budget team usually goes through them in case there is anything anybody wants to raise.
I'll give him one more shot at this one. But
Ezekiel did that, and Dwayne Woods used to just go through it in case there was anything. Usually there wasn't, but we went through it on the agenda.
Okay.
Even though they weren't presenting, we went through it as an item in case any supervisors had anything they wanted to discuss on those.
So do you, Debbie, want to run us through the other items or CAO that were left on the unpresented to see if there's any supervisors who wish to pull up items on those?
These were the items that were listed as departments that did not present, but they are part of the agenda today. And the ones that are referenced here, of course, in terms of, I'm just going to go through the numbers. Item 17 is Board of Supervisors and whether or not there was any comments on those, the general and then districts 1 through 5. That's on page 173. Any comments there?
Okay, 18.
Number 18 is the County Administrative Office. It starts at page 189, and it starts at budget 105001 and goes through 105028, the Workforce Development Board. Any comments?
This is for the CAO's office. This includes public information department there?
The communications, yes.
Communications. I mean, only thing I would bring up out of there is having been through a couple of times with a couple of disasters over my district over the last couple of years, I've just really seen the importance of having the office to keep information straight. And I know the budget's been trimmed a little bit on that, and I'm just going to say I would be supportive. I mean, it's a very small amount. I'd be supportive of adding about $25,000 back into the PIO's budget because I think communication of what we do to the public is just one of the most important things.
And Madam CEO, I agree. I think Nick Pascouli and his team have done a really remarkable job in a lot of different ways, not just disasters, but many other things that we do in the county. So I agree that I want to commend him for his leadership because there's things that we got done that had he not been on it, it would have taken days or weeks, and he got done with a matter of a day or two. The other office under the CAOs that I wanted to acknowledge was Roxanne and her team. There's a lot of projects going on in King City, Salinas, Pajaro, potential new projects in Seaside, what have you. But we've been able to do stuff because we have somebody, an expert like Roxanne. So I just wanted to acknowledge her team because I don't think other county staff would have had the know-how to deal with some of the tough politics that come with dealing with homelessness. Watsonville was an example where she really took the brunt of people yelling at her, and she kept her cool. So I just wanted to thank her for that.
And just to add to that, she did also resuscitate 2 different home key projects. Yes. So for the CAO's budget, the ask is for $25,000 to be found for the PIO, and that's from both Supervisor Church and Alejo.
I can echo. I think that the PIO is one of the most important positions that we have added to this county, and who knew that we would need to have a crisis communicator in the ways that we have needed that over the past handful of years. And Nick has been just absolutely phenomenal. So I think I will also give credit where credit's due. I think the passage of AA, I don't know that would have been possible had we not had communication coming out of the county in the way that we have over the past 5 years. So I would support, I will continue to support all of the work that comes out of the communications team.
Agreed. While we're doing that, just hey, I dreamt of that position, and yeah, put it into a goal for a CAO, and then it took years, but we got it, and I think we've all seen how that bore fruit. So just want to echo that and congratulate Nick for all he's done with that department, and same with Roxanne, who's been an absolute champion at seeing things through. I just got a request to show up to a ribbon cutting or groundbreaking for the facility in King City, so we're seeing progress, and I think it's due to the folks that we've empowered to do the work.
That's 25,000 for the PIO.
Yes, communications. And that is budget 105006.
And Madam CEO, along with that, nobody's going to tell our story unless we tell it. So this money, additional money for Nick is important. But going to the work Roxanne is doing, because I try to tell people, we have projects that she's trying to save. How many units will it create once they're all done? Yep. We got set back because of Shangri-La. But the Fairview Hotel conversion would create 59 units for homeless, Work Street 101, King City 45, Watson was 34 tiny homes, Soledad is 14. So you put all those together, that's going to be between 250 and 300 units of housing. And if there's one more that Roxanne is trying to see if she could save in Salinas, so even more so. But we need to show the public that we did finish these projects, and now they're being utilized to get people off the street or out of their cars and into permanent or transitional housing. So those are the stories that could be told in collaboration with our PIO.
Yeah, understood. Okay. So we'll move on to item number 19. That's the CAO non-departmental. This is where we have the contingencies. It starts with contingencies and goes through the revolving loan program at 105.027. If there's any items there.
This is where those other set-asides got put,
Yes.
The direct funds. And again, I think we need to be, I think there are really good programs that we're funding, but we have a lot of other organizations that are also doing incredible work, but that we have go through the grant or the contracting process. So how we have some organizations that we require them to go through the granting process, but yet we have other organizations that are not required to go through the contracting process. It's not clear who or why that was set up that way, and I think that there is a need to equalize that or have there be clarity on that point. So I appreciate that it was put that you guys came in and that you've just put those into a spot where it seems to make sense. But from a place of the community looking in at that, it does not make sense on a broader scale. So I think if we could be clear about how organizations would say, oh, hey, I want to just get an allocation of county dollars as well, but there isn't a process or way to do that.
So we did go through the Board of Supervisors budget, and one of the items that we did include was $100,000 in each of your districts for allocation by board members. This current year, 24-25, we allocated $200,000 for that same purpose, and most of you have expended the amount in total. Some of those items have come to either county council or myself for review. Others have come directly to the board, but we did allow for that addition to the budget to allow for some of those community projects that may be occurring within your communities or benefit the county as a whole.
And this board did provide direction on the actions that Debbie took in April when we had the budget town hall.
Correct.
And these are different because they've been funded consistently by this board, almost unanimously, like for the last 5 years or more. So I think, but I think when you have a tough budget, just like when this same question was brought up about the DSAs, can you open up? Well, there isn't a lot of money right now to go around. You're going to create a process where there isn't no money. You're going to set up false hopes and expectations, and nobody's going to be happy in the end. So this is a time when there isn't money. Keep those few that you were able to fund because you historically funded them, and not open a Pandora's box that we may regret later.
And we did have a similar process in the county of Fresno where we did identify specific entities that the board as a whole had decided to fund, and that's how we identified them so the community knew which agencies were going to be funded. This also includes the enterprise resource planning, so once we have a better idea in terms of what is needed, we'll be returning to your board for that piece. So moving on to number 20, it is human resources non-departmental. This is primarily related to the benefits and starts with dental at 106010, page 247, and goes through miscellaneous benefits at 1060717. Any questions there? Okay. We'll move on to auditor at page 263. This is for auditor controller departmental, and it starts at 111,001 and goes through 111,006, and it's at 2 internal audit. Any questions there? The next one is number 22, and it is auditor controller non-departmental, starts at page 279, and it is budget org 11-10-10 and goes through 11-10-20. And it ends with debt service. Okay. Nothing there. Going on to number 23, treasurer tax collector at page 283. Any questions on that? County Council Department is number 24 at page 311, and it includes the Risk Management Division. Any questions? Comments? Okay, number 25 is non-departmental for County Council, and it's the general liability, workers' compensation, the grand jury, and also enterprise risk. No questions there. For number 26, it is clerk of the board at page 331, and it's assessment appeals and also clerk of the board's budget. Okay, number 27 is information technology at page 355, and we did have Eric provide a brief comment. Any questions from the board? Okay. And going on to public safety and criminal justice, emergency communications, and I know Leanne has been with us all day today. It starts at page 345. Any questions for Leanne? Okay, thank you. Number 29 is child support services at page 385. Any questions for Daryl? Okay, and number 30 is public defender at page 391, and it includes alternate defender's office and 2011 realignment. No questions there. Going on to probation department at page 433, and I believe the chief's been with us all day. And any questions there, starts alternative programs and goes down to juvenile probation, 2011 realignment. Okay, going on to land use environment. Number 32 is ag commissioner, and we have Juan Hidalgo here as well. That's at page 457. Any questions?
Just a quick question on King City. Chris, Supervisor Lopez, is that Ag Commissioner's office moving forward or?
Moving forward, in fact, I think phase 1 is nearly complete.
I just haven't heard in a while.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if it was in the plans for this coming fiscal year.
You want to talk a little bit about where we are on that one and sort of next round?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Juan Hidalgo, Commissioner. Thank you for your question, Supervisor Alejo. Yes, we are moving forward. So we're part of the office has been updated, and we're happy to have Supervisor Lopez and his team move into the location. There's another building in that same site where we have a tow shop, where we're hoping to look at that to be able to move some of the services that we currently have down in King City for the Ag Commissioner's office. That would include having enough staff to be able to work with our growers, also be able to have some of the equipment that we currently have at the Public Works yard on 2nd Street. And so that's something that we're going to be working on over the next couple of years. And so that way, that location there can be closer to some of the other county facilities in the area, and certainly more accessible to our communities down there.
Great, thanks for the update.
Welcome.
Thanks, Juan Hidalgo. Okay, going on to recreation and education. Hillary has been here today. She's at the back there, so if there's any questions for her, her budget starts at page 599. And just a quick plug for the library. She's also very involved in when it comes to any of our responses for emergency services. She serves as a temporary evac site and continues to operate all her sites. I think there was recently a generator put in at one of the facilities. So she's actually upgrading the site to be able to better serve our community whenever there is a event, especially in South County and in North County. So Hillary's here. So if you want to provide just a quick update, Hillary, because I know.
The operational budget for the library as presented is very, very tight, but operationally balanced. We may be back mid-year after the complete loss of federal funding for libraries ripples through the layers, and we determine how we're going to cope with that loss. But that will be more, we'll know it more October, November. And San Lucas, Greenfield, and Castroville are now fully generator-ready buildings. Wheel up the generator Public Works has. We can operate the air conditioning, the heating, all the lights, all the power, all the connectivity for as long as you can pour gas in the generator.
Yes, and we'll be seeing Hillary also because I believe there's a couple CIP projects as well that are ongoing. So thank you, Hillary. Number 34 is cooperative extension. That's at page 605. There was a recent appointment of a new director, and she'll be joining us, I believe, in June sometime. But we've had Larry that's been serving in that position, and he's been great. And any questions for cooperative extension? Okay. And we move on to Natividad. I know Dr. Harris has been online, and I believe Janine and maybe other team members are also joining. He is on, his budget is on page 611, and I apologize. I need protein. So any questions for Natividad?
Just a comment, Madam CEO. The reason I wanted to bring this up, because I know I'm concerned about Natividad, also our health clinics, with the big ugly bill that was approved. I think it's proposing to cut $550 billion over the next 8 years. Certainly, and as Hillary was saying, our librarian, that the congressional budget won't be approved probably September, October, so we will actually have a clearer picture of what the ramifications are. But I just wanted to flag that because I'm sure we're going to have to come back and relook at our budget if those funding streams are significantly impacted, especially to our healthcare safety net.
So right around that time, we will have also a discussion about year end and potential look at the fund balance. So I think that would be an appropriate time to just provide an update in terms of what the outcomes of the federal budget are. Valerie, do we have Dr. Harris? I know he joined us earlier today. He's also participating on a conference. So, okay. All right, but we'll plan on that for him to provide an update. So last is number 36, and it is the CAO's non-departmental. This is contingencies at, I believe that's wrong. I think it might be page 616 and not 216. Okay. So any questions there? And that is it.
All right, and then again, before I
have one more clarifying thing, sorry. Staff's bringing it up. So Supervisor Church brought up not backfilling the road fund, and we never really went down the rest of that with everybody. So when we bring it back, do you want the road fund backfilled or not backfilled? You did originally, you said backfill it, but then you brought up, well, maybe we don't need to as a...
I just brought it up for potential discussion down the line.
Oh, stay with the original vote. Okay. Okay. Just want staff was emailing me.
So we're going to go to the CIC portion. Before we do that, I made a commitment, and I just want to follow through on that commitment to our folks from IHSS who were here earlier with the SEIU representatives who were not able to stay. And so I want to thank them for being here to show up, to make sure we were aware that they were also going into negotiations. They wanted this board to be aware, wanted us to know that they have supported our community for so long and that they're asking us to support them as they move forward with their negotiations. So I committed to them that I would make sure that this board was fully aware, but I know everybody up here is. I just wanted to follow through on that promise to that team to share that with the board, even though they had to leave before we opened public comment. So with that, having...
In the governor's budget, it doesn't look good for IHSS.
That's right.
He's proposing putting limits on the hours that they could serve. That's out of our control, but that's where the advocacy in Sacramento is really needed at this time because the governor's budget proposed May revised was not kind to HSS workers.
Agreed. So just wanted to follow through on that commitment. With that having been done, we'll jump over to the CIC portion of this agenda. And then after that, we're going to break for dinner, and then we'll come back and finish up on those remaining agendas.
Okay, I think John Snively's online and ready to share his screen.
All right, John, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Lopez and Supervisors. Good afternoon. I think it might be good evening at this point. So let me bring up my worksheet again. This is what you had seen a little bit earlier. I added some columns here so I can try to capture votes if need be. Just refresher, because we've talked about a lot of things today. Hopefully you're seeing my screen. We're using a $14.8 million starting balance as our starting point for Fund 478. Just as a form, we're setting aside a 10% of that, $1.48 million. So that if we did that, that would leave a running balance of $13,320,000 to play with. And again, I've got three categories of projects here. This first grouping here are the projects highlighted by 3 or more supervisors during the budget workshop. Then I have some of our supplemental recommendations from PWFP and 2 projects that arose after the budget workshop that we felt we needed to inform you of. So I have notes on these projects. I can speak to them in greater detail. We have staff to speak to projects as well, but I'd like to hear how what you would like for me to make this work. I have this at your disposal.
All right, so Supervisor Daniels.
Yes, I did want to speak up earlier about the ADA having been in the CIP or the Capital Improvement Committee, the CIC, when we didn't say anything, but we moved it forward. And the thought I have is just that Hernandez is our lawsuit, not the sheriff's, and so I feel like if there is a project that we need to be in compliance, and so we need to be able to at least put an amount in that we're starting and committed to this remediation work. And so that's just the 2 cents that I have. It was just the one project that I would be looking, not the one, I'm just wanted to speak up since I didn't in the last hearing about the need, I think, to find 478 funds for this project and move it up. Thank you.
All right, so John, walk me again through what you're hoping we'll do. Are you asking me to go line by line here? I'm just looking at how you have your Excel sheet set up.
What we'd like to do is identify those projects that the board would like to fund using Fund 478 dollars. So we recognize there might be other options. I can start plugging numbers in. If we just, if I just copy pasted everything from what the budget workshop did.
So I appreciate that. I think the challenge is we've already done 27 through 33. Are you asking me to reconsider those? Because I think I can ask the board, is anybody who wants to pull an item from those to reconsider?
I don't think you had we didn't have the confirmation on all the votes. So I think we do need the polling to confirm. And then, of course, the amount.
And there's also the 4 that they're adding on the bottom. There's like a couple reasons why they added them. You might want them to go through why they added those on the bottom and what the repercussions of not doing them would be. So, for example, I know just off the top, because I've been in a couple meetings, the solar project that we're doing on the roof right here, I'm not going to say this right. I should be having an engineer say this. The roof is not under warranty. If we put the solar on, they think the roof's going to need to be replaced in the next couple of years. We'd have to pull the solar off for an additional $3 million, maybe damaging the solar and putting it back on. Parking lot has some of the same kind of issues out there on this building. We've already gone down that contract, committed to it, and bought the solar. So there would be restocking fees on the underside of it. So maybe you want some detail on what exactly those are. And the same with that HVAC repair and replacement. I know they were talking about it being very hot out at Schilling, and there's days that they have to send people home because it is over the regulation temperature. So maybe getting a little background from staff on that would be helpful for you guys.
All right, we're I'm going to go Supervisor Church, then ask you.
Well, what I'm just suggesting is maybe now is a good time to take a break before we get into this too deeply. I mean, we're going to be coming back anyway for some of the rest. And I think I just, be a little clearer of head.
I pushed the horse a little too hard. I get it. All right, we're going to take a 30-minute break here. It's 5:07. We'll be back here at 5:40 to continue the work. As promised, we're continuing the rally here, so let's get back in place. We'll see if Mr. Snively is with us online to put back up his slide.
Yes, Chair Lopez, I'm here. Let me share screen. All right, I did hear some feedback that it was hard to see. I tried to make it a little bit bigger. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, we've got it. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so at this point, we've got a couple questions. Obviously, we know that the ones above had 3 or more in support already. So why don't we go down to the supplemental? I know when I had a one-on-one meeting, I expressed a little frustration around these. So why don't we have staff walk us through these 4 projects and explain a little bit about why they've arisen before we come back and ask the board for direction?
Happy to, Chair. So I'll give some explanation for these few projects. And as I mentioned, we have some project managers on hand as well to further deep dive if need be. Earlier this year, so I'll start with the first project, the jail ADA, Facilities ADA Deferred Maintenance Program. Earlier this year, as we were developing the CIP, Public Works Facilities and Park staff in the Facilities Division was notified by the Sheriff's Office that they wanted to submit a CIP project, and that related to the Hernandez settlement. There's a lot of other work at the Sheriff's Office as well, but we started developing a work plan to address those issues. And at the time, we identified a placeholder value of $2.5 million. And that is to start the ADA work that's needed to address, I think as Supervisor Daniels mentioned, various Hernandez settlement related items in that facility. And PWFP staff recommended this as a priority to the CIC, and it was carried forward at that point. It did not receive the support for 3 supervisors, but because of the nature of the work that needs to be done there, staff feels that it is necessary to highlight here as a county recommendation. PWFP staff has been working closely with County Council and the Sheriff's Office to lean forward on further developing the scope of work that could start to address these issues. And so that is in the works, but we need this funding to actually move forward with the construction. And this would be a small piece of what's likely a larger project, but this is that initial good faith effort. The HVAC repairs and replacements project, the $4.4 million that you see there is to address basically all the deferred maintenance and end-of-life replacement needs for the Schilling campus. There's 6 tasks that are part of that project that are outstanding. Of those, there are 3 tasks that staff has identified really needs to be done. There's about $1.45 million, which is some valves and chiller overhaul at 1441 Schilling. If nothing else, that was the request to at least get that work done. But then there is the need to also replace and relocate the boilers in the north and south buildings. One of them is due to an interface with elections and the risk that's involved with having water systems over the sensitive areas in elections. And so that's listed as a priority. That's $548,000 within that $4.6 million total. And then the south boiler replacement, they're just end of life and they need to be replaced. So all in all, if staff were to reduce that ask, the $2.5 million would cover those 3 elements within that project. As Debbie mentioned earlier, I mean, I myself have checked the temperature in the building, and at times it's 83 degrees. It gets very, very warm. Staff facilities has done numerous stopgap efforts, closing blinds. There's tinted windows. There's some temporary AC units that are in place to help cool that. But it is an old system that needs to be addressed. So we continue to advocate for that need. The other 2 items, I'll try to explain why those are showing up now, because these were not part of the CIC, the BC, the budget workshop. There is several solar projects out of the sustainability office, one of them being to place solar panels on the roof of 168 West Alisal Government Center, as well as the parking lot across the street from 168 West Alisal Government Center. In both of those locations, we've had some fairly long-standing CIP projects for a roof replacement and a parking lot repaving. We recognize those are end of life. For example, at the roof on 168 West Alisal had a 10-year warranty. It's now 10 years out of warranty beyond that life. So it's needed replaced, and we've known that. What's accelerating the need to highlight it here is the current solar program intends to put the solar panels on that roof on an end-of-life roof. And before we put a 30-year solar panel system, it makes sense to get that roof replaced first rather than try to work around it. As I note here, it's continually evolving in terms of the cost and the impact to the ROI. As late as this afternoon, we were receiving some updated numbers as to what that is, but we feel that the need is worth highlighting so the board understands if those solar projects move forward, there could be a cost impact and a greater cost impact down the road. So the recommendation is to at least consider those needs here. And then the final two projects, in terms of the continuous air volume for the lab, again, that was a funded project, but federal funding fell through. And because of the significant funding change, it was asked that that be mentioned here. And then the final one goes back to those solar projects within the parking lot project at 168 West Alisal to install solar. The contractor identified a need for larger pilings there, for 40-foot pilings to support the solar arrays versus the typical 13-foot pilings, I understand. And that's an additional $450,000. Now, we just learned that the Sustainability Office is looking for ways to absorb that within that project budget. But if that solar project is to move forward, and that work has to be done. And so that is a potential funding need. So while we do have the original $10.5 million of budget workshop highlights, staff felt that it was important that these projects be brought forward as part of this discussion, just so the board can make an informed decision. And I'll end my comments there. Florence or Lindsay, I don't know if you have anything else you'd like to add to those projects in relation to detailed information.
Florence, I got a no from Lindsay in room.
Yeah, no additional information. This is Florence. Thank you, John.
All right, I see Elsa's hand up, but I'm going to ignore her. Just kidding. Elsa, comments?
Wow, it's beat up on Elsa Day, isn't it? No, thank you for taking my comments, and thank you, John, and the team for including this project. So, John articulated well. This was an approved project with outside funding that the federal government pulled earlier this calendar year. And although a judge did file a preliminary injunction and mandate that funds continue to be made available for expenditure and directed HHS to reissue notices as of 5/20, no new notices have been issued. And so, as you can imagine, the current administration may or may not be following what judges are ordering. And so this is a project that needs to continue. It's in progress. And so we're seeking support from the board to use the funds from the Building Use and Replacement Fund to be able to cover this. And obviously, if the dollars are reinstated, then we will use the grant funding for the continuous air volume project in the lab.
Thank you, Elsa. All right. So given all of that information, we have the original 10.5. I want to see, is there anybody who wants to remove an item from that list, given the information that's been shared with us? And before we do that, actually, what is the amount that we have total within this to allocate?
Public Works is suggesting a 10% contingency for stuff throughout the year.
With the microphone, please.
Public Works is suggesting a 10% contingency for stuff that will come up throughout the year of 1.48 million, which would leave the balance in that fund 13.320 million at the, John changed the numbers. So, okay, John, tell us what you think.
Okay, I'll clear these out here. Yeah, so 13.32 would be if the 14.8, we take a 10% contingency, that's what you're left with. If we were to go ahead and fund the projects that were highlighted at the budget workshop, so I'll move those over to this column H, which we can track, that would leave you after the contingency, after the projects, with 2.76 left over in the projected fund balance.
Okay. So at this point, I'll see if we had 3 votes or more on that top list there.
Question?
Yeah.
I need a reminder of what unscheduled maintenance is when we have a contingency on top of it.
Board Chair, if I may. So I'm sorry.
Wow.
That sounded very firm.
With a statement.
Yeah,
Wow,
let me make
okay.
a statement. So unscheduled is something we continually get part of the facilities budget, and that is a pot that goes into facilities and addresses things that come up. It's almost weekly. So if something comes up, we have funding to address it because we cannot move forward on projects that we don't have funding on. So it prevents us having to go through the BC, CIC, and Board of Supervisors, and allows us to have that funding to address any emergency that pops up throughout the year on our multi-use facilities.
And this is, do we usually every year have $1 million inside here?
Yeah, that has been traditionally what is funded in the facilities
I just
budget.
didn't recall that. But I've, only been here a little longer than Supervisor Daniels, so these.
Supervisor Alejo.
Just on these, Mr. Larable, just on these last two that are on here, these obviously came up because we signed that agreement with NG to do the solar renewable energy projects on our facilities. And as they saw that the parking lot across the street had some issues with the soil, that's what puts up that cost there, which is significant. And then certainly the roof here, right, which is overdue. We're in need of a roof replacement. On these other items, is it possible to look at other types of financing? I don't know how long that would take, but like, for example, the iBank, getting a loan and financing those kind of repairs through that kind of funding source.
We can certainly work with the budget office on that. And yeah, this is just any of the, we're just asking for funding from 478. The board could direct us to look at funds in alternative location for some or all of the projects. But we're happy to work with the budget office if that is the direction of the board.
Well, I know we're limited on funds. There's only so much money to go around, but it seems like it's going to be hard to move forward on this agreement we already have with NG if we don't fix the roof and deal with the soils across the street. And then even some of these other ones, the HVAC repairs, I can only imagine a hot building, if it's so bad that employees got to go home, it's an issue that doesn't seem like it's going to go away, especially come this summer, which is around the corner. But anyways, I would just ask if we can fund it, that the board ask staff to look at other funding mechanisms. I bring up the iBank because it's a little bit cheaper than the regular market to take out bonding, or the California Infrastructure Bank. But I would want to provide some direction to look at other ways that we could fund it.
I will comment on that really quick. If we do go down an alternate funding source for that, we will miss the NIMS 2 deadline, because this is backed up to barely making it. Mm-hmm. So we'd be talking about RFPs and everything else to go out through that, so that we will miss that and we'll be in NIMS 3. That's the only thing on that one.
Elaborate on that more.
So we have to have it up and running, the solar up and running by, I want to say it's April 20th, 2026. That's the right date? That right date. So getting it.
We could still miss. I just want to be honest about that, because I've got a project that's been waiting almost 2 years to be turned on. By the time it gets turned on, it will be 2 years.
Not turned on, it just has to be up and being ready to run. And I know this actually from my own house when I put on my solar, that it was up and ready to run, and they didn't turn it on for 1.5 years. So
I think those rules have changed. That's my point. Maybe that was true then, but I believe that changed recently, because we've lost ours.
Yeah. Okay. I could just tell you what a personal experience, but
well, NGs are the experts at these, right? They know on the timelines.
Yeah.
Whether this is going to be feasible.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what we were saying from the beginning. But if we do go out for financing for that is going to take a lot longer in the process. And we're kind of up to the deadline right now on it, to be honest with you. And we can, the other thing I wanted to point out on that is there's kind of no way, I mean, there is a way to get out of that contract, but it would be very expensive because we prepaid those panels so that we could take advantage of the other rebate that's coming back from it, because it needed to be paid for before December 30th to take care of that additional rebate that was out there. So we have the panels, and it would be restocking fees. And also, if we don't move forward from the latest thing that I just got a couple hours ago, it looks like NG might even be charging us some like storage fees on the panels on top of the cost if they have to store them for longer.
Well,
Debbie and Chair, this is Cora Pantrod with the Sustainability Program.
I just wanted to add additional context. So that date is April 16th, 2026. And the mile marker that we need to reach for the net energy metering 2.0 is to have the inspector of record validate that the project is electrically complete. So only the solar portion of it has to be active. The rest of the concrete work, EV chargers and that kind of thing does not have to be complete. So we are on track to meet that deadline, even if we were to include this roof update as part of this project.
All right. So Supervisor Askew.
Okay, so in regards to the entirety of this, I think it's challenging to, I think, get this far down the process of capital improvement projects. And I'm speaking about projects that we've been working on in District 4, where we think we're following a process and we're bringing everyone along and we're, moving through the committee process, and then we get to a point where we think we've had clear direction, and then we find ourselves sort of in this final decision-making place where suddenly there's additional needs that are critical, but yet the community of Bradley, in this case, and I think Pajaro, are looking at this list now, thinking the decisions have already been made about allocating funds for projects that are really important projects that will be transformational for those communities. And in the final minutes, there are other critical projects that are being added to the list that I'm not on Capital Improvements Committee anymore, but having spent time on Capital Improvements Committee, it may feel as though these other projects have appeared or bubbled up at the last minute. And with the limited dollars that we have available in this particular fund, I think for me, this is raising a bigger question of sort of the definition of this fund, or the policy that we have that guides our utilization of this fund. And I'm realizing, I think, that there's a need for both a fund, 478 fund, that is available for the ongoing maintenance work of county buildings. Things like this building apparently has a roof that's been leaking, that we've been doing repairs on, that somehow wasn't on my radar. And the thing that brought it up to our radar is the fact that they're now planning to put solar panels on it, and 30-year solar panels, you have to figure out how to do, the new roof before we do that. So regardless of whether we're putting solar panels on our roof, we have a significant investment in this building, and if we have a leaking roof, we need to fix the roof. But it was the solar panel project that sort of rose it up to the top. But for me, I guess it's this bigger question of, I think our staff know what the facility needs are, but how are we bubbling those projects and needs up to the full board so that we're really clear about how those needs are being framed out over time. And then we also have community needs that are, in addition to the ongoing maintenance, things like the Pajaro Library Branch project, which is a much larger, more significant project, things like the Bradley Library Resiliency Project, which is significant and meaningful and necessary. But are we able to meet both of those needs through 478? I don't know that we are, to be honest. We had the similar question, and this will come up when we bring back the Seaside Broadway rehabilitation project. It's a much larger project that's going to need funds allocated on some sort of ongoing basis so that we can figure out what the plan is for that. And it's not, a little bit of money that's going to bubble up one bit at a time. But we need to plan. We need to be able to plan for these longer-term, bigger projects separate from ongoing maintenance. So having said all of that, I think there's some policy questions that, for me, this brings up. I have feelings about the fact that we've made decisions, and I think people in Pajaro and the people of Bradley have expectations that, you know, if we move in a different direction, you know, for my colleagues on this board to have to go back to their community and say, oh, by the way, things changed last night at a 6 p.m. board meeting, and we actually aren't moving forward with this thing that we were promising to you. Like, that's a really hard position for us to put people in. However, we also have to figure out, we have a commitment for the roof replacement that needs to happen. The ADA jail facility issue is something that I think we need to figure out how to do. So for me, this is sort of one of those additional issues where I think if we have one-time large expenditures that are one-time in nature, this is where I would hope that we could be spending one-time dollars. So we had that one-time contingency additional account that was found. This is where I would be putting our one-time dollars on projects like this, not onto the ongoing costs that we budget requests that we had reviewed earlier. But I don't know that we have, I don't know, unless we can find resources elsewhere, unless we can find money somewhere else, and I don't know where that would be, I don't know that we have a choice but not to figure out how within the 478 money that's available here, open it up again and look and say, okay, we've got to figure out how to fund the jail ADA issue. We've got to figure out how to get a roof on this building and make whole the contract that we've signed with the solar here, and some of these other questions about the health department laboratory issue, which I am just reading about here. So those are my quick thoughts. But I just want to acknowledge, like, this puts my colleagues in a really challenging situation because of the way that we've made effectively, you've gone out and made promises and commitments to your communities. And I don't know that I could have anticipated that that there was another step in the process that would have caused things to change from here.
Yeah, so I'll make a proposal, given what I'm looking at and what I support, and just see if we have 3 there, and that would be to maintain the list that we had supported before, add the jail facilities ADA deferred maintenance program, and then take the solar projects. We've had this ROI conversation. I get staff is saying that that's going to take more time, but we need to send that back out to get the financing to do that because it's tied into those projects. I think that keeps the spirit of what we have promised community, how we've gotten here, alive, and it completes projects in communities that deserve investments. I mean, I'm going to be frank, Bradley, we've talked about it, the buses still won't come to Bradley because the roads are too rough. Well, it's time. It's time that we follow through on a commitment and make something happen there. And I know I expressed this to staff, so nobody's surprised, right, that this was going to be my position based on the commitments that we as a county have made. We've talked about equity, invest in those communities that have been ignored, and that, to me, is Pajaro and Bradley at this point. And so if we do it that way, we're completing the requirements. As you said, Hernandez is ours. We're completing that piece. And then the others, we're sending out to financing. And for now, HVAC repairs and replacement have to go on hold. But that's what I would propose. Supervisor Daniels.
I would support that proposal. And I just want to be clear, my very first CIC meeting, did not quite know what was going on, but we did move the jail facility forward. It was at a later workshop here that it was taken off the list, or something like that. So it's not that it didn't go through the process, but I'll just leave that there. I do support you.
Okay. So to test the waters, I would make that as a motion, right, to see where we are on this.
I can't support. I think the more urgent is the NG project, the roof, because we're under a timeline if we're going to complete that. And then the ADA, we should be looking at alternative funding through the iBank or other bonding, because that could take we have a little bit more flexibility and time to do the research and bring that back for that type of funding.
And I'm going to say I reaching out to our financial advisors because I happen to have their cell phone numbers, but I'm sure we can refinance a roof. I've just never done it in a government entity. I'm sure there's a mechanism out there to do it. I've mainly seen just buildings and like big remodels done, but I'm sure it's somehow possible. But I just wanted to throw that out there. If it's small like that, who would buy that bonding and who would buy that funding? just that might be a consideration.
Yeah.
I would propose another idea here that I put out there. Sorry, Glenn. That I think we do need to move forward with the parking lot and the roof replacement, and the jail program. That we look at Measure A dollars for the for some of the items that are up above. I think I want to move forward with all of these, but I think that some of the unincorporated capital projects would be ones that I would look at.
John, can you scroll down a little bit?
Yeah, can you scroll just a touch? Yeah, so as I'm looking at this, I think whether it's the Bradley, I'm not sure what the dollar amounts equal up to, but if we were to use AA dollars for Bradley and or portions of Pajaro, but I think we need to move forward with the jail deferred maintenance, the 2.5 million for the jail, and what is that, about $3 million for the solar projects. And I would be comfortable filling in the gap with AA dollars.
All right, so I do have a motion and a second, but I'm hearing a desire to prioritize the solar pieces there. So if we flipped those and put that 2.5 into the roof replacement and parking lot work, would that suffice? Would that meet your concerns, Supervisor Alejo? Knowing that then, as you said, we have a little more time to do the financing work on ADA. Yep. I'm going to come back to you, Supervisor Daniels, as the seconder of that motion, knowing that it will get done through financing. Are you supportive of that?
I would be. I just want to make sure, was that a substitute motion then that Supervisor Askew was proposing?
Yeah, it would have been a substitute, but I haven't heard a second on the substitute yet.
I have one question here. On the juvenile division restroom remodel, $70,000 for better scoping. Could I get a little elaboration on that?
Through the chair, Supervisor Church, yes, this $237,000 amount was based on a 2015 Kitchell facility condition assessment. We've escalated that amount year over year in the CIP, but you can see by the project number that originated back in 2017. So we anticipate that the conditions on the ground are a bit different than what it was when that initial assessment was made. So rather than allocating the whole 237, staff offered an alternative, which would be to allocate about $70,000 to cover some scoping and estimating work to find out what things really look like now, what was actually needed to improve those restrooms, considering the time that has passed, and then we would come back with a full project funding request.
So this 237, is this 2017 prices?
No, we've escalated that based on CPI year over year, but the original estimate was done back in 2017.
My experience on construction and CPI is that they don't always match side by side, especially as recently. So, I mean, what we're talking about here, adding these roofing projects in, we're 170,000 under. I'd almost, or over, I should say, I'd almost suggest maybe, if we do that, if we pull that, we do that 70,000 for better scoping instead of the 237 for this year. I mean that needs it over there, I understand. Okay. It would balance us out just about right. I'm just throwing that out as a possibility. But I guess we have
Chief, it would be great to hear from you on that project, especially with the concerns that you've expressed.
So, hello. Is it on? Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the board. So, yeah, so just to talk a little bit about the project, this is something that's been, these restrooms there have not been touched since 1971, 54 years. I could do the math because I'm 53. But they're in desperate need of replacement, repair, or replacement really. And it was my understanding that, yes, they're 2017, but they did the 10% escalators every year after year. That's where we came up with the $237,000. We are hoping that we do push this project forward. It's in desperate need. I don't know if there's any questions on that.
My only question is, it sounds like, I understand we're at 10% we're doing every year, but that's a pretty soft estimate. I'm hoping our estimates on some of these other projects are a little harder in terms of actual estimates. I mean, I just,
there's contingency as well, right? Or unscheduled maintenance.
Well,
I mean, there's ways to get there if necessary.
But I mean, when we're coming up here to vote on something,
I get it.
We should have some hard numbers on something like this, not 2017 and going 10% a year. That's a little weak.
All right. Thank you. So I want to see, there was a motion with a second, but I want to see Supervisor Daniels, how did you feel about that amended motion, putting the numbers down into the parking lot and roof replacement, allowing for the financing to take place for the ADA improvements, putting us in a position? Would you support that?
If it's something that we're going to look into and help ourselves get out of this situation, I would support it.
All right.
But I just want to speak to that because I know the sheriff, I expressed this to her, as every lawyer knows, as county council know, just because we fixed ADA doesn't mean we're getting out of the lawsuit. Oh, no. And I wanted us to be very clear. We could do all that, and they could still keep us in because the lawyers still want to litigate. They still want the monitors in, and we just have to be honest with ourselves. Yes, it's one step that helps, but just because we spent $2.5 million doesn't mean we're getting out of that Hernandez litigation.
Understood. Okay, so I think I'm counting to 3. So I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote on that motion and see where we are. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, so the motion carries. We've concluded this item, right?
Yeah, with just some clarification, you want... Oh, yeah. I was just clarifying really quick that you wanted to look into financing the ADA thing. That was everybody's...
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Hands have disappeared. So at this point...
We need him to bring it back.
Oh, hands are back. So, all right, at this point, knowing that the vote's been taken, we're going to go. I do see some hands up. I don't see them on my screen, but I can see them across. So I see Elsa's name is up right now. So Elsa?
Yes, thank you. I can completely appreciate the position that you all are in, and I wouldn't be here if the federal government had not rescinded the allocation of COVID-related dollars to local health departments. Again, over the last several years, we've had to completely modify our laboratory, add new equipment, testing new and different infectious diseases, and the current system does not support the increased volume or demand, meaning potentially puts the agents that we're testing at risk, compromises them, and more importantly, our staff that are working in the public health laboratory. This is a critical project for the health and safety of our staff in the laboratory and for the work that we are doing to support our local hospitals and others. It is a project that is already underway and has to continue. And it's unfortunate that it's not being considered, again, knowing that we may get approval for the funding to be reinstated and we would replenish Fund 478. We actually wouldn't even use them. We would just bill the federal government for the $1.7 million work for our public health laboratory. So I just wanted to, I know the vote's already been taken, but I just wanted for the record to put that out there.
Thank you, Elsa. I did see another hand up. Was that Under Sheriff Boyd?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge your thoughts on funding the jail ADA, and I do understand and respect. You never know what could come of it, but we do have costing, and that 2.5 would go towards our costing, and you've gone forward, but the challenge is going to be our long term is going to be considerable in price. And so the hope is to take some action now to show the judge that we're moving forward on a plan and not pushing it down the road even further. So not going to belabor it. I just want to take a moment. You've already made your motion and vote. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right.
Public comment, please. Thank you very much. I just want to make a clarification to the numbers that were presented up there. Most of those are hard numbers. Those are not 2017 numbers. I want the board to feel confident that when we pull together our CIP, most of those are vetted numbers. A lot of the drawings are at 90% already gone through permitting, so we're very confident engineers' estimates. The reason why we have that asterisk for specifically the probation is because it's just a high level. We think it's going to be this. That's why we're recommending this. That's why we recommended the 70,000, so we can get to a firmer number, get through construction documents, and then come back with an actual construction number. So just wanted to add that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. What else do we need on the Board of Supervisors agenda today, Debbie?
That's it for these items. I think there's more on the agenda, though. The other.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going on the others, but I just want to make sure at this point we're done with the Board of Soups.
Yeah, I have everything that I need at this point.
So looking at my agenda, I do have an adjournment, but I'm going to hold off on the adjournment officially until we conclude all of them for the adjourn in memory. So we're going to jump into Baranda County Sanitation District, calling to order here at 6:19 p.m. Let the record reflect that all commissioners or members of the directors are present. I'll see if there's any additions or corrections to this agenda by the clerk.
There are none.
At this point, we'll open general public comment on this agenda. I see no hands up, so we'll close general public comment. We have one item on consent.
Second.
Got a motion from Alejo, a second from Church. Any additional comments or questions? Public input on consent? Seeing and hearing none, I'll bring it back. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. We're adjourned on that one. We're going to go to East Garrison Community Services District now. Let the record reflect that all members of this board are present. I'm going to call for any additions or corrections from the clerk.
There are none.
Seeing none, we'll go to general public comment on the East Garrison Community Services District. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We have one item on consent. Is there any public comment on this consent item? Got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. With that, we will adjourn. We're going to call to order the East Garrison Public Financing Authority. With that, let the record reflect that all members of this board are present. We're going to call for additions and corrections by the clerk.
There are none.
Seeing none, we'll go to general public comment. Seeing no hands up, we'll close general public comment and proceed to our consent calendar and open that up to the public. Hearing no public on that, I'm going to take a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? Second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. With that, we're going to jump into the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Calling to order, let the record reflect that all members are present. We'll call for any additions or corrections by the clerk.
There are none.
Seeing none, we're going to go to general public comment on this agenda. Seeing no hands up, we will close public comment, come back, see if there's any public comment on our consent calendar. Seeing and hearing none, I'll take a motion from Alejo and a second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 The motion carries. We are adjourned. With that, we're going to jump into the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Let the record reflect all members are present. We're going to call for additions or corrections by the clerk.
There are none.
Seeing none, we're going to jump into general public comment. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this agenda? Seeing nobody in room, no hands up via Zoom, we're going to bring it back. And we have a consent calendar. Is there a member of the public who wishes to comment on our consent calendar today? Seeing no hands up, I'll take the motion from Alejo and the second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries and we're adjourned. Next, we're going to open up the successor housing agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Let the record reflect that all members are present. I'm going to call for additions and corrections by the clerk.
There are none.
Seeing none, we're going to go to the general public comment. Seeing no hands up, we'll close general public comment, bring it back. We have one item on consent. I'm going to see if there's any public member who wishes to speak on our consent item.
Nope.
Seeing no hands up, I will bring it back. Take a motion from Alejo.
Second.
You almost let me down there. Second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, and with that, we're adjourned. Now I'm going to jump into the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Calling to order. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Any additions or corrections by the clerk?
There are none.
Open it up for general public comment on this agenda. Seeing none, we will close general public comment. We do have a scheduled matter. So for this, I'm going to send it out to staff, who I see has joined us for a public hearing to consider approving and adopting the Monterey County Water Resource Agency fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chair Lopez and Supervisor, Supervisor, I'm Nangin, Finance Manager of Water Resource Agency. Can somebody help me with the presentation here? Huh? Is it pulled up on your stuff? Not yet.
You need to pull it up and then put it on the. It should say presentation number 1, WRA. Now, maybe I will pull it up for you. David, can you pull up the presentation?
All right. There you go. Again, I'm Nangin, a Finance Manager of Water Resource Agency. To make it a bit easier for you, I want to say up front, the fiscal year 26 recommended budget does not request a general fund contributions. So there's a easy decision for you. To develop the budget, Water Resource Agency's leadership, General Manager Ira, Deputy General Manager Shona, and then staff worked through, we went through the multiple revisions and then come to these versions. And we trimmed down as much as we can, and this is what the final product is. Before I go into the detail, I just want to acknowledge and thank the efforts made by staff. Again, today's action is to hold a public hearing to consider approving and adopting fiscal year Water Resource Agency's fiscal year 26 recommended budget. Fiscal year 26 total recommended budget includes the total appropriation of $43.49 million, which is an 11% decrease from this year's fiscal year 25. Total revenue includes $39.24 million. That's a 70% decrease from the fiscal year, again, 25. The revenue is adopting 2.7 CPI on our assessment revenues. And for this, as you can see, there is a funding gap from the expense and revenue. So agency is proposing to use the fund balance of $4.25 million to cover the funding gap. To get to this point, the agency has a total of 57 FTE authorized. However, we are requesting to have a 13 position kept but unfunded, and 44 positions funded. And of those, the 6 positions still vacant, so we are hoping to fill in the next fiscal year. As I said, that is a 10% decrease from the 11% decrease from this fiscal year 25. So our main focus was utilizing current staffing for the ongoing operation and maintenance, and we are doing the minimal repairs and not able to do the major replacement project and focusing on grant funded projects. Unfortunately, this fiscal year 26 recommended budget is utilizing existing staff for doing the grant funded positions. For how we get to this point is, as you heard from all the other departments, our expense growth is exceeding our annual CPA, where our assessment increase is proposed. And that includes the county labor union negotiation outcome is also impacting, which is much higher increase than our annual CPA. Cost of service and supply also exceeds our CPA, revenue CPA 2.7. Insurance, pollution, general liability insurance also decreased by 17%. Again, we did make our best, staff made our best to limit the use of unbalances, even though we are using 4.5, but we did our best to limit the use of unbalance. One good news is the county's cost allocation plan for the agency allocation actually decreased. However, this does bring this is another concern point because the current methodology, our allocation is decreased by 281, so now our allocation is going to be 291. However, following the methodology, agency's level is based on the agency's utilization of services. Our agency's cost allocation plan is about 800,000 level. So since we only paying 291,000, that will carry us when we finally reconcile in 2 years later. That will bump up our allocations for 1.5 million or that amount. So that will be the issues we have to deal with in 2 years' time. And again, this budget is kind of tight. So although agency is currently pursuing a lot of different grant opportunities, but those are not included in this budget. So if we have any grant that are awarded during the fiscal year, we will have to amend our budget. And for the revenue, the same stories. I'm repeating myself. Again, our revenue growth is not keeping pace with our expense growth. And so our annual COLA increase for our assessments, flood assessments and special assessment is only 2.7%. Good news is that we have a new revenue stream, which is a groundwater monitoring program. We are budgeting for 800,000. I believe that is the next week's agenda for your considerations. The only components that we have for the water resources revenue stream that we can adjust for the operation need is the recycling water delivery fees, which is increased from the $45.24 per acre foot to the $85.24 we are proposing. Other revenues we have the grants and the boat docks, and the other revenues are specific for the specific program, so we don't have any other way to use that money to fund our ongoing operation and maintenance. Here is just the trend for our expenses. As you see that the fiscal year 26 recommended budget is 43.49 million. If you see the trends from the fiscal year 23 actual, 24, 25, we are about 34 million in 23, 40 million in 24. We are estimating fiscal year 25 will end at 37 million. So the requested budget about 43 is kind of following the trend. This is the distribution, expense distributions for our agency. Employee cost is about 20%, insurance is about 5%, the consultants, the contractors and consultants 13%. We are hoping that our grant-funded contract consultants will be about 20%. Monterey One Water is one of our biggest contracts, so they are running our recycling water project, so their payments to them is about 21% of our budget. As for the revenue, this is the same trends we're showing to you. So because the amount is 39.23 million, which is the decrease from the last year's budget, but annually 37 million in fiscal year 23, 36.5 million fiscal year 24, and we are estimating this fiscal year 25 will end about 36 million. So with the effort in the grant, we are hoping that the fiscal year 26 will bring about 39.24 million in fiscal year 26. Again, this is our revenue distributions. Our biggest revenue is special assessments, and at 45%. Ad valorem is about 9%, and water delivery charge and service charge is 8%, which is a much increase from the previous year, with the $85.24 proposed in fiscal year 26. Here is our fund balance estimate. So we are definitely see the trend that our fund balance is slowly depleting. And we are estimating that fiscal year 26, they're using the fund balance of 4.25 million, ending at 15.54 million. This is a summary. Water Resource Agency has 14 different funds. Even though we have estimating 15.54 million as a fund balances, we do have zone restrictions. So some of the funds cannot be used for any other funds. So this is just a summary of what's included in our budget. Total 43 million has each fund, and we have as you can see, all of our funds are using the fund balances to cover the operation gap, except the one fund. That leads to the 15.54 million in fund balances. We do have some assigned funds that designated for specific purposes, so we don't have any, in this year's budget, we don't have any use. I'm not asking to utilize this money, but we will come back to the board if we need to use this money. In also to develop this budget, we did make extra efforts to give more details in our recommended budget. So that each fund you able to see in our recommended budget what each details of programs and activities we are budgeted in fiscal year 26. Along with the summary of projects and revenues, expenses, and use of amount of use of fund balances and our estimated ending fund balances. This is the end of my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Nan. I'm going to take this out to public first, see if there's any public input on this presentation.
I see no hands.
See no hands up. I'll close public comment on this presentation and bring it back. I think we've got some comments on this, so I'm going to go to Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I got a couple questions here. The groundwater monitoring program administration, that's exactly 800,000? Is that what's being billed?
We are estimating about 800,000.
I mean, estimate on that. Could you go back to slide 8 on that? I had a question just where it's at in there. Slide 8, yeah, slide 8. And that's under the program revenue right here?
Yes, that's why you see
going up, so the others are, okay.
Right. This is a brand new program. 800,000 is new too.
Actually, I think it's more than 54.6% increase, but that's a different issue. Should be 100%. But anyway, I just wanted to get an idea. So we're talking about 800,000 is the number that's being used for the budget.
That's correct.
So I'm okay approving the budget, but I'm having a problem approving the 800,000 because we don't even have the source of the funding approved yet. That's coming up next week. So I'm okay, and I got some real questions with the process we're going through on the funding for that, but that's discussion for next Tuesday. So I would be okay on approving this recommended budget minus the 800,000 for the groundwater monitoring program administration at this point, because one, it's putting the cart before the horse, and again, I have some real questions on just how we're funding that.
Okay.
Are you happy to take that as an amendment to your motion, Supervisor Alejo? Yes. And make that a second?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any additional conversation? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Nan. Whoa.
Chair, for clarity, you're talking about items 1 through 4, correct?
No, so this was just item 1.
Just for the budget, okay.
Correct, just the budget. So now we're going to jump into item 2 to hold a public hearing to consider approving and adopting fiscal year 25-26 assessment charges with cost of living adjustments to 2.7% for the zones listed here. Having officially opened that hearing, I'm going to take it out to Nan, see if there's a presentation on this.
Yes.
All right.
I am trying to get the presentation. Okay, so the next item is hold a public hearing to consider approving fiscal year 26 COLA increase of 2.7% to the flood assessment zone 1A, 8, 9, 12, and 17, and adopt the resolution approving increase. For these items, the Water Resources Board of Directors reviewed the impacts of increase at the budget workshop and Board of Directors Finance Committee and Board of Directors meeting as well. So agency has various ordinances that establish the flood control benefit assessments, and to maintain the flood protection system. And the ordinance allows the annual assessment rate to be increased annually as a COLA by Consumer Price Index of San Francisco area measured from March 1st through the March 1st. And this year's CPI is 2.7%. So the zone 1 is a Paro area, and here is the boundary map. And zone 1A is also in Paro area adjacent to the zone 1. And the way you read this is that we have those boundaries and there is partials, and depending on what kind of partial type is, we identified giving them factors. And then each factor has a different assessment rates, and all those assessment rates will be increased by 2.7%. So for example, factor C is a single residential, and there are 191 partials. The rate's gonna be increased from $93.81 to $96.35. Zone 1A is also receiving 2.7% CPI increase. Zone 8 is a Soledad storm area in Soledad. Again, all those factors will receive 2.7% increase. Zone 9 is a reclamation ditch in Alisal in Salinas area. Again, all those factors gonna receive 2.7% increase. Zone 12 is San Lorenzo Creek in King City. Again, all those factors will receive 2.7% increase. Zone 17 is Moro Coho in Castroville area. Again, all those factors will receive 2.7% increase. This is a summarizing. As you can see, I was mentioning earlier at the presentation, we have each fund has a zone restriction. So each zone 1A is a fund 112. All the assessments collected will be only used for that activities in that specific zone. So we are talking about the fund 112 and the fund 121, fund 122, fund 124, and fund 127. All those, with the increase of 2.7%, they will still have to use a fund balance to fund the operation funding gap to maintain our operation, maintain our facilities. This is the end of my presentation for this item. I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, let's open this up to the public. See, no, I do see a hand up. Looking straight across there on your screen. Michelle Clary, we'll go ahead and give you the floor for 2 minutes.
Just again, I think when these get put on, I think these are getting put on to private. Is this getting funded like additional costs privately by those property owners? Again, I kind of joined a little late going through these budget things, but again, I just really want you guys to think about any kind of assessments that you guys are adding on to property owners. We had this conversation about consistently adding onto our taxes. I'm retired. I don't get a 2.7 cost of increase each year, but I got to keep paying for increased fire insurance and increased taxes. And I don't know if you guys have already done the one for the property taxes yet, but we're dying here. And these little updates, I'm just hoping isn't just on the backs of people like me that own acreage that are now just getting extra taxes thrown in. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other hands up, I'll bring it back. What's the will of the board? Got a motion from Alejo to approve with a second from Supervisor Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. All right, with that, we're going to jump into item 3, which is very similar, but looking at Zone 2C. And so for that, we're going to go back to Nan for a presentation.
Waiting for the presentations to pop up.
David, can you pull up the PowerPoint, please?
This item is the same thing, hold a public hearing to consider approving and adopting the fiscal year 26 COLA increase of 2.7 for Zone 2C, administration and operation and maintenance components of Nacimiento and San Antonio dams, and adopt the resolutions to approve 2.7 increase. Agency Ordinance 4203 established Zone 2C to fund the operation and maintenance of Nacimiento Dam and San Antonio dams. Again, the same ordinance allows a COLA increase of measure by CPI. And again, this year's CPI is 2.7%. The Zone 2C has 4 components of it, and the CPI only applicable to operation and maintenance and administration components, and there is additional 2 components does not receive the CPI. Here is the map for Zone 2C. It's going all the way down to the Salinas Valley, including some areas in the reservoir. Zone 2C actually is more complicated. It has similar to the flood assessment. It has land factors, but it does also break it down to the sub-area of 7 sub-area. That's why you see the different colors. And depending on where the property is, it belongs to one of these sub-areas. Again, all those sub-areas and land factors will receive 2.7% increase for the operation and maintenance component. And as well as the administration components will receive 2.7% increase as well. As I said, there are 2 other components, the spillway modifications and diversion facility constructions that not receive a COLA, so they'll remain same as is. This is, again, 3rd time seeing this one. The Zone 2C is agency's Fund 116. Again, even with the 2.7% increase, we are using the 626,000 fund balances to fund the operation needed. So it is critical to have a 2.7% CPI increase approved by the board. This is end of my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Nan. Let's open this up to the public, see if there's any public input on the Zone 2C adjustments. Seeing no hands up, I'll bring it back. Got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? Second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Now we're going to go to item 4, to hold a public hearing, consider approving and adopting 25 for zones 2B, 2Y, and 2Z. We'll go back to you, Nan.
Thank you. This is my last item. Again, this is a public hearing for the fiscal year 26, COLA increase for the Zone 2B, 2Y, 2Z, and water service charge assessments. And also to adopt the resolutions for approving the 2.7 COLA increase for those rates, and adopt the resolutions approving the fiscal year 26 Zone 2B water delivery charge of $85.24 per acre-foot of water delivered. For this item, the agency did our best to do the outreach for those people who are affected by this increase. We held the CC growers workshop regarding the proposed increase for the water delivery fee, because $45.24 to $85.24 is a significant increase. So we wanted to make sure that growers' input, who are the CC users, input will be heard. We also had a budget workshop, finance committee, and also the board of directors held a public hearing for those increased water delivery charge as well. Again, agency has ordinances that establish Zone 2B, 2Y, 2Z, and how the water service charge needs to be approved or utilized. And again, all those ordinances indicating that those assessments can receive the CPI, our COLA annual COLA by CPI of San Francisco area. And again, this year's CPI is 2.7%. Here is the boundary map for Zone 2Y and Zone 2Z. It's very similar to Zone 2C, except excluding the dam area. Zone 2Y funds the CC project. Again, same story. All factors receive 2.7% increase. Zone 2G funds the SVRP project, and again, all those factors will receive 2.7% increase. Zone 2B is the area in the Castroville. The Zone 2B assessment funds both CCIP and SVRP project. And it only has a land factor A, and it will increase 2.7% increase. And the CCIP program also has the water delivery charge and the water service charge components as well. So the water service charge will increase by 2.7%, and the water delivery charge will increase from the $45.24 to $85.24. This is the agency's fund, the Zone 2B and Zone 2Y, and also the water delivery charge and water service charges of Fund 131, 132, and 134. Again, even with the 2.7% increase and the significant increase in the water delivery charge, we will still have to use the fund balances to fund the operation gap. This is the end of my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Nan. We'll go out to the public, see if there's any public input on this item.
So moved.
Seeing no hands, I'm going to, Supervisor Church, followed by Supervisor Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Thank you, Nan. Thank you for sticking with us to the end. Now we've arrived at a point where it's time to adjourn all of our agendas, and I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Alejo for an adjourn in memory.
Yes, and if our clerk could put up the image of the Odie, and I want to first of all just congratulate my little niece, Amaya Kimball Alejo, who graduated from Washington Middle School here in Salinas. Also missed her graduation at the Rabobank Center because of our meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are adjourning our meeting in memory of our Monterey County Courthouse Facility K-9 Odie. So this may be the first time we honored one of our four-legged county family members. I'm going to read from a modified version of the District Attorney's press release, and it reads, "With heavy hearts, we acknowledge the passing of our beloved Courthouse Facility K-9 Odie. After more than a decade of unwavering service to victims and survivors throughout our community, Odie passed away peacefully on May 20th, 2025, surrounded by the love and comfort of those she lived with following a recent diagnosis of advanced bone cancer. Odie, formerly named Odile the Black Swan, after the character in the ballet Swan Lake, was gifted to the District Attorney's Office in November 2014 by K9 Companions, a nonprofit organization that provides highly trained service and facility dogs free of charge to people with disabilities, veterans with PTSD, and professionals like us who serve the most vulnerable. While her name may have been originated from a dramatic role, only good characters exist in the District Attorney's Office, and Odie was nothing but good. A graceful black Labrador with a touch of golden retriever, she carried herself with wisdom, gentleness, and a quiet courage that left a lasting impression on everyone she encountered. With over 50 commands in her repertoire, the only one that she truly ever needed was visit. Upon hearing it, Odie approached victims, many in crisis or their most vulnerable, and offered the silent strength and reassurance only a canine can provide. Her calm, intuitive presence brought peace in the most difficult courtroom settings: child forensic interviews, domestic violence hearings, sexual assault trials, and even sentencing and verdict readings. Odie served until the very end, working her final case only days before her diagnosis. In more than 10 years of service, she comforted over 1,000 victims and witnesses, appearing in court hundreds of times, whether resting her chin on a trembling leg or curling gently into the lap of a sobbing child. Odie made people feel safe, seen, and not alone. Odie was co-handled by Alma Sanchez, Victims Services Manager, and Chief Investigator Ryan McGurk, and quickly became a beloved presence across the entire criminal justice community. We are grateful to our partners in law enforcement, and especially to the Superior Courts of Monterey County, whose judges and staff welcomed her presence in courtrooms with open arms, recognizing her as an essential part of the trauma-informed justice. Odie's legacy lives on through her canine colleagues, Armani, Norma Jean, and retired Namaste, who continue the path she paved with grace and service. She was more than a facility dog. She was a true victim advocate, a silent crime fighter, and a trusted partner. One of her handlers often said, "McGruff has nothing on our girl Odie." The County of Monterey is deeply thankful to Canine Companions for bringing Odie into our lives and for their continued support of those serving on the front lines of healing. And most of all, we thank Odie for her loyalty, her service, and the legacy she leaves in the hearts of so many. May Odie rest in peace, and we adjourn our meeting today in her memory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.